For a young orphan boy named Rowan, this spooky manor was supposed to be a shelter, a last chance at safety in a cruel world. After years of abuse, he was finally chosen for a special adoption, a chance to have a real family. But the path they led him on didn't go to a loving home. It led here, to a secret chamber where the shelter's children were harvested, their bodies twisted into a grotesque tree of human flesh and bone. And among the dead, he saw the faces of his friends, their lives sacrificed to create a dark, magical fruit. But the shelter made one mistake. They thought he was just another victim. They had no idea they were about to unleash a monster. Let me show you how a boy who lost everything found a power born from tragedy, and the bloody path he now walks to burn this rotten world to the ground.
We open on a massive, spooky estate in the dead of night. The whole place looks like it's been ripped straight out of a horror movie, complete with massive iron gates that are locked up tight. Inside, a grumpy-looking attendant is rubbing the back of his head, clearly annoyed. He mutters to himself, wondering who could possibly be bothering him at this hour, because he definitely does not want to deal with any late-night visitors. The attendant storms up to the bars and gets right in their face, telling them to beat it. He coldly explains that the place is already full, and they aren't taking anyone else in. Helen realizes that just talking to this guy isn't going to work, so she reaches into her cloak to pull something out. She begs him to just hear her out as she gets ready to show him a little bribe. The attendant's entire attitude changes the second he sees what she's holding. He lets out a little huff, but you can tell his greed has been officially piqued. In the palm of her hand, Helen is holding a silver medallion with an intricate star design. It looks valuable, and it's clearly the only leverage they have left to get through those gates. The bribe works like a charm. The attendant unlocks the heavy iron gate with a loud clang and tells them to follow him inside. As they walk through the gates, young Rowan looks back with wide, fearful eyes. His silver hair peeks out from under his hood, and he looks absolutely terrified of this new, dark place. The gate swings shut behind them, sealing them inside the estate grounds. Rowan stays close to Helen, his small hand gripping the edge of his cloak as they follow the man into the darkness. The camera pans up to show the manor under a full moon, framed by dead-looking trees. They call this place a shelter, but the whole vibe feels a lot more like a prison. They finally make it inside a small, bare stone room. The attendant isn't wasting any time, telling them it's late, and he'll explain all the rules and those so-called responsibility fees first thing in the morning. The man turns to leave, looking completely uninterested in their well-being. He tells them he'll take his leave, basically just dismissing them for the night. Helen is just relieved to have a roof over their heads, bowing deeply and thanking him over and over. In the background, Rowan stands silently, still overwhelmed by everything that's happening. Helen turns her attention to the boy, gently telling him to sit down on the bed. They're finally safe for the moment, but the room is cold and empty. She places a comforting hand on Rowan's shoulder, telling him it must have been really tough for him to get this far. She's trying her best to be his rock in this miserable place. Rowan looks up at her with big, innocent teal eyes and asks the one question she probably can't answer. He wants to know where his mom and dad are, and it's absolutely heartbreaking. Helen winces, a cold sweat breaking out on her face as she tries to force a smile. She knows the truth is just too much for a child to handle right now. She pulls him into a warm hug, telling him they'll be here soon, so he should just try to get some sleep for now. She promises that she'll stay right by his side. Rowan leans into her, finally feeling a tiny bit of comfort. He gives a small, tired, okay, trusting the only person he has left in the world. The light in the room dims as night truly sets in, but the silence is broken by a heavy, wet coughing sound. Helen is sitting by the bed, and she does not look good at all. While Rowan sleeps peacefully, Helen is hunched over, struggling to catch her breath. The moonlight shining through the window highlights just how sick she really is. She pulls her hand away from her mouth and gasps. Her palm is covered in dark, fresh blood. She's literally dying, and she's been hiding it from Rowan this whole time. She looks over at the sleeping boy one last time, with a look of pure love and sadness. She whispers a final plea for him to please be happy, as her strength finally gives out. With a final weak thud, Helen collapses onto the cold stone floor next to the bed. She gave everything she had left just to get Rowan into this shelter. Rowan starts to stir in his sleep, hearing something. He groggily calls out to Helen, asking if she's already asleep. He sits up and looks over the edge of the bed, only to see her lying motionless on the floor. He reaches out to shake her, thinking she just fell off the bed. But as he gets closer, he hears a strange sound, his own heavy breathing as he realizes something is horribly wrong. He gasps, his heart racing. He looks down at her hand and sees the blood smeared across the floor. In that moment, he realizes his only protector is gone, and he's completely alone in this world now. The poor kid absolutely loses it, screaming Helen's name as he tries to wake her up. It's a tragic scene as he realizes she's never coming back. Cut to the next morning, and the shelter owners are standing over Rowan, looking completely annoyed. No sympathy at all, just a cold huff from the man. The guy is actually complaining about her dying on his property. He groans about his bad luck, wondering why she had to die here of all places. His wife looks down and asks what they should do with the kid. He notices Pauline, a light-haired maid, walking by and gets a so-called bright idea. He points out that Rowan's hair is similar to hers, so they'll just look like a poor mother and son pair to the public. He tells Pauline to take the kid with her to work starting today. Rowan just sits there on the bed, staring into space with dead eyes, barely whispering an okay. The owners turn and walk away, reminding them that this isn't some volunteer center. They expect Rowan to pull his weight and bring in some money. A title card appears, Tung Tun Shelter. It looks fancy on the outside, but we know the rot that's hiding within those walls. The narration explains that officially, this is a royal charity shelter for people with nowhere else to go. It sounds noble on paper, but the reality is much, much darker. In truth, they receive government subsidies, but just exploit the kids under the excuse of responsibility fees to line their own pockets. The whole thing is a complete scam. We get a close-up of Pauline's eye, reflecting the small, broken figure of Rowan sitting on the bed. She's the only one looking at him with any kind of humanity. Pauline clears her throat and approaches him gently. She asks him what his name is, trying to break the ice with the shell-shocked little boy. She introduces herself with a soft smile, telling him her name is Pauline. She explains that from now on he'll be coming with her, offering a glimmer of hope in this dark place. Rowan just stares at the floor, not saying a word. He's lost everything, and he doesn't see any reason to trust anyone anymore. Pauline looks down at him, her expression full of pity. She knows exactly what this kid is going through, because she's likely been through it herself. She sits down next to him and takes his tiny hand in hers. She tells him that while things are hard right now, one thing is absolutely clear. She looks him dead in the eye and tells him he has to survive no matter what. It's a harsh truth, but it's the only way forward in a place like this. She promises him that if he does, one day the chance for happiness will come. She's trying to give him a reason to keep breathing, a light at the end of the tunnel. She gives him a warm, encouraging smile, acting like the mother figure he so desperately needs right now. She reaches her hand out and tells him it's time to go. Rowan looks up at her, seeing a spark of kindness that he thought died with Helen. Rowan reaches out and takes her hand. It's a small gesture, but it's the moment his new life begins, a life of struggle, but at least now he's not alone. The story transitions into a montage of their life together over the next 5 years. They start off begging on the streets, huddled together in the cold just to keep warm. Even though their bond was created for begging, it became something much deeper. Pauline really stepped up and looked after Rowan as if he were her own son. She was always there for him, making sure he was fed and cared for as best as she could in their miserable situation. She even protected him from other kids who tried to bully him, or thugs on the street who tried to pick fights. Pauline was his shield and his family. We see a series of memories showing how Pauline was always by his side. Because of her, Rowan was never truly lonely, even in the middle of all that poverty. Flash forward 5 years. Pauline is sitting on a park bench at sunset, looking a bit tired but peaceful. She's grown into a beautiful young woman. She hears someone calling her name and looks up. It's a voice she knows very well, and it always brings a smile to her face. An 8-year-old Rowan comes running up to her, holding a bucket and waving enthusiastically. He's grown up into a healthy, energetic kid, all thanks to her care. He hops onto the bench next to her, telling her she worked hard today. They look like a real family, finally finding a small moment of peace after a long day of labor. Pauline looks at him with a bit of sadness in her eyes. She tells him that she heard some news this morning, that she'll be leaving the shelter soon. She explains that she's going to work as a maid in a noble's mansion. It's a huge opportunity for her to have a better life, but it means leaving Rowan behind. Rowan takes the news surprisingly well, telling her it's a relief and that she'll do well anywhere. He's trying to be brave for her sake, even if he's dying inside. Pauline laughs and starts messing up his hair, telling him not to worry about her and to focus on himself. It's their classic, playful dynamic, even in the middle of a goodbye. Rowan looks at her with such gratitude and thanks her for the past 5 years. He knows he wouldn't even be alive if it wasn't for her. He remembers all the time she protected him when vagrants tried to start fights. She was his hero, and now he has to let her go. He tells her he should be truly happy for her, but the tears start to fall anyway. He can't help it. She's the only world he's known for half a decade. Rowan realizes that everyone he loves eventually leaves. First his parents, then Helen, and now his Pauline mom. The weight of all that loss finally crashes down on him. Pauline isn't having any of that self-pity. She grabs him by the shoulders and firmly tells him to look at her. She needs him to understand something important before she goes. She tells him that just because no one is physically beside him right now, it doesn't mean he's actually alone. She wants him to find strength within himself. She places her hand over his heart and tells him a person is only truly alone when this place, their heart, is empty. She explains that if he keeps the people who loved him in his heart and looks inside, he'll realize just how much they all cared for him. Their love is his true armor. She tells him to close his eyes and feel that place whenever he feels lonely. It's her final lesson to him, that he is more than his circumstances. Eventually, Pauline leaves, and Rowan is left standing alone in a dark forest. The narration says she was always with him, but now she's truly gone. Rowan takes her advice and closes his eyes, standing under the bright full moon. He's trying to find that inner light she talked about. He focuses on his heart, wanting to open the eyes of the heart so he can feel all those people who were dear to him. He can feel his own heartbeat thumping in his chest. Suddenly, swirling blue energy begins to erupt around him. It's like magic is responding to his emotions and his newfound resolve. He stands at the center of a vortex of blue flames and starlight. He whispers about the eyes of the heart as the energy intensifies, lifting him up. His eyes snap open, and they're glowing with an incredible teal light. He looks completely transformed, like he's tapped into a power he didn't even know he had. Rowan realizes something amazing. Even with his eyes closed, he can see the entire world. Everything is glowing with a beautiful, ethereal energy. He says in awe that it's beautiful, and that he can feel everything. He's seeing the flow of life and energy around him, and it's breathtaking. He reaches out a hand to a spark of light, calling out to his mom, dad, Helen, and Pauline. He realizes they really are still with him, in a way he never understood before. He places his hands over his heart again, this time with a peaceful smile. He's no longer that terrified little boy. He's found his inner strength. Tears of joy run down his face as he looks up at the moon. He's finally found the happiness Pauline promised him, even if it's not what he expected. The final panel shows him standing under a shower of stars, the blue energy fading into the night sky. He vows that he'll never forget them, ready to face whatever comes next. The sun rises over the shelter as the staff starts screaming for everyone to wake up and get to work. It's officially been a year since Rowan's Pauline mom left him behind to work for a noble family. The morning is a chaotic blur of kids hauling supplies and moving blankets, all under the watchful eye of the shelter staff. A year might have passed, but for Rowan, life hasn't changed much at all. Rowan pushes open the wooden shutters of his window, looking out with a heavy heart. He's wondering if Pauline is doing well, especially since she hasn't contacted him even once since she left. The kids are lined up in the courtyard for their daily assignments. The shelter director has assigned Rowan to Zone 1, which apparently is the best spot for pulling in a decent income. A friendly supervisor walks up and gives Rowan an encouraging pat on the shoulder. He tells the kid to do his best today, which is a rare bit of kindness in a place like this. This man is Blake, the supervisor for Zone 1. He actually took a liking to Rowan after hearing about his rough past and has been treating him pretty well ever since. As Blake walks away, Rowan's heart eyes activate. He sees a brilliant, swirling blue light radiating from the supervisor. This is the glowing energy he calls mana. Rowan gives a polite little bow and promises to work hard for Blake Young. He's a smart kid, keeping his special vision a complete secret from everyone. He watches Blake's back, noticing that the man's mana has an unusually murky glow compared to others. He's figured out that Blake is actually a swordsman who actively uses mana. A massive vortex of celestial energy illustrates the true nature of mana. It's the absolute source of everything in the world, and Rowan can see it all. Dressed in his oversized hooded cloak, Rowan sits on the cobblestone streets, looking at the world through his special vision. He can't help but think how beautiful everything looks when it's glowing. He knows that messing around with mana can be dangerous if you don't know what you're doing, but he's already been observing it for a year. He just sits there, looking like a helpless beggar while actually studying the world's secrets. By the end of the day, his small metal cup is overflowing with silver and copper coins. People have been extra generous today, and the clinking of the coins is music to his ears. Rowan puts on his best innocent orphan face, giving a sweet smile to a lady who just dropped some change. He's got the whole kind-hearted boy act down to a science. The women walk away, totally charmed by him. They comment on what a lovely boy he is, having no idea they just gave money to a kid who can see the life force of the universe. Once he's alone, Rowan focuses on training his eyes. He's trying to master seeing both the physical world and the mana world at the exact same time. The street transforms into a neon-lit landscape of glowing silhouettes. He can see the unique mana patterns inside every single person walking past him. He thinks to himself that he's somewhat used to it now. standing firm as the two visions finally start to sync up. He's making serious progress on his own. The strain gets to him, though, and he has to rub his dizzy eyes for a second. Suddenly, he hears a familiar voice calling out his name. It's Blake. The supervisor is genuinely shocked to see that Rowan's coin cup is already full. He asks, clearly impressed, how he did all this in such a short time. Rowan gives him the cutest, most cheerful smile possible, thanking the kind people for their help. He's a pro at staying under the radar. Blake's expression turns dead serious as he leans in. He warns Rowan to be extra careful because there are a lot of people in this world who can't stand to see someone else doing well. Blake gets ready to head off, telling Rowan to keep his eyes peeled. He says that if he sees anyone suspicious or anything weird, he should report it right away, acting like a protective big brother. Rowan watches Blake walk away into the sunlight. He thinks about telling him about his vision, but decides against it. It's better to keep his mouth shut for now. The truth is, he did see something strange recently. He recalls seeing weird golden sparks of mana drifting through the air during his shift. He remembers spotting two hooded figures walking through the crowd. Their bodies were filled with bright, condensed mana, just like Blake's, but even more intense. Rowan watched them from a distance, noting their incredibly bright mana colors. These definitely weren't your average citizens. The creepiest part was that they were watching him. As soon as he noticed them, they leaped over buildings like superhuman athletes and vanished in an instant. He didn't feel any immediate danger, but he's worried about what would happen if they found out he could actually see them. He decides to keep this secret buried deep. The metal cup makes a loud jingle as a silver coin bounces inside. Rowan's stash is getting heavy, which is usually a good thing, but today it feels a bit tense. His junk container is practically bursting at the seams. He figures he should head back to the base camp to swap it out for a fresh one before the sun goes down. He ducks into a narrow alleyway to take a shortcut, but the atmosphere suddenly shifts. He hears the faint sound of footsteps on the rooftops above. Rowan's eye starts to glow as he senses that specific mana color again. His heart starts pounding because he knows exactly who is lurking nearby. He looks up and sees them. The two hooded figures are standing right on the edge of the roof, staring down at him. He gasps, realizing it's them. Rowan doesn't wait around for an invitation. He bolts. He can feel them right on his tail, effortlessly keeping up with him as he sprints through the streets. He hides behind a pile of crates, his mind racing. He wonders why they're approaching so openly now when they were so secretive before. He peeks out and sees their glowing golden mana through the cracks. They're closing in from both sides, perfectly coordinating their pincer movement. Rowan clutches his coin cup to his chest, terrified. He tells himself he needs to make it to the base camp, no matter what, and starts looking for any opening to escape. He takes off again, his feet pounding against the stone ground. The sound effect highlights just how fast he's trying to move his tiny legs. He thinks that if he can just meet Blake, he'll be safe, hoping the supervisor is still nearby. Blake is his only hope against these mysterious stalkers. He bursts out of the dark alley into a sunlit area, desperately scanning the street for a familiar face. He spots something in the distance and gasps. It's Blake Young. Help is finally here. The hooded figures are right on top of him. Rowan thinks he's about to be caught, feeling like it's all over. Suddenly, a roar echoes through the street. It's Blake, and he looks absolutely furious as he charges in to save Rowan. Blake is a total beast, sprinting towards the alley at top speed with his eyes locked on the boy. His boot slams into the ground with enough force to crack the stone. He's not just running, he's launching himself forward like a human missile. Blake takes a massive leap, soaring high over the street in a blur of motion. It's a display of pure, raw power. He lands perfectly in front of Rowan, kicking up a cloud of dust. Rowan shouts his name in relief. His protector finally made it. Blake doesn't waste a single second. Grabbing Rowan and pulling him tight against his chest, he growls for the boy to hold on tight, his eyes fixed on the enemies. With another powerful leap, Blake launches both of them into the air, jumping onto the rooftops to gain a height advantage. He glances back over his shoulder, noticing the hooded figures are already closing the distance. He decides they're heading to the shelter first. They go flying across the rooftops of the city in a high-speed chase. It's an incredible view, but Rowan is too busy clinging on for dear life. Even in the middle of a life-or-death chase, Blake has his priorities. He shouts at Rowan not to drop his coin can, because if he does, he won't get to eat. He looks Rowan dead in the eye, checking to make sure the kid is still with him. He demands to know if Rowan's got it, his intensity at an all-time high. Rowan just stares back, wide-eyed and stunned. But But he's not just scared, he's seeing Blake's mana flaring up in a way he's never seen before. They finally reach the safety of the Tungtoon shelter, landing safely in front of the main building. Blake sets him down, explaining that because of this safety issue, all the kids are being called back in early. He tells Rowan to just head inside and rest for now.
Rowan is completely spaced out, standing there with a blank expression. Blake has to literally snap his fingers in front of the kid's face to get his attention.
In a cute chibi-style moment, Blake lectures Rowan for being such a scaredy cat. Rowan just gives a little bow and scurries away, saying he'll see him later. He stands in front of the heavy wooden door of the shelter, the clanging of the metal handle echoing his racing heartbeat. Once he's alone, Rowan covers his face with his hands, his heart thumping in his chest. He didn't just see Blake move, he saw how he moved. He whispers to himself that he saw it. During that high-speed flight, he managed to catch a glimpse of the secret behind Blake's superhuman strength. He remembers how Blake's mana circulated through his body every time he leaped. It wasn't just random energy, it was a precise, controlled flow. He recalls the exact moment the mana rippled and concentrated whenever Blake focused his power into his limbs for a jump. The blue energy veins on Blake's arms glowed with insane intensity as he carried Rowan. It was a masterclass in mana control, and Rowan was the only student. He gazes up at the stars from the rooftop, a determined look in his eyes. He has all the puzzle pieces now, he just needs to put them together. A close-up of his teal eye shows a spark of newfound resolve. He says he's ready to try it, ready to replicate what he saw. He stands alone in his room, taking a deep, slow breath. He tells himself to breathe in mana, focusing all his attention on the invisible energy around him. Suddenly, glowing blue veins of energy erupt across his body. He's successfully circulating the mana through his own system just like Blake did. He visualizes the energy condensing inside his core, forming a reservoir of power that he can tap into whenever he needs it. He lets out a breath of pure energy, looking down at his hands in shock. He says he's sure of it now. The impossible just became possible. The final panel shows a confident Rowan basking in the glowing light of his discovery. He's finally learned the secret of how to use mana. This kid is officially dangerous now. Rowan is sitting alone in his dark room, clutching his small fist as his heart thumps with excitement. He's obsessed with the mysterious power he just discovered and thinks to himself that whatever it is, he wants to try it out quickly. Outside in the hallway, a group of kids are whispering and look totally confused. One asks what's going on. Rowan overhears them saying that all the other kids from the shelter were suddenly called back as well. The door suddenly bursts open and a supervisor stands there, shouting for everyone to be quiet. He looks completely stressed out and in a massive hurry. He addresses the nervous group, telling them they're probably wondering why their work shift was cut short. He tries to play it cool, saying it's nothing to worry about and they shouldn't concern themselves with it. The supervisor explains that after a quick inspection by the class leaders, everyone will head back to their usual work. He tells them not to make a fuss and just wait in their dorms until then. Then, he singles out Rowan, telling him to come forward. Rowan looks surprised, but gives a polite, "Yes, supervisor," while the other kids watch him with curious eyes. The man leans down, his expression turning cold and serious as he delivers the news for Rowan to pack his things. This clearly isn't just a routine checkup. Rowan follows him out of the dorm area, clutching a small brown sack that holds everything he owns. He looks tiny and vulnerable as they walk down the long, empty stone hallway. The sound of their footsteps echoes through the quiet corridor. The supervisor leads the way with a stiff, professional air, while Rowan trails behind, wondering where he's being taken. They reach a set of massive wooden doors. The supervisor tells Rowan to wait right there while he goes inside to handle some business. Inside the office, the supervisor is talking to another man in a brown suit. He hands over a file, and they start discussing something in low, secretive voices. Rowan stands outside the doors, feeling curious but frustrated, because he's too far away to hear what they're saying. He realizes he has a way to listen without using his ears. He decides to put his new training to the test. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, he begins to circulate his mana, just like he saw Blake doing earlier. The blue mana flows beautifully through his system, glowing with incredible detail. He's becoming much more comfortable with moving the energy around his body. Rowan focuses his mana vision on the room behind the doors. His eyes snap open, glowing with an intense teal light as he eavesdrops on the men using his enhanced senses. Inside, the suited man mentions that the director favors Rowan because of his refined looks. The other man just nods and agrees that it makes sense from a business perspective. They discuss keeping things safe and internal after some incident in Zone 1. The suited man asks if the union was involved, and the supervisor confirms it was 2 runners. Rowan's mind starts racing as he processes these new terms. He thinks about the union and the runners, realizing they must be talking about those 2 hooded figures that were chasing him. The men continue their secret meeting, completely unaware they're being watched. Rowan stands in the hallway, looking overwhelmed by the dangerous information he's just stumbled upon. Suddenly, the suited man opens the door and spots him. He calls out to him. Rowan jumps in surprise, his mana vision fading as he gives a nervous response. The man tells him to come with him, leading him deeper into the main building. Rowan grips his small bag tightly, his heart racing with anxiety about this new path. They walk through a much fancier wing of the estate with polished white floors. It's a huge contrast to the dark, crumbling stone dorms Rowan is used to. They head up a grand staircase, the sound of their footsteps clicking against the floor. The man leads the way with a silent, serious air, while Rowan tries his best to keep up. They stop at an ornate set of doors, and the man gives a polite knock. He calls out a name, Amy. The door opens to reveal a well-dressed woman. The man introduces Rowan, who just stands there looking confused by all the sudden luxury surrounding him. He gives Rowan a little nudge forward, telling him to say hello. The room is beautifully lit and filled with towering bookshelves and expensive furniture. The man explains that from today, she'll be the one managing him. Rowan bows politely, though he has no idea what this management actually means. The man finishes the introduction. Her name is Amy. She is framed by roses, looking very sophisticated but perhaps a bit strict. Amy stands with her arms crossed, looking down at Rowan with a sharp, judgmental gaze. She thinks to herself that he clearly has no idea what he's doing here yet. The man leaves them alone, shutting the door behind him. He tells them he'll leave them to it, and the room suddenly feels very quiet and tense. Amy gets straight to the point, asking Rowan how old he is. He tells her he's turning 10 soon, but then she drops a bombshell, asking if he can't read. Rowan looks down, embarrassed as he admits he never learned. Amy just sighs and mutters that she shouldn't have expected much from a dorm kid. Her attitude softens a little and she leans in close, telling him that outside of their lessons, he can call her Nuna. She gives him a small, friendly wink. She adds that he has a surprisingly refined face for someone from the dorms. Rowan is just standing there with a massive question mark over his head, totally lost. Rowan finally speaks up, asking the obvious question, why is he being taught how to read? He still doesn't understand why he's being singled out for this. Amy gets a bit annoyed, a red vein popping on her forehead. She can't believe he came here without knowing about the reading recital and thinks they really should have taught him the basics first. She starts explaining that reading recitals are a fancy hobby for high-class people. Sometimes authors host them, or nobles have their own circles to show off their status. Rowan asks if they actually do that here at the shelter. Amy confirms it, saying they perform recitals in front of the wealthy sponsors who fund the place. She adds that if a child is lucky, they get a special recital. When Rowan asks what that is, she explains it's a solo performance for kids who are confirmed for adoption. She looks at him a bit skeptically, saying that for a kid who can't even read yet, being adopted is just a far-off dream. Rowan just gives a thoughtful sound of understanding. Amy is surprised to see that Rowan isn't intimidated by her at all. He just stares back with those big, calm teal eyes, which is very unusual for a kid from the dorms. She can't help herself and gives his head a little pat. Rowan responds with a big, cute smile, and you can tell he's already starting to win her over. She tells him to follow her, leading him out of her office. Rowan follows along, ready to start his very first lesson in this new world. As they walk, she tells him to make sure he doesn't cause any trouble and to try and get along with everyone. She's taking him to the living quarters for the main building kids. They enter a room where a few other kids are hanging out. Amy points to a bed and tells him the seat in the far left corner is his. She gives the whole room a final warning to stay quiet and behave before leaving. Rowan looks around at his new roommates, feeling a mix of curiosity and nerves. Rowan is absolutely amazed by the room, especially the fact that he has his very own wardrobe. He thinks it's fascinating as he starts unpacking his small sack. Suddenly, a boy with short blue hair calls out to him. Rowan turns around to see the other boy watching him closely. The boy introduces himself as Theo with a friendly smile. He says it's his first time seeing someone from the dorms and seems genuinely curious about Rowan. He introduces the rest of their group, Noah, Hayden, and Lilia. They all look healthy and are wearing much nicer clothes than the kids Rowan grew up with. Theo gives a little laugh and notes that Rowan looks like he's been hit before. He tells him not to worry, because they aren't mean like the kids from the dorm wing. Theo explains that being in the main building means they don't have to beg on the streets anymore. Their group manages the library, the reception hall, and greets the shelter's guests. Rowan's eyes go wide at the mention of the library. Theo says their room specifically looks after all the books. Rowan thinks excitedly about the books. The scene shifts to nighttime at the main building. The atmosphere is calm and peaceful, a world away from the cold stone rooms of the dorm wing. Rowan lies in his new, soft bed, staring up at the ceiling. After everything he's been through, this feels like an impossible dream come true. He remembers Pauline Mom once telling him that all the world's knowledge is stored in books. He remembers being so small and asking her if it was really true with wide eyes. She told him that since he was so full of curiosity, she was sure he would love them. It's a bittersweet memory that only makes him more determined to learn. He thinks his wish came true as he drifts off to sleep with a peaceful smile. He's finally in a place where he can grow and learn about the world. Outside, the moonlight shines on a cherry blossom tree in full bloom. It's a beautiful, calm night, and for the first time in a long time, the future looks bright. A storybook illustration shows petals falling from a tree. The text says, "And they lived happily ever after," though we know Rowan's true journey is just beginning. Flash forward to Rowan's training. He's sitting at a desk with a book labeled Zone 1. Amy calls his name, ready to check his progress for the day. She tells him to bring over the book he read for inspection. Rowan gathers his things and heads to her desk with a nervous but eager response. Amy tests him on children's book titles like The Earwig Is Not Lonely and The Delicious Poop of the Golden Pig. Rowan is learning fast, but the stories are pretty weird. Suddenly, Amy's expression turns incredibly cold and dark. Rowan notices it immediately and feels a chill. He thinks about Miss Amy's expression, wondering if he did something wrong. But then she just says he's finished with fairy tales and they're moving on to novels in Zone 2. She tells him he did a good job today, leaving him wondering if he just imagined that scary look. Rowan is thrilled that he's already moving on to Zone 2 books. He asks if he can stay and read a bit more before heading back to his room. He's becoming a real bookworm. He walks into the massive library, gazing up at the towering shelves in awe. He thinks there must be lots of fun stuff, his eyes scanning the countless spines. He starts browsing the shelves, totally excited by all the possibilities. He picks up interesting titles, thinking about all the books he can read. He pulls out a large leather-bound book and gives a curious sound as he reads the title. It's a history book, not a novel like the ones he's been reading. The title is The Birth of the Grafton Kingdom and the Union. Rowan remembers hearing that word from the supervisor. He wonders about the Union as he opens the cover. He flips to a large world map and is stunned. He thinks that he lives in such a small, remote place, realizing for the first time how massive the world actually is. The sound of the pages flip-flipping echoes in the quiet library as Rowan becomes completely absorbed in the history of the world. He reads that a long war was won by Grafton, one of the original principalities. He's learning about the kings and battles that shaped everything he knows. A massive illustration shows the history of the realm, from the chaos of war to the eventual formation of a group dedicated to peace. That group is the Union! They've worked for peace and stability for over 200 years, and they look exactly like those powerful hooded figures Rowan saw earlier. Rowan remembers overhearing that Blake and the other staff seemed to get along well, but things changed after that day. He wonders if Blake ran away. After reading this book, one thing is absolutely certain. The Shelter and the Union are not on good terms. There's a massive conflict brewing that he's not supposed to know about. Even worse, the Shelter is clearly keeping the events of that day. The day Blake disappeared and those hooded figures showed up, a complete secret from the kids. Rowan clutches the book to his chest, looking completely spooked. He's realized he's stumbled onto a mystery much bigger and darker than he ever imagined. He wonders what exactly they are hiding as the chapter ends. Rowan's at it again, practicing his mana control in the library. He's literally channeling energy through his fingertips as he touches the books. He's even practicing while walking around now. A swirling blue vortex of mana is circling his waist, proving he's getting way better at multitasking. He lets out a satisfied breath, standing tall amidst the magical aura. The kid is definitely feeling his own growth, but he's still thinking about the mechanics. Circulating mana while moving his body is a whole different beast than doing it while standing still. He remembers the old days of begging on the street, where he could just sit there and focus purely on his breath. Things were simpler then, even if they were much worse. But now he's mastered doing it while active. Whether he's walking or deep in a book, that mana is constantly flowing through his system. Still, he's hitting a bit of a wall. He can move the mana, but the density isn't getting any deeper, and it just keeps dispersing before he can really store it. The peaceful training is cut short when someone shouts for everyone to gather up. A bunch of kids in white uniforms are suddenly called together. Two high-ranking ladies walk in, Amy and the long-haired deputy director. They're here to make a big announcement about today's events. The deputy director scans the room with a sharp eye, trying to decide who's in the right condition for a special task. She starts calling out names like Theo, Noah, and Lilia. You can see the excitement on their faces. This is clearly a big deal. And then, the wild card, she calls out Rowan. The poor kid is totally caught off guard, letting out a confused yes. The deputy director leans in and explains the deal. She knows he's a rookie at reading, so he won't be performing in the main reading recital.
But then she gives his cheeks a playful pinch and says he's just too cute to leave behind. He's going along just to look pretty and get a feel for the high society vibe.
Rowan bows deeply, thanking her for the consideration, even if it basically means he's just a decorative piece for now.
Amy claps her hands to get things moving. The lucky 10 kids have to go change immediately and gather at the reception hall. Of course, the other kids are salty as hell. They think it's totally unfair he gets to go after just starting to read, and honestly, they're not wrong. But look at the result. Rowan gets suited up and looks like a literal prince. The kid is absolutely glowing with flowers and sparkles everywhere. Theo runs up and starts gushing about how wonderful Rowan looks. It's hard to stay mad at a kid who looks this sharp in a white suit. Rowan gives a humble thank you as Amy directs him toward his seat. It's showtime. The reception hall is massive and ridiculously fancy. A long table is filled with wealthy guests in their finest clothes, all waiting for the show. Amy opens the grand doors and warns the kids to get ready. The important people have arrived, and the pressure is on. The kids file in, trying to stay composed under the gaze of high society. This isn't a shelter anymore, it's a high-stakes performance. Suddenly, one of the guests, a blonde lady, gasps in shock. She definitely recognizes a certain white-haired boy. We get a quick flashback to Image 2, Panel 3. This is the same lady from the streets back when Rowan was just a beggar. Back then, he gave her a big smile and thanked her for being so kind-hearted. It clearly left a massive impression on her. She's standing there with another lady, looking totally stunned to see that street kid in a fancy mansion.
Rowan recognizes her too. He jumps up and thanks her for the help she gave him back in the day. Talk about a small world.
The deputy director is surprised to find out that Lady Caroline already knows their little star. Caroline explains she saw him begging last winter. The guests are amazed. He was cute then, but now he's lovely. The kids got them in the palm of his hand. Caroline pulls out a book and asks if Rowan could read it for them today. She's officially a fan and wants to hear his voice. The deputy director tries to say he's only there to observe, but Caroline won't take no for an answer. She really wants to hear him read, so they suggest he just try the last chapter. A little while later, Rowan is actually doing it. He's reading to the group, and the guests are absolutely hanging on every word. Inside his head, Rowan is feeling something strange. He wasn't even trying to remember the feelings from the book, but they just kept flooding back to him. We get a close-up of his glowing teal eyes. He realized his heart had other plans, and he couldn't stop himself from pouring true emotion into the reading. He looks out over the captivated audience, the whole room gone silent as he prepares for the final line. He looks right at Caroline and delivers the line with pure intensity. I like you. Boom. Instant heart stopper. The women at the table are literally swooning. They're letting out sighs and blushing like crazy. Kid's a natural lady killer. Rowan realizes that transferring mana through sound is actually super effective. He keeps reading about a Duke Mercer and a lady named Yera, perfectly capturing their tension. He notices something insane. He can actually hear everything through his mana-enhanced senses. He's sensing the tiny gasps, the sound of tears sliding down skin, and even the guests biting their lower lips in suspense. He can even feel the unique rhythm of every single person's heartbeat in the room. He's basically a living lie detector and a motion sensor right now. Lady Caroline is overjoyed, calling it a blessed moment and a truly beautiful recital. Rowan hit a home run. He bows humbly and gives all the credit to the deputy director's help. The guests are already begging to hear him read again tomorrow. Back to reality. Rowan is in the second library after the event, still thinking about his mana control. He's browsing the shelves, realizing his mana flow is still heavily dependent on his physical body's condition. A heavy book titled Laws and Principles of Phenomena suddenly drops from the shelf above. Talk about a convenient discovery. He picks up another red book that looks promising, wondering if it can help him bridge the gap in his training. Suddenly, someone drops in from above and startles the hell out of him. It's Blake, making a dramatic entrance as usual. Rowan shouts at him for the jump scare. Blake just laughs it off, teasing him about acting cool and being at that curious age. Blake heard through the grapevine that Rowan crushed it at the recital today. He's bummed he missed it, but came to the library just to check in on him. He admits he's been super busy lately. Apparently, being a supervisor involves a lot of on-duty headaches. Blake crouches down and drops some serious news. Those union guys who were chasing Rowan are getting active again, so Blake is out hunting them down.
Rowan is genuinely worried. He knows if Blake gets into a real fight with the union, things are going to get very ugly, very fast.
Blake just laughs it off and squishes Rowan's face, saying that hearing his concern lifts his spirits. He's bummed to miss tomorrow's show, but he's got work to do. Rowan's face is totally distorted, but his brain is working fast. He remembers reading that a guy like Blake is likely a bad person based on his history. But looking at the guy laughing and being kind to him, Rowan struggles with the label. How can a bad person be this nice? Blake ruffles his hair and heads out, and Rowan finally finds the words to tell him to be careful. Left alone, Rowan rubs his sore cheeks. He knows he'll have plenty more chances to show off his reading skills later.
Blake gives a final wave as he leaves. He calls out for Rowan to do his best as he disappears into the mansion.
Rowan holds on to the red book Blake pointed out. Blake's last words before closing the door were for him not to wear himself out for nothing.
The door slams shut with a loud bang, and Rowan is finally alone with his thoughts and his mana. He starts imagining what a real high-level mana battle would look like. He sees Blake facing off against one of those Union guys. In a flurry of energy, he walks through the silent library aisles, his mind racing. He wonders what a battle between mana users would really be like. He looks down at his hands, his face full of intense focus. He's wondering exactly where he stands on the power scale. He stands in a localized storm of magical energy, questioning if he could even compare to the heavy hitters like Blake or the Union. He clenches his teeth and grips the book, blue sparks of lightning mana arcing between his fingers as he forces the energy through the paper. And just like that, he literally tears the entire book perfectly in half through pure magical force. He stares at the two pieces on the floor, looking totally embarrassed and guilty. He thinks it's such a waste. Hey, at least he knows his grip strength is magical now. Rowan is back at it, giving a polite knock on the door. He's been summoned by the big boss, and you can tell he's wondering what he did this time. He steps inside and asks the vice principal why she called for him. He's always so formal, but you can tell the tension in the room is high. The vice principal looks absolutely stressed out, leaning over her desk with a heavy sigh. She's trying to find the words to explain a situation that's getting out of hand. Turns out the wealthy sponsors are basically obsessing over Rowan now. They're demanding that he be the main reader for the next recital, and they aren't taking no for an answer. The ladies are literally arguing over who gets to hear him read solo. One says she doesn't want any other noisy voices, showing just how much of a celebrity our boy has become. The poor vice principal is sweating bullets trying to manage these high-maintenance donors. She gives a weak, forced smile and promises she'll do her best to make it happen. Back in the office, she asks Rowan if he thinks he can handle the increased workload. Rowan doesn't miss a beat, telling her not to worry and that he'll give it a shot. The scene shifts to a formal announcement in front of all the kids. The staff is getting ready to reveal who the next special reader will be, and the hype is real. Theo and Lilia are standing there, looking totally stunned. You can see the exclamation marks over Theo's head as they wait for the name to be dropped. And the winner is Theo. He's completely shocked, pointing at himself like he can't believe it while everyone else is supposed to congratulate him. Rowan is a total class act, being the first one to congratulate his friend. Theo's a bit surprised, though, because honestly, everyone thought it was going to be Rowan. Theo gives a humble smile, telling Rowan that since he's so good at reading, he's bound to be sent to an even better place soon. Little does he know, Rowan's too valuable to let go. Life at the estate continues under the bright sun, looking peaceful from the outside, but inside, the gears of the shelter's business are spinning faster than ever. The other kids are whispering as Rowan passes by, feeling a bit disappointed for him. They think he got passed over, but the reality is much more complicated.
The montage shows Rowan's schedule is now packed with reading recitals for different groups of sponsors. He's basically the shelter's star attraction now.
The demand for his emotional reading style is skyrocketing. It's clear that the staff is milking his talent for every penny these sponsors have. The vice principal is literally writing out his double-booked schedule. She asks him if he's okay with reading both in the morning and the afternoon. She tries to play it off as a good thing, saying that everyone just wants to hear him. You can tell she feels a little guilty about working him like a pack mule. Rowan just gives her that $1,000,000 smile, saying he's grateful and happy that people enjoy his reading. He's such a good kid, it's almost painful. But man, he is drained. In a cute chibi moment, he asks if he can at least get some fresh air in the backyard during his breaks to recharge. She gives him the okay, but warns him strictly not to leave the backyard area. Rowan happily agrees and heads out to find some peace and quiet. He finds a quiet spot in the garden, bathed in sunlight. It's the perfect place to get away from all the social pressure and focus on himself. Rowan closes his eyes and gets right back to his mana training. He's not just resting, he's trying to refine his technique even further. He visualizes his own internal structure, marking every muscle and bone based on the anatomy books he's been studying. He's taking a very scientific approach to magic. He starts connecting all those points with mana vessels, drawing an intricate path for the energy to flow through. This kid's mental mapping is insane. He focuses on flowing mana through his heart, realizing that pure willpower is the key to controlling the stream. The energy erupts around him in a surge of blue lightning. He's realizing that moving mana with his body requires a massive amount of mental focus. The mana wind whips around him as he pushes his limits. He's looking more and more like a high-level mage every day. He lets out a long breath, cooling down after the intense session. He's frustrated that his mana density isn't increasing, wondering if his young body is just the bottleneck. He tells himself to be patient and focus on perfect usage rather than raw power. Developing weaknesses now would only hurt him in the long run. He remembers when Blake first brought him to the shelter, how he was barely able to walk. He's come a long way from that helpless little kid. Thinking back to the chase with the Union, he remembers how they seemed to lose strength too. He suspects everyone has a shared weakness when it comes to using stored mana. He looks up at the sky, pondering how to best use the mana he's accumulated. He's constantly analyzing everything he's seen. He recalls how he used mana to project his voice and even repel external energy during the recital. It was his first real-world application of his training. He picks up a leaf and gets an idea. If mana has weight or form, then maybe he can use it to manipulate physical objects directly. He concentrates, and a powerful aura starts to swirl around him again. He's about to try something completely new. The leaf actually starts to float above his palm. He thinks to himself that he knew it, officially entering the realm of telekinesis. The scene cuts back to the shelter, where they announce Lilia as the next special reader. She's overwhelmed with joy, covering her mouth in shock. All the kids gather around to congratulate her, including Rowan. It's a happy moment, but there's a bit of awkwardness in the air. Lilia looks at Rowan with a very hesitant, almost guilty expression. He notices and asks if she has something on her mind. She starts stuttering his name, looking like she's about to burst into tears. She's clearly feeling bad about being chosen over him. The other kids are whispering that it's strange Rowan was overlooked. Even if Lilia is good, Rowan's talent is on another level. They've figured it out, though. The principal is just being greedy. They compare Rowan to the goose that lays golden eggs and realize he's being kept for the money. Lilia looks at him with those big, sad eyes, probably wishing things were different. She feels like she's taking a chance away from him. Rowan just gives her a bright, oblivious wave and asks her to repeat herself. He's trying to keep things light so she doesn't feel so bad. But Lilia can't take it and runs away crying. Rowan is left standing there, looking completely confused by the sudden drama. A chibi Rowan stands there with a huge question mark, having no idea why everyone is acting so weird all of a sudden. Through the window, you can hear the other kids teasing Lilia about her face being red as a beet. The narration explains that being chosen means being sent to a good family, which is why it's such a big deal. Theo and Rowan look out the window together. Theo talks about how being adopted means experiencing a whole new world and reading even better books. Later, Rowan is practicing alone again, making his pencils spin and float in the air. He's really getting the hang of this telekinesis thing. He's sitting outside, thinking about how easy it's become to move small objects. He knows that if he keeps practicing, he might find the key to accumulating more mana. Suddenly, something catches his eye. He looks up with an intense, curious gaze. He sensed something unusual nearby. He spots a man literally falling off the top of the outer wall. He thinks it's that person, recognizing the uniform. It's the same dorm supervisor who originally brought him into the manor. The guy looks like he's in serious trouble. The man is coughing up blood and looks completely battered. He's panicking because he can feel his mana fading away rapidly. Rowan runs up to him, calling out to see if he's okay. He's not the type to just leave someone dying on the ground. The supervisor is completely startled to see a kid standing there. He was definitely trying to keep his return a secret. Another man runs up to support the injured supervisor. He's swearing under his breath, cursing those Union bastards for what they did. Rowan's eyes widen at the mention of the Union. The other man finally notices Rowan and gives him a sharp, intimidating look. The man tells Rowan to pretend he didn't see anything and to get back inside immediately. Rowan just gives a quick sound of understanding, sensing the danger in the air. Rowan stands alone in the courtyard, looking back at where they went. He can tell something major is going wrong behind the scenes. The news breaks quickly. The afternoon garden reading has been canceled. Amy tells everyone to return to their dorms immediately. The kids are totally confused because this has never happened before. Even the wealthy sponsors were sent home without warning. Rowan walks through the hall, his mind racing. He knows this sudden lockdown has everything to do with that injured supervisor he just saw. Amy catches up to him and grabs him by the shoulder. She tells him to get ready because his status has just changed. She says he's the special reader now. Rowan looks determined. It looks like the secret war is finally forcing the shelter to play its most valuable card. Rowan is in his room, carefully adjusting his tie in the mirror. He's dressed in a pristine white suit, getting ready for what he's been told is a special recitation, but the atmosphere feels anything but celebratory. As he fixes his collar, his mind drifts to Amy. He can tell something is bothering her, and the weight of the secrets at the shelter is starting to feel heavy. Amy enters the room with a somber, almost pained expression. She tells him coldly to prepare himself, that he is the special recitation today. It sounds less like an honor and more like a sentence. Rowan remembers seeing the headmistress in a state of panic earlier. He crouches on the floor, realizing that the mysterious union is the real reason the staff is acting so terrified. He watches from a distance as an injured staff member is dragged away. It's clear now that the sudden cancellation of the public recital is directly linked to whatever violence happened in Zone 1. He follows Amy down the long, quiet hallways of the manor. Each step feels more final than the last as they head toward an unknown part of the estate. Amy walks in silence, her profile sharp and unreadable. She's leading him away from the familiar dorms and deeper into the belly of the beast. Rowan calls out softly to Amy, teacher, trying to break the oppressive silence. He's looking for some kind of reassurance, but she doesn't even look back at first. Rowan looks sharp in his white suit, but his internal monologue is racing. He knows something is fundamentally broken at this shelter, and he asks if they are heading straight to see the sponsor. Amy looks momentarily distracted, her eyes narrowed. She seems to be wrestling with her own conscience as she leads the boy to his fate. She finally snaps out of it and tells him to just follow her. The special nature of this task is starting to feel more like a trap with every passing second. As they walk, Rowan tries to fish for info, asking if Lady Caroline was the one who requested this adoption. Amy gives a blunt no, and says it was someone else entirely. Amy continues to lead the way without another word. Her silence is deafening, and Rowan can feel the tension radiating off her. They step outside and cross a wide courtyard. The sun is setting, casting long, ominous shadows across the manicured gardens as they head toward a separate, isolated wing. They arrive at a building labeled Shelter Annex. It looks more like a fortress or a prison than a place for children. Amy tells him they've arrived, her voice devoid of emotion. Rowan stares up at the massive windowless structure. He has an incredibly bad feeling about this place. It feels like a tomb. They enter the building and are met by the shelter's top brass. The man welcomes Rowan looking completely stressed. He says they're in a hurry and to go straight in. They aren't even pretending this is a normal adoption process anymore. Rowan looks back at Amy one last time, hoping for a sign, but her expression is devastatingly somber. She won't even meet his eyes. A massive stone door groans open, revealing a blinding light from within. The scale of whatever they've built inside this annex is far beyond anything Rowan expected. He's led into a dark, circular chamber with absolutely no windows. It's even more oppressive and pitch black than he imagined it would be. Rowan's ears perk up as he overhears the staff whispering in the shadows. The assistant director says they should stay alert, sounding like he's ready to bolt. Another voice is panicking, asking why they're even doing this instead of running away. He hears them talking about a spell and salvaging something before they retreat from the Union. They tell him to sit in a lone chair at the center of a magical circle. Rowan obeys, realizing they're using him for some kind of ritual. A heavy, ornate book is placed on a table in front of him. He thinks he's reading this book, realizing that his talent for emotional reading is the key to whatever they're trying to activate. Rowan sits small in the large wooden chair, surrounded by flickering candles and ancient carvings on the floor. He looks like a sacrificial lamb in a den of wolves. He takes a deep breath and centers himself. If this is a ritual, he needs to stay focused and keep his mana under control. He notices a massive, bottomless pit in the center of the room. A dark, swirling energy is rising from it, and he wonders if something or someone is living down there. Rowan's mana vision flares up, and he's nearly blinded. He thinks this is the first time he's seen such a large mass of mana, and sweat beads form on his forehead. The man in the shadows gives the order for Rowan to begin. He starts to read, his voice echoing through the chamber. As he speaks, the writing on the floor begins to glow with an ominous light. He can feel the pit in front of him reacting to his voice. It's like a hungry maw, and he senses an invisible, enormous mass of mana pulsing from the depths. It feels incredibly evil. As he reads, Rowan is overcome by a flood of foreign emotions. He's being forced into a sudden encounter with the energy in the pit, and for some reason it's making him feel intensely honest and vulnerable. A tidal wave of loneliness, anger, and sorrow washes over him. He lets out a sharp sound of pain as the ritual begins to literally drain the life and emotion out of him. Blue mana lines erupt from Rowan's body and are sucked directly into the hole. He recites the words, wondering where they've been all this time, as his own beliefs start to crumble as his energy is siphoned away. He realizes the hole isn't just taking the mana from the ritual, it's trying to steal his mana too. He knows if he loses it all, he's finished. The staff watches greedily from the sidelines. Rowan tells himself he has to hold on.
He knows that if the shelter is this desperate, then the Union must be close to breaking in.
He screams at himself internally to focus. He can't let the pit win this tug of war.
He narrows his eyes, centering his resolve. He needs to reverse the flow. Instead of letting his mana go, he needs to absorb the chaotic energy floating around the room and take control of it.
A massive explosion of blue mana erupts from Rowan. He's fighting back against the ritual, his hair standing on end as he channels an incredible amount of power. He stands up, his entire body glowing with celestial light. He's turned the sacrificial chair into a throne of power, defying the staff's expectations. A perfect spherical barrier of mana forms around him, shielding him from the pit's pull. He keeps reading, but now he's the one in control of the room's energy. He gives a small, confident smile. He doesn't need to finish the ritual. He just needs to stall for time until the Union arrives and disrupts everything. Outside, the sun has fully set. Rowan's enhanced senses tell him that while the Union hasn't reached the annex yet, they are definitely in the area. He settles back into the chair and keeps reciting, deliberately slowing down his pace to lengthen the performance as much as humanly possible. The staff is getting suspicious. They're whispering outside, wondering why the recitation is taking so long and if the fruit has had enough time to ripen yet. He wonders what they mean by fruit. Rowan keeps his eyes closed, sensing the headmistress and her inner circle starting to panic and move. He wonders if he's finally stalled long enough. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the entire building. The impact is so violent it nearly knocks Rowan off his chair. His eyes snap open, glowing with teal fire. He thinks they're here. The Union has finally made their move. One of the staff members panics and slams a heavy lever, trying to seal the room or activate a final defense. He bolts down the hallway, screaming at the top of his lungs at the stupid things. The hierarchy of the shelter is collapsing in real time. Rowan hops down from the chair, looking around the empty room. He notes that they all went underground, noticing a secret passage opening. He walks to the edge of the pit and looks down. He wonders what on earth is down there. He knows he shouldn't follow, but he has to see the truth of this place. In a dark sub-level, the supervisor we saw earlier is being blasted by waves of purple mana. It's a scene of pure chaos. The staff is in a total frenzy. The Elder is being accosted by the other members, all of them terrified of being caught by the Union with something to hide. They're all turning on each other. Rowan descends a winding stone staircase into the depths. The purple mana is becoming thick enough to breathe, and the atmosphere is heavy with the scent of death. He reaches the bottom and freezes. He's standing in a massive grotto filled with what look like hundreds of pale, frozen human bodies, all reaching upward in agony. It's a tree made of human flesh and bone. Rowan is horrified as he realizes the scale of the atrocities committed in the name of this shelter. He stares up at the tower of victims, his mind reeling. He can't even find the words for the nightmare in front of him. At the very center of the tree, he sees a woman who looks eerily familiar, her body pierced by a massive sword. It's the source of all the mana. The purple energy reflects in Rowan's wide eyes as he whispers about the released mother. He's seeing the true face of the power the shelter was trying to harvest. Suddenly, a hand grabs Rowan roughly by the back of the head. A voice screams, calling him a little rat. It's the supervisor, and he looks like he's lost his mind. Another man, likely an investigator or someone from a higher order, looks down at the carnage in shock. He demands to know what in the world all this is, seeing the pile of dead staff members. The supervisor, Blake, is yelling at the top of his lungs, while the suit-clad elder tries to claim it was all just tricks played by the Union. No one is buying it. Blake holds up a strange, pulsing orange fruit that looks like it's made of solidified mana. He's disgusted, demanding to know why the fruit is in such a corrupted state. The elder explains that they were supposed to make one more fruit before the Union arrived, so they brought Rowan down to be the final sacrifice. But apparently, whatever Rowan did during the recital broke the process. Blake's eyes turn cold. He pulls his sword, looking ready to end the elder then and there for the sheer depravity of what they've done. He raises the blade, but his target isn't the elder. He's looking at the human tree. He's going to destroy the evidence or perhaps release the energy. Rowan is watching the scene, his heart pounding in his chest. He realizes something is very wrong. He wonders why Blake doesn't have a sword. Wait, that's not Blake. The man gives a dark, wicked smile. He says he had to use it somewhere else for a moment, revealing his true colors. A terrifying dark aura erupts from the Blake lookalike. He's been an imposter this whole time, and the real Blake is nowhere to be found. The elder lunges forward and grabs Rowan, trying to use him as a shield or perhaps as one final attempt at a sacrifice. Rowan is caught in the middle of a dark mana flare. He's trapped between a murderous elder and a terrifying imposter. The imposter looks genuinely surprised for the first time as something unexpected happens. He gasps in shock. Blood splatters across the imposter's face. The violence has reached its boiling point, and the room is filled with the sound of a final, fatal strike. Suddenly, a pillar of blinding blue mana erupts from the center of the room, dwarfing everything else. Rowan has finally snapped, and his true power is flooding the entire cavern. The imposter stares into the vortex, his face pale with shock. He screams as the blue flames consume the darkness. Rowan isn't the victim anymore. He's the storm. The fake Blake isn't backing down, his sword crackling with twisted purple lightning. He still thinks he can win this, but he's about to get a reality check. Suddenly, a spray of blood hits the air as the villain lets out a choked sound of pain. He didn't even see the attack coming. The bad guy's face is a mask of shock and agony. He gasps, realizing he's the one leaking red now. Rowan stands completely unfazed while his opponent collapses in the background. The power dynamic in this room just did a complete 180. The villain spits out that it looks like Rowan can use mana now. Completely baffled, Rowan is basically a walking power plant at this point, surrounded by a massive blue aura. The guy is sweating bullets, looking like his entire worldview just shattered. He realizes he's not dealing with a kid anymore, but a monster in the making.
Rowan stands before the horrific human tree, surrounded by a haunting purple aura. The collective suffering of all those lives is literally radiating from the pillar of corpses.
A gentle, ethereal hand reaches out from the light. It's a soft contrast to the nightmare he's currently standing in. The spirit of the released mother reaches through the veil to comfort the boy. Rowan looks on the verge of tears, finally feeling a touch of the warmth he's been missing. He places his hand over her heart, feeling a pulse of pure energy. It's not just a memory, it's a connection to the life force they tried to harvest. The entire chamber explodes with a brilliant blue light as the human tree is purified. The dark magic is being overwritten by something much more powerful and ancient. Intense spirals of blue mana surge upward, shattering the darkness of the underground grotto. Rowan has officially triggered a massive release of energy that no one can ignore. Rowan is suddenly hit with a flood of traumatic memories. He sees a terrified child crying in the middle of a war zone, a sight that's almost too much to bear. Fire, blood, and chaos are everywhere. He wonders what in the world these terrible memories are, feeling the weight of a past he barely remembers. The ground is littered with the bodies of the fallen as a city burns in the distance. This is the origin of the nightmare he's fighting to stop. A lone figure stands tall amidst the flames, a symbol of either the cause or the cure for all this misery. Rowan stands in the middle of the inferno, his silhouette bathed in the harsh orange glow of the destruction. He looks back with eyes full of sorrow and realization. He whispers that this is him, finally connecting the dots of his own tragic history. Up close, you can see the sheer intensity in his teal eyes. He's not just observing anymore, he's experiencing every bit of the pain. The world around him literally shatters like glass. He asks if it's really him, the realization hitting him like a physical blow. He reaches out into the void as the shards of his memory fly past him. He pleads that he needs just a little more time, desperate to hold on to the truth. He thinks that something is slowly seeping in as a familiar warm mana begins to wrap around him. It's a feeling of home he thought was gone forever. The face of a woman appears in his mind, her expression calm and loving. He realizes this memory is of his mother. She holds her hand to her heart, looking peaceful despite the chaos. Rowan realizes that he had forgotten. He's finally reclaiming his lost self. Rowan clutches his chest, remembering the advice to keep the departed in his heart. If he does, he'll never truly be alone. He flashes back to a beautiful sunset where he asked how to look inside his own heart. The answer was simple. Close your eyes and feel it. Standing in a void of pure mana, he follows that advice. This power is a direct gift from those who loved him, telling him to protect what's precious. The memories and love of his mother were never truly gone. Even though time stopped for her, her influence on him is eternal. A final image of two hands holding tight. It's the bond that's giving him the strength to stand tall in the face of absolute evil. They walk together through the field of memories, a reminder that he's carrying the hopes of everyone they took away. Back to the nightmare. The fake Blake has a sword pressed right against Rowan's neck. He says with a creepy smile that waiting is boring. He towers over the boy, claiming he only waited because Rowan is smarter than he looks. He wants to recruit him into his twisted organization. The villain rests the heavy blade on his shoulder like it's nothing. He blames those stupid guys for things going wrong, but he still thinks he can salvage the situation. He asks if Rowan will come with him, looking down with a casual, terrifying curiosity. Big mistake asking a kid whose friends you just murdered. He gives Rowan a choice. Come along and be useful, or die obediently.
Rowan just stares back, his voice dead calm as he asks where they would even go. The monster explains the grand plan, dispatching kids to other farms to become trees. It's an endless cycle of misery, and he wants Rowan to help manage it. He exclaims that Rowan will become a member of Lutel, as if he's offering the kid a promotion. He's completely detached from reality. He explains that Lutel wants to change the world using black magic, and they'll all be loyal servants. Yeah, pass. Rowan looks absolutely disgusted. He realizes his own brother might have been involved in this, and the thought is almost too much to handle. The fake Blake pulls a second sword, surrounded by flickering candles. He asks Rowan what kind of power he even has, completely underestimating the kid. Rowan closes his eyes, his resolve hardening into steel. He says simply that he doesn't want to go, bold words for a kid with two swords in his face. The villain's smile fades as he realizes he's not getting a yes. He mutters to himself, ready to strike. He swings his sword down with full force, but Rowan doesn't even flinch. The bad guy yells that he has no choice, going for the kill. Sparks fly as Rowan catches the massive blade with his bare hands. It's a literal power move that stops the villain dead in his tracks. The guy's eye goes wide in pure terror. He gasps that his sword won't move. Yeah, because you're fighting a mana monster now, buddy. Rowan looks up with cold, teal eyes and asks the one thing that matters. Did Blake kill released mother? The villain mocks him, asking if he's looking for revenge. Blue electricity crackles around Rowan as his power reaches a boiling point. He declares that if that's the case, he won't let his brother live. The bad guy is sweating buckets now. He finally realizes that he's the one who's trapped in here with Rowan, not the other way around. Rowan blasts the guy back with a massive wave of energy. He says that the man should have dodged better, sounding way colder than any kid should. A shadowy figure is slashed apart as blood sprays everywhere. Rowan mutters that he hopes the man isn't too resentful, finishing him off. Another man is shown coughing up blood, blaming Rowan's brother for everything. The web of betrayal in this family is getting crazy. The man bleeds out on the floor, his life fading as the purple mana dissipates. It's a grim end for a grim person. Rowan's face is hidden in shadow as he delivers a final, chilling never. He's officially done with the mercy. He stands before the tree of corpses, his blue mana flaring like a localized storm. He vows that he can't forgive people like his brother, his heart turning to stone. The battle is over, and Rowan stands alone in the wreckage. A floating sword blade hovers near him, a testament to his incredible telekinetic control. His eyes glow with an intense blue light as he senses movement. He's ready for the next round, no matter who it is. The Union finally arrives, and they aren't playing around. The commander shouts for them to search the perimeter without leaving a single gap as knights flood the room. Meet Vice Commander Oscar of the Union Ideals Enforcement Unit. He's got the beard, the armor, and he looks like he's seen it all. Oscar scans the horrific scene with a grim look. He's used to dealing with the dark side of magic, but this is a whole new level of sick. He spots the small boy standing amongst the candles and corpses. He mutters about seeing a child, clearly impressed by the kid's interesting telekinesis. Oscar asks if he learned that magic from Lutel. Rowan looks him dead in the eye and tells him no, he learned it all on his own. Oscar thinks that's absolutely ridiculous. No kid just teaches themselves high-level mana manipulation without a teacher. He crosses his arms and asks for the boy's name. He needs to know who this little powerhouse is. He replies with his name, Rowan. He even knows about the enforcement unit's specific role in intelligence and reconnaissance. This kid is too smart for his own good. Oscar is genuinely floored. He thinks this is the most unique kid he's ever seen, while Rowan politely asks if the sword blades can be retrieved. He's amazed by the sheer volume of mana coming from a 10-year-old. Another soldier runs up, reporting that they found something critical. The investigators note that the human tree is relatively new, but for some reason, the harvest spell has already been released. They're baffled by what actually happened here. They wonder if some high-level trial priest beat them to the punch. They have no idea it was just the kid standing right next to them. Rowan looks at the bodies piled in the tree, and the weight of the tragedy finally hits. He sees his friends, Theo and Lilia, among the victims. He whispers an apology to Theo, saying he should have played with him a little longer. He looks at Lilia and regrets not being kinder before she was taken. This is absolutely heartbreaking. He stands by Oscar, still whispering apologies to the dead. He's carrying a mountain of guilt that no child should ever have to shoulder. Oscar looks down at him, surprised. He notes that he thought Rowan would be lost in sorrow, seeing the cold determination in the boy's eyes. Oscar explains that the Union's entire purpose is to destroy these twisted farms. He's looking for people with the drive to see it through. He's unsettled by Rowan's surprisingly dry voice.
It's the voice of someone who has seen too much and has nothing left to lose.
Rowan looks up with a gaze that could cut glass. He asks if they could please take him with them. He's officially done being a victim.
Oscar realizes the kid is hurting deeply. He's just the type to hide it under layers of ice. He thinks that Rowan is not completely unaffected after all. He tells Rowan that the investigation has to come first, but they'll figure out his future after that. He tells him to follow him, offering a new path. The two of them walk out of the dark grotto together, leaving the nightmare behind for good. Rowan stops for a moment as they pass another body. It's someone he knew, another victim of the shelter's greed. He sees a silver medallion pinned to the person's chest, the same one Helen used to bribe their way into this place all those years ago. He picks up the medallion, holding it tight. He tells the vice commander, "Let's go together," ready to carry the memory of his family into his new life with the Union. The cleanup crew is giving the report, and it's grim. No damage to the Faith Division, but the casualty list is starting to pile up. 13 dead from Rattel and 3 from the shelter side, plus 2 high-level high priests are currently in the wind. The whole scene is a total bloodbath. The stability unit is being called in because no one knows why the spell just collapsed out of nowhere. Oscar looks at Rowan and tells the agent he did good work. Oscar turns to our boy and asks where he feels most comfortable in this nightmare factory. Talk about a weird question to ask after all that killing. Rowan doesn't hesitate. He wants to go to the archive. Oscar is ready to move, ready to see what secrets the kid is hiding there. Oscar tells him to lead the way with a serious look on his face. This dude is always on high alert. They get to the archive, but it's basically just a normal library. Oscar notices right away there aren't any books on magic or mana cultivation anywhere. So now Oscar is really suspicious. He looks at Rowan and asks point blank how he learned to use mana all by himself without any guides. In a hilarious chibi moment, Rowan just shrugs and says he just figured it out. Oscar is literally lagging trying to process that logic. Rowan doubles down on the confidence, telling Oscar he's just very smart. He's even got a little mana-levitated blade floating over his head to prove it. Oscar sits back and takes a breath, realizing the kid isn't lying. He knows Rowan is a genius, but that just makes the whole situation even weirder. He leans in and tells Rowan to spill the beans. He wants to hear every single thing that's happened since the kid arrived at this shelter. Rowan stays quiet for a second, probably remembering all the trauma. The silence in the archive is getting pretty heavy. He starts his story from the very beginning, when he first showed up at the shelter with Helen. It's a long and tragic road to where he is now. The two of them are just sitting at this massive table, a tiny kid and a powerful commander. It's such a surreal sight. The sunlight is hitting the archive windows, making it look peaceful for once. But we know what kind of horror stories are being told in that room. Rowan credits his Pauline mom for giving him this power. He thinks her love and support were the real catalysts for his mana awakening. Oscar nods along, but he's still not convinced. He says that there are still so many things that don't add up. Playing detective. He remembers how Rowan took down Edgar and Blake like it was light work. These guys were seasoned veterans, and a 10-year-old just wiped them. He's watching Rowan levitate things without even using incantations or showing any signs of being tired. This kid's talent is literally off the charts, and it's starting to scare him. Rowan flips the script and asks his own question, wanting to know what exactly the tree is. Oscar decides it's time for some dark history lessons. It turns out the tree is the heart of Rattel's dark magic, and it's powered entirely by human life. We see silhouettes of people being consumed by it, super messed up. And then there's the fruit, which is basically condensed life essence in crystal form. It looks like a glowing orange apple, but it's made of pure nightmare fuel.
Oscar holds up the shriveled fruit that Rowan interrupted the ritual for. Rowan asks if people actually eat this thing, and the answer is a big fat yes.
Apparently, eating these things gives you a massive mana boost, so they're worth a fortune on the black market. These people were literally farming human lives for profit. Rowan asks why they needed him to read books, though. Oscar explains the recitals were a stabilization process to make sure the fruit was high quality. Rowan has a flashback to his reading sessions. He remembers feeling like the tree was actually listening to him, just like the regular audience. Rowan says they were people with hearts before they were trees. He realized his emotions were what actually stabilized the mana. Oscar is actually impressed by that insight. He tells Rowan that's exactly the theory the Union has been working on. The kid isn't done yet and asks to keep going with the questions. Oscar is totally game for a Q&A session now. Oscar breaks down telekinesis as a form of mana magic that lets you move objects. He points out how Rowan is casually levitating a sword blade while they talk.
He notes that Rowan is only at a class 1 level, which is basically the bottom tier, but he's doing it with zero effort. Even for a prodigy, this is unheard of.
Oscar asks if he's really 10 years old, and Rowan says yes, though we know he's actually 9. Then the commander asks if he still wants to join up with them. Oscar gets real and asks why Rowan would trust the Union after being betrayed by everyone else who was kind to him. He's testing the kid's resolve.
Rowan looks down with those dead eyes and admits he doesn't trust anyone completely. This kid has seen too much. But then he gives Oscar a rare compliment, saying his gut feeling tells him the vice commander is a good person. He looks so innocent in this panel, with all the flowers.
Oscar is totally stunned that a kid thinks he's bright and clear. He calls Rowan reckless for trusting someone based on just a vibe. He warns Rowan that joining the Union is a huge deal and they can't just let an outsider in on their work. He's trying to talk him out of it for his own safety.
He looms over Rowan with a shadow over his eyes, telling him there are things way more important than just having magical ability. He's laying down the law.
Rowan just looks down at the floor, looking totally defeated for a second. It's a rare moment where he actually looks like a sad little kid. Oscar sees the look on his face and immediately backtracks. He tells Rowan that what he means is, it's not that there's something wrong with him. Poor guy is panicking now. He tries to explain that making exceptions is hard because Rowan is just so young. He's basically saying it's not him, it's the child labor laws. We see them sitting across the massive table again. Oscar is doing his best to be gentle while telling a super soldier kid he's too young for the job. Rowan hits him with the ultimate counter-argument, asking if age is more important than ability. That's a checkmate right there, and Oscar's face says it all. Oscar knows Rowan's talent is undeniable. He literally defeated Edgar and Blake, but he still feels like talent and maturity are two different things. He sighs and explains that the Union has to make impossible decisions every day. He thinks that kind of judgment only comes from years of experience. Rowan asks if Oscar thinks his judgment is immature just because he's young. Oscar tries to stay neutral, saying he just hasn't known the kid long enough to tell. Oscar rubs his head, clearly stressed out by this 9-year-old's logic. He gives in a little, saying they'll treat this like a mock interview. He asks Rowan why he chose to kill Edgar. Rowan explains it was self-defense because Edgar had already murdered people and was about to crush his head. Oscar pushes harder, asking if Rowan was just blinded by rage when he killed those 2 people. We see a weird gingerbread man diagram representing the deaths. Rowan takes full responsibility for his actions, but he won't call it a mistake. He's standing in the middle of a literal bloodbath in this flashback. He argues that his anger and sorrow actually made his decision clearer. He saw a monster and decided it needed to be stopped.
He points out that Edgar had so many victims that there was no one left to even forgive him. The kid is talking like a seasoned judge and executioner.
He admits he didn't have the right to decide if someone gets a second chance at life, but he did it anyway.
Oscar leans in with a piercing gaze, asking if Rowan really thinks he had the right to just kill him. The tension in the library is through the roof.
Rowan looks him dead in the eye and says Edgar took lives, so it was only fair he lost his. He adds that he happened to have the power to make it happen. Pure coldness.
He covers his face, admitting he followed his own judgment. He basically says if someone wants to punish him for it, he's ready to face the music. Oscar asks the ultimate question, wanting to know if killing him was really the only option. He's looking for a spark of regret or a different perspective.
Rowan stands tall, glowing with blue light in his memory. He says that someone had to do it, sounding like a hero from a tragedy. He asks Oscar if that isn't the whole reason the Union exists in the first place. He's basically calling out the commander's own job description. Oscar is speechless, his eyes wide in shock. This kid just summarized the Union's entire burden in one sentence. The narration explains that the Union was built to uphold ultimate values. Rowan and Sienna are out camping in the woods on their way to the Union. The fire is crackling under the crescent moon, and the whole scene looks super peaceful after all that shelter drama. Sienna reaches out and hands Rowan something small. She tells him to take it, her expression unreadable but her gesture being surprisingly kind. It's a sheath. She noticed Rowan was just carrying that sword blade around and decided he needed something to protect it, and himself. Talk about being a thoughtful travel buddy. Rowan is genuinely impressed. He realizes this is what she was working on while they were camping. He thanks her but admits calling her Sienna Runner feels a bit too formal. Sienna laughs it off, saying Runner is just her job title. Rowan asks if he should call her sister instead, but she thinks that might be a bit too much too soon.
The fire crackles as they sit in silence for a moment. They're starting to actually bond, which is a nice change of pace for our world-weary protagonist.
Rowan flashes a big, cheerful smile. He asks how about he calls her Senior, since he'll be joining the Union soon. He's trying to find the right balance between respect and friendship. He holds up his newly sheathed blade, looking like a total pro. He's excited about his future and the possibilities that come with actually being part of an organization. Sienna just stares at him, probably thinking about how different he is from any other 10-year-old she's met. The kid has been through hell and still manages to be polite. She finally tells him to do as he pleases, giving him a small, rare smile. She's officially a senior now, and honestly, she seems to like the title. She looks back at the fire, her eyes thoughtful. She tells Rowan that his ability is truly exceptional. Coming from a high-level runner, that's a massive compliment. The two of them are just small silhouettes against the vast night sky. It's a beautiful moment of connection in a world that's been pretty cruel to Rowan so far. Sienna leans in and says that even Oscar was impressed by Rowan's psychokinetic magic. She's really hyping him up, and you can see Rowan taking it all in.
Rowan gives a little reply with a confused look. He's been doing all this mana stuff on instinct, so having people put labels on it is still new to him.
Sienna warns him that while he has raw power, he should probably pretend he's just using regular magic for now. It's better to keep the true extent of his powers a secret until they know who to trust.
Rowan asks the big question. What exactly is his ability? He knows he's special, but he still doesn't understand the mechanics of his own talent.
Sienna admits she's never seen anything like it before. He's not just using magic, he's doing something fundamentally different from how everyone else operates. A massive, glowing magic circle appears to illustrate her point. Normally, magic requires spell formations and incantations, but Rowan just does it. She says it's the kind of power only ancient elves were thought to have. We see a golden, celestial-looking elf to represent this legendary race. Rowan asks about the ancient elves. Sienna explains they were the origin of all elves before they were divided into the dark and wood elves we know today. She looks him dead in the eye and says his talent alone proves his parents weren't ordinary people. The mystery of Rowan's bloodline is getting more and more intriguing. Rowan looks away, his eyes reflecting a deep sadness. The mention of his parents always brings up a lot of complicated feelings. He whispers about his parents. They're sitting by the campfire, and the atmosphere has turned from hopeful to somber in a heartbeat. Flash forward and they're back on the horse, galloping through a lush forest. Sienna calls out his name as they approach their destination. Rowan peeks over Sienna's shoulder, looking curious. He's about to see the headquarters of the organization that's going to be his new home. Sienna points out that the Union is over there. They're riding toward a massive white stone city that looks incredibly fortified and grand. The city is absolutely sprawling. It's built into a massive valley with red-roofed buildings and grand architecture everywhere you look. The streets are teeming with people and merchants. It looks like a bustling, prosperous hub of civilization, a huge contrast to the isolated shelter. They ride through the streets, and Sienna explains that the Union is divided into different residential and commercial districts. It's an entire city-state dedicated to its cause. She notes that the city houses supplies and people of various races from all over the world. It's a literal melting pot of different cultures and backgrounds. Sienna says proudly that the Union is the most fortified stronghold on the continent, but she adds that it's not just because of the massive walls they built. A massive, ethereal sword appears over the city. Sienna explains it's because the strongest beings in the world are gathered here to keep the peace. Rowan is wide-eyed, taking it all in. He says he sees, sounding genuinely impressed by the scale of the Union's power. Sienna looks at him and says they're here. They've reached the inner sanctuary of the Union headquarters. She leads him to a set of massive wooden doors. She tells him this is where he'll be living from now on. It's a huge moment for Rowan. The heavy doors groan open with a loud creak, revealing a grand, sunlit hallway. The interior is just as fancy as the exterior. They walk through the grand corridor together, their footsteps echoing on the polished stone floors. Rowan feels so small in such a massive place. A man's voice calls out, thanking Sienna for her hard work. Rowan looks up to see who's addressing them. Meet Union Administration Director Lazarus. He's a tall, bald man in a dark red vest with some seriously cool-looking tattoos on his arms. He looks like he means business but has a friendly smile. Lazarus looks at Rowan and says this must be him. He already knows who the kid is, which isn't surprising given everything that happened. He asks if he can have a quick word with Rowan. Sienna gives a respectful bow, and Rowan agrees, wondering what the big boss wants from him. Cut to the two of them sitting at a table in a luxurious lounge. Lazarus is reading some documents while Rowan waits patiently. Rowan thinks to himself that even though he's in a fancy place, something feels dazzling about Lazarus. He can sense the man's power even without using his special vision. Lazarus tells Rowan that of all the people he's seen, Rowan shines the brightest and deepest. That's high praise from someone in his position. Rowan looks at the director and is struck by his aura. He wonders how strong this person is. sensing a level of mana control he's never encountered before. The two of them just sit there in the sunlight, a weirdly peaceful moment in a high-stakes setting. Lazarus suddenly asks if he would lend him his hand. He reaches across the table, and Rowan gives a surprised sound.
Rowan places his hand in Lazarus's much larger one. The director's skin is covered in those intricate tattoos, which are definitely more than just decorative.
Rowan's eye starts to glow with that intense teal light. He's activated his mana vision to see what exactly Lazarus is doing. He's shocked by what he sees. He gasps, realizing this is a completely different method of mana control. Lazarus is manipulating mana with insane precision. He's weaving it around Rowan's hand in complex interlocking patterns.
Rowan realizes this is a completely different method of mana control from what he's known. He's getting a live masterclass in high-level magic.
He thinks he didn't know there were this many people who could handle mana so skillfully, feeling humbled by the sheer expertise on display. Lazarus looks at Rowan's silver brooch and asks point-blank if he stole that brooch from the shelter's assistant director. Talk about a mood shift.
Rowan doesn't blink. He calmly clarifies that it wasn't stolen. It originally belonged to his grandmother. Lazarus accepts this and asks if he can take a closer look.
He takes the brooch and examines it with a keen eye. Rowan watches him, wondering if the director is going to find some secret hidden in the jewelry.
Rowan stays silent, his expression a mix of curiosity and caution. He knows the brooch is important, but he doesn't know how important yet.
Rowan's eyes go wide. He's sensed something strange happening with the mana in the room. Suddenly, a massive pressure slams down on him. He realizes he can't let go, he can't move it, as he struggles under the weight of an invisible force. Lazarus is testing him? He's using his mana to create a gravity well around the boy. He tells Rowan the movement is packed with strong power. He adds that Rowan needs to withstand the combined pressure of gravity and mana if he wants to survive. It's a brutal test of his core strength. Rowan clenches his eyes shut, concentrating all his energy into resisting. He thinks he can do it like this, trying to adapt to the crushing force. He manages to push back, his own mana starting to ripple outward to counter the director's pressure. The kid's a fast learner, that's for sure. The pressure suddenly vanishes, and Lazarus gives a light chuckle. He looks genuinely impressed that the kid didn't just collapse on the spot. Lazarus notes that Rowan is using telekinesis with no spell formations and no incantations. He's officially a fan of Rowan's unique style. Rowan catches his breath, looking a bit sheepish. He admits he was just copying the director's mana flow out of curiosity and didn't expect to be caught so easily. Lazarus just chuckles, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. He says a thoughtful clearly planning how to use this little prodigy. He gives the brooch back to Rowan. Up close, it looks like a beautiful silver star. Lazarus calls it truly beautiful, but his smile has a bit of an edge to it. Rowan looks at the director with a sharp, suspicious gaze. He's pretty sure he felt the man's mana waver for a split second, and he wants to know why. Rowan asks if he may ask a question. Lazarus is totally cool with it, telling him to ask as many as he likes.
Rowan goes for it, asking if Lazarus is the strongest person in the Union. A classic kid question, but it's one he needs to know the answer to.
Lazarus bursts out laughing. He claims he's not at all, that he's just an old raccoon helping out the other members. In a cute chibi panel, Rowan thinks to himself that the director doesn't look like a raccoon because raccoons are fluffier. Kids are the best critics. Lazarus explains the hierarchy. There are 7 experts who rank 7th, all masters of overwhelming skill. It's a scary high bar. And then there's the governor, the absolute power of the Union. Lazarus says compared to them, he really is just a raccoon. Talk about a humble brag. He gets up to leave, telling Rowan he's a very busy person, but he gives the kid a friendly pat on the head, which Rowan actually seems to appreciate. Rowan watches him walk away. He thinks he likes him, that he's a good person, very kind and strong. He's finally found someone he can respect. Sienna leads him to another part of the city. She announces that this is the place where he'll be staying, Union School. She explains that Union School is where the kids of members stay when their parents are away on missions. It's basically a boarding school for future heroes. Rowan will be treated as a potential member and undergo basic education and training for 5 years. That's a long time to learn how to save the world. She adds that the school doesn't teach specific secret techniques, only the theory and fundamentals of swordsmanship and magic. They're building a strong foundation. Rowan looks absolutely starstruck by the idea. He gasps in excitement, his eyes shining with genuine wonder. We finally arrive at the grand entrance of Union School. It looks more like a fancy palace than a regular school, which honestly fits the vibe perfectly. Rowan is standing tall in his new, sharp school uniform. His teacher, Daphne, greets him with a smile, noting that the outfit really suits him. Rowan looks a little confused, asking Daphne if she's his teacher. She apologizes for not introducing herself sooner, looking a bit flustered. She gives him a warm welcome. introducing herself as Daphne, the head of the academic department. She's also his language teacher, so she'll be seeing a lot of him. Daphne hands him the first-year subject list. Rowan looks it over, realizing he has some freedom to choose classes outside of the mandatory ones. The list is stacked. Understanding mana, basic swordsmanship, herbalism, and even astronomy. Rowan is actually getting excited, thinking everything looks super interesting. Daphne looks at his final selection and starts to sweat. She says this is a lot, trailing off as she looks at the packed schedule he's made for himself. She warns him that if he tries to take this many classes at once, it's going to be brutal. He's risking total burnout before the first month is even over. She points out that it's not just about the classes. He'll have mountains of homework and exams on top of it. She's trying to be the voice of reason here. Rowan just stares back with those big innocent eyes, looking completely unbothered. He has no idea what he's signed himself up for. Daphne can't help but think that a very peculiar child has joined the school. Rowan's confidence is making her rethink her approach as they walk into the classroom. The door to the lecture hall slides open, and you can already hear the students inside whispering about the new kid. The gossip mill is officially in high gear. Students are leaning in, curious about the white-haired boy who just walked in. Every eye in the room is on him right now. The view shifts to the massive lecture hall, looking down from the back rows. It's a pretty impressive space, filled with kids from all sorts of backgrounds. Daphne leads Rowan down the center aisle toward the front. He's taking everything in, scanning the room with a calm, analytical gaze. We get a close-up of Rowan's focused eyes as he surveys his new classmates. He's not just looking at their faces, he's assessing something else entirely. He realizes something immediately, that he thought everyone has denser mana than he does. The kid is already power-scaling the entire room. The students stare back with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. They have no idea that the weak mana kid they're looking at is actually a telekinetic monster. Daphne stands at the podium and introduces Rowan to the class. She mentions he's a bit late joining the term, but tells them to welcome him warmly. She turns to him and tells him to go ahead and introduce himself to everyone. Rowan steps up, looking totally composed under pressure. Standing there in front of everyone, Rowan gets a sudden flashback. It reminds him of all those times he had to read aloud back at the shelter. A tiny knowing smirk plays on his lips. He's a pro at public speaking, so this is basically child's play for him. He says hello and that he's Rowan from Tungtun Shelter. The name of the shelter causes an immediate ripple of murmurs throughout the room. He adds a polite, "I look forward to being with you all," keeping his introduction sweet and professional. He's a natural-born celebrity. Daphne is momentarily stunned by how well he handled that. The kid has a level of poise that's way beyond his years. The murmuring gets louder as Rowan walks to his seat. The class is clearly intrigued by the kid from the infamous shelter. Rowan sits down at his desk and prepares for the lesson. He looks completely focused, ready to prove he belongs in this elite school. Daphne claps her hands to get the class back on track. She tells them they're going to read a fairy tale on page 24 of their textbook, then asks Rowan if he's able to read.
Rowan confirms that he learned how to read at the shelter. Daphne is pleased and asks if he'd like to lead the reading for today's session.
Rowan opens the book and freezes. He thinks about the familiar text, looking at it with wide eyes. It's the Harry Bride story. We get a flashback to Amy testing him on this exact same book. Talk about a weird coincidence. He stares at the pages, his mind racing. It's like destiny is following him around with the same children's books. Rowan begins to read aloud, and the entire class is instantly captivated. His voice has a weight and emotion to it that none of the other kids can match. As he reads about the girl trying to get rid of her hair, he starts to feel a bit down. The story is hitting closer to home than he'd like to admit. He wonders if he unconsciously saw himself in the invisible-haired girl from the story. The parallels to his life in the shelter are becoming way too obvious. He reads that this is a curse, his own eyes reflecting a deep, hidden pain. He's not just reading anymore, he's living the story. He flashes back to sitting in that grand chair with Amy watching over him. He realizes he might never truly know how she felt about him. Rowan finishes the story with the line, "She was no longer sad." He looks down at the book, his voice trailing off as he processes the ending. The room is dead silent for a long second. You could hear a pin drop in that massive lecture hall. Suddenly, the silence is broken by a massive cheer. The entire class is cheering and crying at the same time. He absolutely moved them. Daphne is clapping along, looking completely blown away. She has never seen someone praise a student's reading this much. The class finally ends, and you can see the afternoon sun streaming through the high windows of the classroom. Rowan is instantly swarmed by his classmates. They're all shouting and buzzing with excitement after his amazing performance. They're gushing about how his reading made the sentences feel alive. Rowan gives them a humble thanks, but he looks a little overwhelmed by the attention. Suddenly, Rowan senses something. He lets out a curious sound as someone approaches him from the side. A girl with short brown hair and a confident look stands in front of him. She thinks this child is interesting, eyeing him with intense curiosity. Rowan's mana vision activates for a split second. He sees a flash of dark energy and memories from the human tree ritual. This girl has seen some things. The vision is chaotic, the tree of bodies, the darkness, and the fear. Rowan realizes he's not the only one who knows the truth about the shelter. The girl introduces herself as Sophie Poble, the class president and student representative. She reaches out a hand, welcoming him to the class. Rowan takes her hand with a polite yes, looking forward to it. It's a formal handshake that seals their new connection. Sophie asks him what his next elective is. When he says basic swordsmanship, she looks a bit surprised. She glances down at the medallion and brooch on his belt. She admits she checked all the electives but didn't expect him to pick swordsmanship. Rowan honestly admits that holding a sword doesn't suit him. He's a mana user first and foremost, and he's not afraid to say it. Sophie just stares at him, her brain probably short-circuiting trying to understand his logic. Why would a kid go to swordsmanship class if he doesn't want to use a sword? In a cute chibi moment, Rowan is surrounded by question marks. He's starting to realize he might be a little weird compared to the other kids here. He looks up at the bright blue sky, wondering if he said something wrong. He's still figuring out the social rules of this new world. The scene shifts to the training grounds. A group of students is lined up in front of a grand stone archway, looking ready for action. A strict-looking instructor stands in front of the archery targets. He has his arms crossed and doesn't look like he has any patience for slackers. The instructor leans in, his face shadowed and intense. He gives them the golden rule of his class: first come, first served. He yells the rule again, pointing toward the training equipment. The students are already moving. A mad dash begins. The students are sprinting at full speed, desperately trying to get the best gear before it's all gone.
Rowan is caught completely off guard, letting out a surprised sound as everyone bolts past him. He clearly didn't expect a race.
His classmates are blurring past him, shouting for him not to be too late. The competitive spirit at this school is no joke. Rowan stands alone for a second, watching the dust settle from the stampede. He looks a little unimpressed by all the frantic running. He notices something amazing, that everyone is using mana. He sees a soft blue glow surrounding his classmates as they use magic to boost their physical speed. One student is literally leaping across the courtyard with a massive boost of energy. Rowan gasps in surprise, seeing the high-level techniques being used just for a gear race. They're zipping by him like blue streaks of lightning. Rowan realizes he's going to have to actually try if he wants to get anything useful. Sophie is in the lead pack, sprinting with intense focus. She's taking this test very seriously. Suddenly, her eyes widen in total shock. She senses something, or someone, moving at an impossible speed right behind her. A shadow blurs past her. Someone is overtaking the entire class in a single, incredible flash of motion. It's Rowan. He's just a white blur as he effortlessly glides past all the mana-boosted runners. He's making them look like they're standing still. Rowan gives a cheeky grin, waving his hand toward his stunned classmates. He challenges them to try and catch him, looking happier than we've ever seen him. The prodigy has officially arrived. The race for equipment is pure chaos. Students are yelling to watch out as they scramble to grab the best gear before it's gone. Diego, the instructor, is just standing there looking bewildered. He clearly wasn't expecting this much intensity for a simple gear dash. Rowan is a complete blur as he zips past everyone. The other students are left in the dust, totally stunned by his extraordinary essence. Diego is absolutely floored watching Rowan move. He can't believe that kind of speed is possible for someone with Rowan's physique and wonders if he's already mastered mana circulation. Diego barks for them not to rest and to keep running, his voice echoing over the grounds. He wants to see who actually has the stamina to make it to the very end. The students shout back a desperate yes as they push themselves to the limit. Everyone is panting and looking completely drained after that initial sprint. We get a wide shot of the class lined up in perfect formation on the training grounds. Diego stands at the front, looking like a stern warden over his new recruits. Rowan is just standing there, casually asking if they really do this every single day at school. He looks like he hasn't even broken a sweat yet, which is just flexing at this point. Sophie is staring at him with a mix of awe and suspicion. She's internally questioning if this kid is even human after seeing him move like that. Sophie flashes back to being overtaken. Overtaking her once is one thing, but Rowan managed to get a whole lap ahead of everyone else. She notes that even after a run like that, Rowan shows absolutely no signs of fatigue. He's just standing there looking perfectly refreshed. Rowan turns to her with a big cheerful smile, saying the run was actually really fun. Sophie can only manage a weak reply while internally dying from exhaustion. Diego decides that's enough of a break. He's ready to get the real lesson started and tells everyone to listen up. He officially introduces himself as Diego Sanchez, the one who who will be teaching them basic swordsmanship. Rowan gives a polite response, saying it's nice to meet him. Diego gestures toward the weapon racks and tells everyone to grab a wooden sword and gather around. The real work is about to begin. The other students are groaning and whining about wanting to rest just a little bit more. Diego isn't having any of it, telling them to stop their whining immediately. Diego noticed Rowan just standing there without a weapon. He crosses his arms, looking confused as to why his star runner isn't getting ready. He asks Rowan why he hasn't grabbed a sword yet. Rowan just looks back at him, looking unusually hesitant for the first time. Rowan has a sudden dark flashback of the fake Blake holding a real blade in the grotto. That memory is clearly still haunting him. He looks down at his hands, admitting that he just doesn't feel like holding it. His expression is heavy with the trauma of what he's seen a sword do. Diego watches him closely, his expression turning serious. He can sense that Rowan's hesitation isn't about laziness, but something much deeper. He asks Rowan point blank if he's afraid of the sword. He wants the kid to confront whatever is holding him back. Rowan stays silent, but the look in his eyes says it all. Diego acknowledges that a sword is indeed a dangerous tool, and it's right to approach it with a heavy heart. Diego places a hand on Rowan's shoulder, giving him some veteran advice. He tells him that the sword itself is a reflection of the wielder's heart, so he should try to face it with that in mind. Rowan looks at the practice swords, realizing they are just a tool. It all depends on the intent of the person holding them. He imagines a blade shattering into countless shards of mana. He still has no desire to be a learned swordsman, but he sees the necessity of it now. He finally steps forward and grabs a wooden training sword. His footsteps echo with newfound resolve as he rejoins his classmates. He holds the wooden blade, and a faint ripple of mana begins to flow through his body. Even with a simple tool, Rowan looks incredibly focused. Diego watches him from the side, silent and analytical. He knows he's looking at someone with immense potential. He just needs to see it in action. Diego announces that they'll be sparring in pairs of 2. He wants them to engage with the mindset of truly subduing their opponent to test their will. Diego calls out Rowan and Sophie to be the first pair. Since they were the top 2 in the race, it's only fair they test each other's blades. The 2 face each other, both looking serious. Rowan is surprised, pointing at himself as if to ask if it's really him. The entire class is buzzing with excitement. Sparring with Sophie Pobel, a member of a famous family of knights. Everyone knows this is going to be a high-level match. The students whisper about how the Pobel family's swordsmanship is recognized by the entire kingdom. They're betting that Rowan is in for a rough time. Diego stands between them and gives the command to begin when they're ready. The tension on the training grounds is through the roof. Sophie makes the first move, letting out a loud shout as she lunges forward. She's clearly not planning on going easy on the new kid. Sophie is a blur of aggressive motion, her eyes narrowed in focus. Rowan just watches her come with those unnervingly calm teal eyes, ready to react. Sophie swings her wooden sword, thinking she's never seen swordsmanship like Rowan's before. She's used to an unpleasant sensation when sparring, but Rowan feels different. Rowan blocks her strike effortlessly. He's internally wondering if this is what good swordsmanship is supposed to feel like. Sophie's boot skids against the ground as she resets her stance. She's genuinely shocked at how stable Rowan is for a complete beginner. Rowan stands his ground, mana rippling around him. He decides that for once, he actually wants to learn something from this class. Both Diego and Sophie look stunned. The kid's entire aura just shifted, and everyone realizes the spar is about to get very real. Sophie is internally reeling. She can't believe how stable he is, especially since he's supposedly holding a sword for the very first time. She tells herself she can't lose this match, not after losing the race. Her pride as a Pobel is on the line now. She grips her wooden sword with both hands, her knuckles turning white. She's putting every ounce of her family's pride into this next attack. She lunges again with a powerful strike, but Rowan effortlessly ducks and sidesteps her. He's moving with a grace that defies logic. Sophie is completely caught off guard. She's unable to process how he avoided her strike so easily. She looks back at him, wide-eyed and panting. She thinks to herself, wondering how he dodged her sword, her confidence starting to crumble. Rowan stands there with a deadpan expression, already predicting her next move. He's already figured out exactly where her sword will head next. Sophie tries for a strike to the chest, but she's becoming frantic. Rowan is just too fast for her to land a clean hit. Rowan dodges every single strike Sophie throws at him. Chest, shoulder, it doesn't matter. She's swinging at air. She goes for his shoulder, then his head, but Rowan is basically dancing around her wooden blade with zero effort. The exchange is high speed and intense. The motion lines show Sophie throwing a flurry of strikes, but Rowan remains untouched. Sophie is starting to tremble. her frustration reaching its boiling point. She can't understand how a complete rookie is reading her like an open book. They clash again, wood against wood. Sophie is pushing with everything she's got, but Rowan is holding his ground perfectly. Suddenly, Diego's voice rings out, yelling for them to stop. He's seen enough to know the match is effectively over. Rowan immediately lowers his weapon, looking totally unfazed. He's such a disciplined student that he stops the second he hears the command. Sophie is panting hard, looking completely bewildered. She looks like her entire worldview just got shattered. We see a close-up of their swords locked together. Rowan had actually already stopped his blade even before Diego's command fell. Sophie realizes the truth. He wasn't just reacting, he was reading her sword path in advance. The realization is absolutely crushing to her pride. Sophie is silent, staring at the ground. She's struggling to accept that she was just totally outclassed by a new kid. She admits she lost and tells Rowan she wants to go again, her pride not allowing her to end the day on a loss.
Rowan gives her a small, kind smile. He's not being arrogant about his win. He's just happy to have a sparring partner.
One of the other students tells Rowan his sparring today was quite impressive. The rumors of the shelter prodigy are already starting. They sit on a bench afterward, and Sophie wonders if Rowan was just born with incredible talent. Rowan modestly claims the first 2 times were just luck. Sophie admits she lost completely the last 2 times. She thanks him for the spar, and says she's looking forward to doing it again next time. The girls are just relieved that the next class is basic magic studies. It feels like getting a much-needed break after that brutal swordsmanship session. Rowan is confused, asking why magic class is considered a break time. He thinks they should be working hard to become union members. The other students just stare at him like he's crazy. To them, physical training is the hard part, and magic theory is just sitting in a chair.
One student explains that while the teacher is amazing, learning magic itself is incredibly difficult. They think Rowan just doesn't get how complex it is.
Sophie thinks to herself that Rowan really doesn't know anything about how normal students work. He's just operating on a completely different level. They walk into the next class to see Teacher Arthur. He's an old man surrounded by glowing magic circles, and he looks like a literal master of the mystic arts. We get a wide view of the lecture hall, and you can already hear the students buzzing about the new transfer student. The hype is real. At the front of the room, there's this massive, intricate mechanical device. It looks like some kind of ancient astronomical or magical model. The classroom door creaks open, and in walk Daphne and Rowan. Everyone is peeking over their desks, trying to get a good look at the kid from the shelter. Rowan and Daphne stand before the class. Daphne looks proud to introduce him, but Rowan is just scanning the room with that analytical gaze of his. Sophie leans in and whispers to another student, asking her to remember what she said earlier about Teacher Arthur. She's clearly giving Rowan the lowdown on the professors. Teacher Arthur is no ordinary instructor. He used to be the honorary division commander and is now the dean of magic studies. The guy is a living legend. Rowan's mana vision flares up, and he's genuinely impressed. He notes that Arthur's mana is even denser than the chief's. It makes him wonder just how strong the strongest person in the Union really is.
Rowan steps up to the podium, looking totally unfazed by Arthur's reputation. He gives a simple, polite introduction, saying hello and that he's Rowan, starting classes from today.
Arthur watches him, stroking his beard. He seems curious about the new arrival, having heard rumors about a special student joining his class. Arthur notes that for some students observing this class, it might feel like a tedious time. Magic theory isn't exactly a high-octane sport. Rowan speaks up, declaring that he plans to become a magician and enter the Union. He's laying out his ambition right from the start. Arthur lets out a jovial laugh. He likes the kid's confidence and describes Rowan as a child with exceptional spirit. But then Arthur drops some truth. He asks Rowan if he knows that the path to becoming a magician is much longer than that of swordsmanship. The class reacts with surprised looks. Everyone knows that becoming a master of magic is a lifelong commitment, and they wonder if Rowan is really ready for it. Arthur notices Sophie's silence and asks why she isn't answering. The tension in the room is starting to build as they discuss the reality of magical training. Sophie explains that learning magic isn't just about gaining knowledge. It's a massive burden on both the mind and the body. She's being the voice of practical experience. She adds that even for the most talented students, it takes at least 10 years to be recognized as even a first-class magician. That's a decade of pure grind. Rowan listens intently, his expression unreadable. He's processing the fact that his path to direct combat power is going to be incredibly slow if he follows the standard route. A vision of the runners appears. To operate as an actual member, you need to achieve at least second-class status. The stakes are very clear now. Rowan speaks up with a bold goal, saying that to be safe, he just needs to learn third-class magic before graduation. He's trying to cut the standard timeline in half. Arthur just looks at him, probably thinking the kid is crazy or brilliant, or maybe both. Third-class magic usually takes way longer than a few years of school. Arthur asks him if he even knows what third class is. Rowan honestly admits that he doesn't know much about magic. The kid is a total rookie in terms of formal education. Arthur decides to use this as a teaching moment. He turns to the chalkboard and starts writing, saying it's no wonder Rowan approached him so easily with such limited knowledge. The sound of the chalk echoes as Arthur starts sketching complex diagrams. He's going to explain why magic is considered a discipline of truth and wisdom. Arthur presents a massive, glowing formula on the board. He tells the class it's the formula for a fire arrow and asks if anyone can spot any errors. Rowan stares at the board, his mind racing. He realizes that's similar to the formula he saw near the pit and the tree. It's hauntingly familiar. Arthur tells the class not to be disappointed if they can't find the mistake. He knows how incredibly complex these formulas are for beginners. He explains that while it looks complex, the fire arrow is actually one of the most basic magics. He warns that higher-level magic is beyond imagination. Suddenly, a plume of fire erupts from Arthur's hand. He's demonstrating the formula in real time, and it's a terrifyingly beautiful display of power. Rowan is absolutely mesmerized, his eyes glowing with the reflection of the flames. He can only manage a stunned silence. But then he notices something off. The flame looks somewhat unstable and like it might just melt away limply at any moment. His analytical brain is already finding flaws. Arthur explains that formulas are extremely sensitive. Even a tiny mistake can cause the magic to become unstable after consuming the magician's power. The sound of the chalk continues as Arthur highlights a specific part of the formula. He's showing them exactly where the mistake was. He demonstrates the corrected spell, and a massive, stable pillar of fire roars to life. The difference is night and day. The entire class is shouting in pure awe. Arthur really knows how to put on a show for his students. Arthur explains that a magician has to find even the smallest mistakes or sometimes reinterpret the entire formula to succeed. It requires extraordinary patience and understanding. He demonstrates the next level, manifesting the fire arrow as a full fireball. It requires more power and places a considerable strain on the body. A massive swirling vortex of fire hovers over Arthur's palm. The raw energy of it is literally illuminating the entire room. Arthur asks if anyone can explain why magic reaches its limits faster compared to swordsmanship. Sophie is the first one with her hand up, looking eager. Sophie explains that converting mana into a weapon aura is simply more efficient than manifesting it as raw magic. She's nailing the theory. Arthur praises Sophie for her excellent answer. Meanwhile, Rowan is busy scribbling notes in his notebook, the scratching sound echoing his focus. Rowan realizes that a magician's power is directly proportional to their magical power, which is basically the density of their mana. He's starting to understand how it works. He imagines a tiny Lazarus standing in his palm, surrounded by mana. He's starting to understand the sheer scale of the power he's dealing with. He looks down at his own small hands, surrounded by a faint blue glow. He realizes that with his relatively lower mana density, he would find it hard to use powerful magic. He looks back at the massive fireball on the board. He thinks that by studying the process of magic manifestation, he could also wield powerful magic. He's looking for a workaround. Arthur asks Rowan directly what he thinks is needed to manifest this magic. Rowan suggests it would be the formula he wrote on the board. Arthur replies that he's correct, placing a small wooden block on the podium. He adds that while formulas are key, you can't exactly handle a long script every time you need magic. He introduces the magic circle. It's a way to draw the formula in a more condensed, usable form using concentric circles. Rowan asks if it's sometimes engraved directly on the body. He's thinking about Lazarus's tattoos and how they might be used to cast magic instantly. Arthur is silent for a moment, looking at Rowan with a thoughtful gaze. The kid is asking some very high-level questions for his first day. He explains that if the magic circle is a symbol, then the formula itself is the equation that makes it work. It's all about structure. We see a beautiful blue magic circle glowing with complex symbols. This is the blueprint for real power. Rowan adds another layer to the theory, asking if chanting is the formula converted into language. He's connecting all the dots at once. Arthur leans in, his expression becoming intensely serious. He asks why Rowan thought that, genuinely intrigued by his train of thought.
Rowan explains that a magic circle looks like a blueprint for manifesting a fireball. He sees it as a structural language, not just random shapes. He asks if the language of the mouth wouldn't also be a part of it. He's thinking about his own experience with emotional reading and how it moved mana. Arthur is internally reeling. He can't believe a first year is pondering the same things that high-ranking magicians of old once contemplated. He praises Rowan's impressive answer and says that arranging precise words in the correct positions is the core of chanting. The kid is on fire. Arthur explains, this is called true name, word spirit, dropping some heavy esoteric knowledge on the class. He demonstrates by chanting a powerful spell. A column of fire roars up, filling the room with light and heat. It's a masterclass in magical theory. He adds that non-verbal aspects like intonation, speed, and emotional state are all interconnected. It's exactly like Rowan's reading talent.
Rowan realizes that his ability to move hearts with his reading is actually a high-level magical skill. He thinks it wasn't an easy task, remembering his past performances.
Arthur asks Rowan if he's developed some fear of magic after seeing its complexity. Rowan gives a firm yes, but adds that his interest has only grown more.
Arthur is satisfied and announces that starting next class, they will begin studying ancient language. The class lets out a collective sound of excitement and dread.
The long hallway of the school looks peaceful as the class ends. It's a beautiful building, but you can feel the weight of the students' academic stress. Sophie and Rowan walk through the hall, both looking a bit drained. Rowan mutters about homework, questioning why he signed up for so many classes. Sophie teases him, saying he's subtly annoying because he filled his entire schedule except for lunchtime. Rowan just shrugs and says studying is the most fun. She points out a hallway and asks Rowan which room is his. She's trying to be a helpful upperclassman, sort of. Rowan identifies his room as the second to last on the first floor. Sophie mentions that he shares a room with Lucas, and Rowan just gives a confused response.
Rowan is in his room late at night, his desk covered in scrolls and books. He's already working hard on deciphering the complex scripts from class.
He realizes that with his current mana density, he can't use powerful magic right away. He decides he needs a different approach. A small flame flickers in front of him. He wonders if he could just create magic that suits him, already planning his first original spell. A massive vortex of fire erupts in the middle of his room. It's dangerous, but it's the result of his trial and error. He shouts that he did it, sitting amongst the scattered papers. He's exhausted but looks absolutely triumphant. He huffs and puffs, staring at the fireball. He's managed to deconstruct and reconstruct the formula into something he can actually use. He whispers that it'll work as the fireball begins to fade. He's pushed himself to the absolute limit of his stamina. With a final thud, Rowan collapses on the floor, surrounded by his research. He's out cold after his first night of actual magical creation. The moon shines through the window of his shared dorm room. It's a quiet, peaceful end to an exhausting first day of school. Suddenly, the door creaks open. Someone is walking into the room in the dead of night, and they definitely aren't expecting to see a kid passed out on the floor. Rowan is snoring softly, his face pressed against his notes. He looks like a totally normal kid for once, instead of a world-saving prodigy. A tall, red-haired boy stands over him, looking totally baffled. He asks what in the world he's doing sleeping there. Looks like Rowan's roommate, Lucas, has finally arrived.
Rowan wakes up in a place that's way too fancy to be his room. The ceiling is decorated with intricate golden carvings, and he realizes he must be in the school infirmary.
He groggily tries to sit up, his head thumping from all the mana exhaustion. He whispers, wondering where he is, still half asleep. Someone responds, and Rowan's eyes snap open. He sees a red-haired boy watching him with a look that's half relief and half annoyance. The boy asks if he's awake and if he's okay. He looks a few years older than Rowan and definitely has some attitude. Rowan rubs his eyes, still trying to process who this guy is. He remembers Sophie mentioning a roommate named Lucas, but this is their first actual meeting. The red-haired boy practically jumps on the bed. He shouts how thankful he is and asks if Rowan knows how surprised he was when he collapsed. Talk about an intense first impression. He introduces himself as Lucas von Passau, his classmate and roommate. He's leaning in way too close for Rowan's comfort. Lucas explains that he was so shocked when Rowan just passed out after training. He mutters something about being in big trouble if his father found out he let his roommate die on day one. Rowan asks if he really fainted. Lucas tells him it's nothing serious, just overexhaustion. He tells Rowan to just rest and he'll be fine. Rowan looks at him with genuine confusion. He asks why he's worried about him. He's not used to people caring about him without a hidden motive. Lucas's answer is simple. His father asked him to look after Rowan,
Rowan's eyes go wide at that, asking about his father. The scene cuts to a shot of Oscar von Passau, the vice head of the Faith Division. Lucas reveals that this high-ranking commander is his dad. Lucas gives a confident smirk, telling Rowan he should mention to Oscar later that he brought him to the infirmary and cared for him all night. He's clearly trying to score some brownie points with his old man.
Rowan realizes that Lucas is actually a senior student, even if they're in the same class. Most first years are apparently terrified of Lucas's intense face, but Rowan finds him surprisingly personable. Lucas strikes a cool pose. He says even though he looks young, he's only 12. He's definitely proud of his mature looks. Rowan asks why he's still in the first-year class if he's 12. Lucas admits he failed twice because he couldn't meet the attendance requirements. Basically, the guy is a professional truant. Lucas groans that honestly, he'd rather stay away from studying altogether. He's definitely the brawn to Rowan's brains in this roommate dynamic. Lucas changes the subject, asking if Rowan was really practicing magic when he collapsed. He points out the room was a total mess when he found him. Lucas adds that he definitely saw a fireball. Rowan stays silent, remembering his successful and exhausting attempt at creating his own spell. Rowan thinks about his swordsmanship training. Lucas asks if he's also focusing on the blade, saying it's a shame they couldn't practice together. Rowan realizes that despite his slacker attitude, Lucas is actually quite strong. He notes that his mana is incredibly dense, power-scaling his new friend. He observes Lucas's tall and strong physique, realizing the kid has clearly been training hard, even if he hates the classroom part of school. Rowan thinks about how much effort it must have taken for him to become that way, admiring Lucas's natural ability.
Rowan decides he should do his best too. He doesn't want to be the one always being looked after. He starts to get out of bed, much to Lucas's concern. Lucas panics a bit, telling him he shouldn't be going anywhere yet, but Rowan is determined to get some fresh air and maybe skip a class or two, just like Lucas. The scene shifts to Rowan looking out a window. He's definitely feeling the fresh air excuse. Lucas is all for it. He cheers that the weather's nice, and they should go outside. He's delighted to have found a kindred spirit in skipping school. Rowan just gives a simple yeah, but you can see the sweat drop on his forehead. He realizes that Lucas failed for a reason. The guy is a total bad influence, and Rowan is just going along with it. They head to the market district of the Union. It's a bustling, colorful place filled with stalls and people of all races. Lucas is acting like a big brother, telling Rowan to eat more because he's worried he'll collapse again. He's surprisingly protective for a slacker. Rowan suddenly stops, his mana vision picking up something. He thinks he feels mana coming from over there, his eyes tracking a strange energy source. He points to a small, mysterious-looking shop. He wants to check that place out. Lucas is confused, asking if it's the magic shop. The sign simply says magic shop. It looks dark and full of secrets, exactly the kind of place Rowan would be drawn to. They step inside and are hit with the scent of old parchment and incense. The interior is cluttered with magical artifacts and glowing reagents. They walk deeper into the shop, Rowan's gaze scanning the shelves with intense focus. He's looking for something specific, even if he doesn't know what it is yet.
Rowan stops in front of a glass display case. He sensed a particularly strong mana signal coming from one of the items inside.
Suddenly, Lucas lets out a massive sneeze. He claims every item in the shop is infused with a strong mana, and it's clearly messing with his senses. Rowan ignores the sneeze, his attention locked on a small, dark object. A memory stirs and he thinks about it. A chibi Rowan stands in a literal spotlight of poverty. He thinks to himself that he doesn't have any money, the realization hitting him like a ton of bricks. He looks down at his empty hands, a dark cloud of gloom hanging over him. He remembers all the money he made at the shelter went straight to the staff. Lucas notices Rowan's sudden depression and asks what's wrong. Rowan just mutters that he doesn't have any money, looking like the world just ended. Lucas gives a generous offer, saying that if there's something he wants, he should just tell him. He mentions his dad told him to keep an eye on Rowan, and apparently, that includes buying him gifts. Rowan is absolutely sparkling with joy. He can't believe his luck. He asks if Lucas can buy everything here, his greed finally showing. Lucas immediately backtracks, a look of pure terror on his face. He stammers that it's not possible, realizing he might have just opened a very expensive Pandora's box. Rowan holds up his own tiny stash of coins, just a few copper bits. He realized he doesn't even have enough for a snack, let alone a magical artifact. Rowan looks totally defeated, but Lucas tells him to just pick one for now. He's trying to be a good sport, even if his wallet is crying. Rowan wanders around the shop, his eyes darting from shelf to shelf. He's looking for something that catches his mana sense but won't break Lucas's bank account. He spots something tucked away in a corner.
It's calling to him, a faint pulse of energy that feels different from everything else in the shop. He reaches out toward a small black egg-shaped stone. It's surrounded by a faint purple mist that seems to dance around it. He wonders if this is it as he picks it up. The mana coming from it is muddled, which probably explains why it's tucked away and likely inexpensive. The shopkeeper notices Rowan's choice and approaches. He says with some surprise that Rowan has chosen the Gidia stone. The shopkeeper admits he forgot it was even in the shop. He describes it as more of a decorative piece than a real magical tool. He tells Rowan the egg inside will likely never hatch, so it's basically just a paperweight. But Rowan is already seeing past the muddled mana. Rowan asks what's inside, and the shopkeeper admits he's not sure. It's an object that seals an entity with a magic circle, but no one knows what that entity is. He adds that it came from southern Rhodes long ago, but it stayed exactly as it is for years. Most people think it's just a broken artifact. Rowan asks if it's a magic tool. The shopkeeper confirms that tools are just items infused with magic power, but this one is special. He explains that theoretically, if you break the seal, something might awaken, but it's probably not going to happen. He describes the magic as powerful but unique. Rowan stares at the stone with intense curiosity. He thinks about the unique magic, his eyes reflecting the purple glow of the artifact. He notices the intricate magic circle engraved on the surface. He realizes that if he could convert it into a spell, it would be several times more powerful than a fireball. He looks up at Lucas, who's just scratching his head and wondering what Rowan sees in a dusty old egg. Rowan asks what he thinks. Lucas gives a shrug. He says it looks better than a book, and he could throw it or use it to hit things, too. Spoken like a true swordsman. Rowan decides he'll take this. They pay for the stone and head out. The shopkeeper gives them a friendly invitation to come again, while Rowan gives a polite thank you. As they walk back through the market, the sun is starting to set, casting long orange shadows across the plaza. Rowan stops and looks up at a massive clock tower in the distance. He realizes what time it is. Lucas is in a hurry, shouting for Rowan to keep up. Lucas gives a cheeky grin, clearly enjoying their educational trip to the market. He's much more fun to be around when he's not failing exams. The clock tower stands tall against the sunset, looking like a beacon of order in the bustling city. Lucas explains that it's the heart of the Union. Rowan gasps in awe, looking up at the grand architecture. Lucas asks if it isn't amazing, clearly proud of his hometown's symbol of power. Lucas explains that the clock tower houses the Union headquarters where the guildmaster and the commander work. It's the brain of the entire operation. Rowan asks if Lucas has ever seen them. Lucas admits he only saw the former guildmaster once when he was a little kid. Rowan asks what it was like, his imagination already running wild. He's starting to realize the true scale of the power hierarchy he's just entered. Lucas describes the guildmaster as looking like a swan standing gracefully among black crows. Apparently, the boss has some serious style. Rowan is silent, looking up at the tower with a mix of awe and determination. He realizes he still has so much to learn about this world. The scene shifts to an image of an open book. Rowan thinks he only knows about the rank's strength from books, his academic side taking over. He recalls the hierarchy. Even the leader of rank 7 is said to be an incredible expert capable of holding a city alone. And then there's the one who commands those leaders, an absolute that can subjugate an entire nation. The power levels are getting ridiculous. He imagines this most formidable being on the continent standing shoulder to shoulder with kings. It's a level of power that's almost beyond his comprehension. The sun sets behind the massive tower, turning it into a dark silhouette against the fiery sky. It's a hauntingly beautiful sight. Rowan looks at the tower, his teal eyes reflecting the last rays of the sun. He muses that they're enormous, distant figures now. He holds the Gitia stone tight in his hand. He vows that someday, he believes he can reach that level, his determination burning as bright as the sunset. The journey to the top has officially begun. Rowan and Lucas are out at night, looking up at the sky. They're standing in the middle of the Union campus, and the atmosphere is surprisingly chill.
Rowan points to a massive, glowing tower in the distance. He notes that it's incredibly tall and can be seen from anywhere in the Union. Lucas confirms it's visible even from the school grounds.
Lucas points to a giant clock on the tower face. It's got two different sets of numbers and symbols. Rowan asks the million-dollar question, "What is that red arrow pointing to?" Rowan looks genuinely stumped. He's a smart kid, but this Union tech is on a whole other level. He asks how you read this clock. Lucas starts to sweat, scratching his head. He stammers, trying to explain. Even the senior student doesn't have a clue. Rowan leans in and notices the symbols on the outer ring look like ancient language. His academic brain is already trying to decode it. Lucas admits that he doesn't know how to read the symbols either, but he knows the current date is year 262. Lucas lets out a sound of surprise as Rowan continues his analysis. Rowan has a hunch about what the other parts of the clock represent. He figures out that the symbols point to the month and day. According to Rowan, the clock currently says June 14th, 262, 7:20. He's basically a human calculator. Lucas is totally floored. He asks how Rowan knew that. Rowan just tells him he thought it might be that way, but he's hiding something deeper. Rowan flashes back to a terrifying vision he saw through the tree. The clock in that vision was showing a very different date, June 14th, 272. He realized that the date in the vision is today, but 10 years in the future, this kid has literally seen the end of the world. They're standing outside their dorm building, a grand stone structure under the night sky. The contrast between the peaceful present and the chaotic future is getting to Rowan. Lucas starts heading back inside, telling Rowan he needs to catch up on his training. Rowan asks where he's going. Lucas explains that if he skips even one day of practice, his body gets dull. He's a dedicated slacker, but a hardworking swordsman. Rowan watches him go, looking a bit somber. He calls out okay, and that he'll see him later as the heavy dorm door thuds shut behind Lucas. Rowan sits on his bed, looking completely lost in thought. He can't get that vision out of his head. It was just too real to ignore. He thinks to himself that it might not be a simple hallucination, but a prophetic dream. He's starting to realize the gravity of what he saw. He wonders what he should do. He's a 10-year-old kid trying to figure out how to stop an apocalypse. He clenches the Gideon stone in his lap. He asks how he can change the future, hoping the artifact might have some answers. Rowan closes his eyes and focuses his mana. Blue energy starts to swirl around him as he enters a deep state of concentration. He realizes the clock tower was a constant element in almost all the memories he saw from the tree. It's the anchor point for the entire timeline. He starts to mentally arrange the memory fragments based on the time shown on the clock tower. He's building a chronological map of the future. He stands in a void surrounded by glowing memory screens. He's literally surfing through his own prophetic visions. He starts filling in the gaps of the timeline. Piece by piece, he's using his incredible focus to make sense of the chaos. He sees a vision of a building with a red roof. He notes that it's intact in this fragment, so he places it earlier in the sequence. Another vision shows a runner dying after a roof collapsed. By organizing these experiences, he's creating a clear flow of how things go south. Rowan's face is set in a look of grim determination. He's taking on the burden of knowledge that no one else in the Union has. He recalls the final visions from the tree, standing amidst a swirling vortex of apocalyptic images. Suddenly, a massive surge of blue energy erupts from Rowan. He's tapped into something powerful within his own mind. A blinding flash of light illuminates the void. He's breaking through the surface level of the visions to see the real truth. He stands before a single, clear image of himself. It's a moment of pure clarity amidst the mental storm. Rowan stares at the image, his expression unreadable. He's seeing a version of himself that he doesn't quite recognize yet. He sees his friends and allies, Sophie, Lucas, and Sienna. They all look older, and the context of the vision is incredibly grim. Rowan snaps out of the vision, looking shaken. He realizes he needs to know his own rank at that future time. He tells himself he needs to know his rank at that time. He's looking for any clue about his future status and power level. He scans the fragments again, but only one actually contains an image of his future self. He zooms in on the image, his eyes narrowing. He's searching for any identifying marks or badges. Frustratingly, from the angle of the vision, his rank badge isn't visible. He's hitting a dead end in his investigation. He watches his future self walking through a dark, rainy city. It's a lonely, ominous image that doesn't bode well for him. Rowan refuses to give up. He thinks that now he should be able to change the angle, using his mana to manipulate the mental image. The memory fragments start to shatter and reform. He's forcing the vision to show him what he needs to see. He finds himself back in the burning city from his dream. The heat and the smell of smoke feel incredibly real. He thinks it's good that he's finally managed to stabilize the vision. A dark, hooded figure appears in the distance, standing tall against the backdrop of the inferno. Rowan realizes he can now confirm it. Rowan looks around the hellscape, his voice trembling as he asks where he is. This is a future he's desperate to avoid. He sees someone on the ground looking battered and broken. It's a sight that hits him right in the soul. He looks closer and realizes the person on the ground is him. He's seeing his own future death in the middle of a burning city. His eyes wide in terror. Rowan can't even blink. He's staring at his own corpse through the eyes of his younger self. A shadow looms over him. It's the hooded figure from earlier, looking down at his broken body with cold indifference. The hooded figure is standing over a kneeling Rowan in a world consumed by fire. The scale of the destruction is absolute. Rowan snaps out of the vision and sits back, looking pale and exhausted. The weight of that future is almost crushing. He rubs his tired eyes, trying to clear the images of fire and death from his mind. He sits on the edge of his bed, looking totally defeated. The silence of the dorm room is deafening. He wonders if this was a warning from the tree itself. Maybe the tree wants him to stop the catastrophe from happening. He realizes that if the Union falls, it means the end of the entire kingdom and continent. It's the total extinction of all races. He remembers the tree's warning. The tree is a product of black magic that extracts humans into mana. It's an endless, hungry cycle of death. He thinks about the dark magic that powers the tree. He realizes he was forced to intervene because his own will overlapped with someone else's. He admits he can't be certain if this vision will really come true, but he can't just ignore it either. He grabs a book and starts writing, determined to create a reality that's different from the one he just saw. He's making a plan. He thinks that first of all, it's about himself. He knows he needs to get stronger if he's going to change anything. He decides that since he doesn't know his future rank, the badge he wears right now doesn't really matter. It's his actual power that counts. He finds an image of a man in a white suit in his book. He remembers someone saying that the commander wears a white suit. He decides he'll have to wear a white suit. He's taking the commander as his role model, a symbol of the power he needs to achieve. The morning sun shines through his window. Rowan is still sitting at his desk, having spent the entire night planning. Lucas pops his head into the room. He says Teacher Daphne wants Rowan to stop by the faculty office first when he gets to school. Rowan looks surprised, asking if it's just him. Lucas replies, asking why. He hasn't seen the principal yet, so he doesn't know what's up.
Rowan asks if Lucas isn't also coming back to school after a long time. Lucas just waves him off, saying she didn't say anything to him. He's going ahead and will see him in the classroom.
Rowan stands in his room, looking totally puzzled. He wonders why he's being singled out for a private meeting on only his second day of school. The mystery continues. Rowan and Daphne are having a tea meeting in the faculty office. Daphne is still worried about him, telling him he looks pale and asking if he's really okay.
Rowan gives a polite thank you, noting that he heard from Lucas that she handled his absence as sick leave. He's always so formal, even when he's just dodged a bullet.
Daphne is very motherly, telling him not to push himself. She reminds him that since it's an elective class, he can cancel at any time. She's definitely worried he's taking on too much. Rowan insists he's fine and that he's actually enjoying all the classes he took. Daphne looks a bit guilty, apologizing for pushing him too hard. He gives her a big, reassuring smile. He promises he's really okay, and that he'll be careful now, totally winning her over with his cute act. Daphne tells him to come find her any time if he needs counseling. Rowan bows politely, thanking her for the consideration before heading out. Rowan walks through the grand hallways, looking tiny but determined. He's already planning his next move to avoid the terrible future he saw in his vision. He tells himself he needs to take as many classes as possible. He knows that knowledge is his only weapon against the coming catastrophe. He also needs to get strong enough to survive once he can no longer breathe. He knows his own physical limits are his biggest bottleneck right now. He walks into the common area and is immediately spotted by a group of kids. They shout out his nickname, Roy. The kids swarm around him, asking how he's feeling. They were all genuinely worried when they heard he collapsed. Rowan gives a polite thank you to everyone. Rowan looks at his new friends and realizes they are all potential allies. He muses if they become stronger with him. He finishes his thought, hoping that maybe his friends can survive. He's not just getting strong for himself anymore. He's trying to build a shield for everyone he cares about.
Rowan gathers a small group of classmates and asks for a favor. He asks them if they could do him a favor if it's okay. He's ready to start his informal training program.
He starts calling out names. Isidore, Mirza, Rian, Kirsten. The kids are startled that he already knows all their names after just one day. He keeps going, naming Flora, Sebastian, Ipona, Demas, Sabrina, and Wella. Lucas is standing there looking impressed and probably a bit left out. Sophie and another girl are whispering in the background. One thinks that Rowan memorized her name, totally charmed by his thoughtfulness. Sophie asks why he's asking about classes all of a sudden. Rowan admits he heard they were both good classes before and is fishing for info. He gives a modest look, saying he was hoping they could take them with him. He asks if that's too much to ask, playing the innocent card again. The girls are totally sold. They shout that it's great. Their eyes turn into literal hearts. Rowan has officially mastered the art of manipulation. Lucas is the only holdout, looking a bit hesitant about the magic studies class. He's clearly not a fan of the academic side of things.
Rowan understands why Lucas avoids it, but he has a different angle. He asks what if they think about it a little differently, leading Lucas on.
He gives a knowing look. He says he thought he'd show him directly, that it might be faster for understanding. He's about to give Lucas a hands-on demonstration of why magic is cool. Lucas finally caves. He mutters that it's just for today, scratching the back of his neck. Rowan is victorious once again. Rowan says thank you to them all with a smile, saying he's already looking forward to it. Lucas is still mumbling about how hard it is to refuse that face. The scene shifts to the magic classroom, where the massive mechanical model is spinning. The atmosphere is totally different today. Teacher Arthur stands at the front, looking surprised. The classroom is packed with murmuring students, which is a rare sight for his theoretical lectures. The students are whispering about how it's true that Rowan encouraged everyone to attend the magic studies class. Our boy is a regular influencer. Arthur approaches Rowan's desk. He kindly asks if Rowan is feeling all right. Rowan gives his standard response, saying that thanks to his concern, he's much better. Arthur lets out a hearty laugh. He says this is the first time the magic studies class has been this lively, and it's all thanks to Rowan. The dean is clearly a fan. Rowan modestly replies that he just wanted to show his friends that magic isn't that far away. He's a total natural at building bridges between theory and practice. Arthur is impressed, wondering what else this kid has learned in just one day. He asks how Rowan plans to show his friends. Rowan raises his hand and asks if he may perhaps come up to the platform for a moment. Arthur gives a jovial sure, telling him to try whatever he wants. Rowan walks up to the massive wooden platform, looking tiny but totally confident. The students are all whispering, wondering why that kid isn't scared. Lucas and Sophie are watching from their desks. Lucas is nervous for his friend, but Sophie just thinks he's peculiar. Suddenly, the grand doors at the back of the lecture hall swing open. Someone very important has just arrived to witness the show.
It's a delegation from the administration. The students are totally silenced by their presence.
Leading the group is Director Lazarus himself. Someone whispers, shocked to see the big boss at a first-year lecture. Sienna is with them too. Lazarus asks if they're here because of Rowan, and she confirms she came for a couple of reasons. Lazarus gives a cheeky grin, saying that taking care of the school is also part of his duties. Sienna just gives a sharp, judgmental look. Lazarus, Sienna, and Daphne are all standing at the back of the room. A giant question mark hovers over the class as everyone wonders why the A-team is here. Someone mentions that they thought Sienna was off duty. She explains she has a mission assigned by Vice Commander Oscar. Things are getting serious. Sienna looks toward the front of the room, her expression unreadable. She's here to see exactly what Rowan is capable of. Diego, the swordsmanship instructor, has also joined them. He admits he's curious after hearing about the sudden interest in magic studies. Daphne is totally overwhelmed, wondering how she can even teach with the bureau chief and everyone else watching. She takes a deep breath, trying to regain her composure. This has turned into the highest-stakes student demonstration in school history. She tells everyone to just observe quietly so as not to disturb the class. The staff nods solemnly as they take their places. Rowan places his hand on the podium, centering himself. He can feel the eyes of every heavy hitter in the Union on his back. He begins to chant, and a small spark of fire appears in his hand. Daphne looks on with a sharp, analytical gaze. The spark suddenly erupts into a massive, swirling vortex of flame. The heat and light fill the entire room, and the scale of it is shocking. Rowan stands in the center of the inferno, his eyes glowing with power. He looks less like a student and more like a master magician. He holds out his hand, and the fire begins to swirl around his fingers in complex, glowing patterns. He's demonstrating absolute control over the element. Arthur looks on with wide eyes, completely stunned. He mutters that it's a fireball. He realizes Rowan isn't just following the curriculum.
Someone whispers that's not magic one can use at this age. Rowan has officially broken the power scale for first-year students.
The narration explains that not only is this outside the curriculum, it's even several steps above a basic fire arrow. Rowan is performing at a senior level. He stands before the class, the glowing fireball hovering above his palm. It's an incredible sight, especially coming from a kid who just joined the school. Arthur is internally reeling. He thinks, how can this small child manage this, his scientific mind unable to process Rowan's efficiency. We get a wide view of the lecture hall. A massive blue magical barrier has been erected to protect the audience from the intense heat of Rowan's fireball. Diego is absolutely floored. He says he's never seen a fireball emitting such pure energy. He compares it to primordial divine magic. Lazarus and Diego are having a hushed conversation at the back. Diego notes the density and stability of the orb are beyond common sense. Lazarus nods, but his expression is serious. He points out that fireball magic is usually unusable at Rowan's age, despite being considered simple magic. The fireball glows with an intense, multicolored light. Maintaining that size and heat in one spot is a feat of extreme mana control. Sienna chimes in, saying it's not just a simple fireball, but a completely different kind of magic. She's known his mana sense was exceptional since they first met. They're all wondering how a kid who grew up in a shelter possesses such immense mana. The mystery of Rowan's power is the only thing people are talking about. Sienna stares at Rowan, her eyes full of curiosity and a bit of concern. She knows that kind of power often comes at a heavy cost. Rowan finishes his demonstration and steps down from the platform. He looks a bit tired, but satisfied with the result. Sienna, Diego, and Daphne are all whispering about how he collapsed just the day before. They're worried he hasn't fully recovered yet. Daphne gives a solemn nod. She realizes it's not her place to say, but she knows Rowan is gambling with his health to get strong. The chapter ends with a sense of both awe and impending danger. Rowan is putting on a massive show, holding a swirling orb of fire right in the middle of the lecture hall.
You can practically hear the mana crackling, a sign of just how much power he's packing into this one spell.
But he's not just showing off, he's analyzing his own technique. He realizes that the key isn't the size of the fireball, but maintaining a constant, stable supply of mana. He's starting to feel the heat, breaking a sweat as he holds the sphere steady. He knows he has to keep the mana stream controlled, or this whole room is going up in smoke. Rowan peeks over at his audience, looking surprisingly calm for someone holding an inferno in his hands. He's about to drop a casual comment, as if he isn't currently holding a small sun. Thankfully, Teacher Arthur has thrown up a massive blue mana barrier to protect the other students. The sheer scale of the defense is incredible and really shows the power gap between a student and a master. Rowan looks up at the barrier with pure curiosity, wondering what would happen if his fireball actually hit it. He's got that look on his face that says he's about 5 seconds away from starting a dangerous experiment. Rowan turns to Arthur and gives him a genuine compliment, telling him he's truly amazing. He seems totally unfazed by the danger and immediately asks for the name of the magic Arthur used for the barrier. Meanwhile, Arthur is internally freaking out, his face covered in a cold sweat as he holds the shield. He can't believe this kid is casually asking questions while effortlessly maintaining a high-level fireball. Arthur pours even more power into the barrier, his hands glowing as he braces against the intense heat. He's giving it everything he has just to keep this demonstration from turning into a disaster. The fireball rages inside the blue dome, a perfect sphere of destruction held in check only by Arthur's skill. It's a literal battle of wills between the student's fire and the teacher's shield. Rowan just gives a confused look as he watches Arthur's intense reaction. This kid really has no idea how much stress he's putting the dean under right now. The fireball pulses one last time, a brilliant orange core surrounded by crackling blue sparks. It looks beautiful, but you can feel the raw danger just pouring off of it. Arthur stands on the platform, gesturing to the room as he tries to play it cool, but you can tell the adrenaline is still pumping after that little display. The students are absolutely floored, their faces a mixture of surprise and pure shock. They came expecting a boring lecture and instead got a front-row seat to a magical supernova. Arthur strokes his beard, caught in a classic teacher dilemma. He can't figure out whether he should scold this audacious kid or praise him for his genius. Director Lazarus decides to break the tension, walking up and clapping his hands while congratulating Rowan. The Administration Bureau Chief is clearly enjoying this show more than anyone. Lazarus explains to the class that the magic they just saw is Dean Arthur's unique specialty. He then reveals the official name of the defensive dome, the Barrier of Blue Flames. Rowan thinks to himself that Barrier of Blue Flames is a very cool name. Arthur just sighs, asking what a name even matters, and points out that he wasn't the one who named it anyway. Arthur looks down at Rowan with a bit of a twinkle in his eye, telling the boy that since the magic is a gift, he should feel lucky it got such a cool name. Then Arthur turns the tables, asking Rowan if the magic he just showed off has a name of its own. He's curious if the kid has a brand for his unique fireball. Rowan looks a bit defensive, muttering that it's just a fireball. But Arthur isn't having it, telling him that everyone here knows that's not true. With a serious face, Rowan looks up and tells Arthur that he's right. It's definitely not just a fireball. He's starting to realize his own instinctual magic is something much deeper. He gives a simple, determined confirmation while meeting the dean's gaze. This kid is ready to defend his magical honor, even if he's still a rookie. Then, in a cute moment, Rowan admits he hasn't actually thought of a name yet. Arthur just laughs, and Rowan promises he'll think of something serious later on. Lazarus steps in again, his expression turning more professional. He says that as the Administration Bureau Chief, he has to address the dangerous stunt Rowan just pulled. He asks Rowan point-blank why he did something so dangerous and what his intentions were. He's testing the kid's character just as much as his power. Rowan explains his first reason. He was confident he could control the fire. He also knew Teacher Arthur would be watching over him, which shows a massive amount of trust. Lazarus asks with a smirk if showing off the fireball was his only purpose. Rowan gives a bashful confirmation as flowers pop up in the background. Then Rowan drops the real truth. He wanted to tell his friends to have more confidence. He's basically trying to be the ultimate hype man for the entire class. We see the other students, some looking terrified and others inspired. Rowan realized they were all interested in magic, but were too scared to try it, and he wanted to break them out of that fear. Rowan stands in front of his fireball and declares that he wanted to show them the possibility. He's proving that with enough guts, even a first year can master high-level spells. Arthur and Rowan share a moment, and Arthur thinks to himself that the only reason Rowan can say that is because he's a genius. But he can't exactly say that out loud. Arthur looks down, feeling a little embarrassed now. He starts to wonder if he's been the one limiting the student's potential by making magic seem too difficult this whole time. Rowan gives a bright, innocent smile that completely melts the dean's heart. He has his main character charm turned up to 11. Rowan asks Arthur if he can borrow the stage for just a little longer, explaining that he's not done with his presentation yet. He tells Arthur there's still something he wants to show his friends. Arthur is totally on board and tells him to go ahead. Lucas slowly walks down the aisle, muttering to himself and asking why it had to be him. He looks less like he's going to a magic lesson and more like he's walking to his own execution. Rowan gives him a reassuring look and tells him he's going to help him try casting a spell. Lucas is still skeptical, pointing to himself like he can't possibly believe Rowan is serious. Rowan drops some wisdom, explaining that magic and swordsmanship are basically the same when it comes to handling mana. Since Lucas trains every day, Rowan is sure he can do it. Lucas just looks at his hands, still not buying it. He's wondering how on earth he's supposed to use magic, his swordsman brain completely struggling with the idea. Rowan suggests they try chanting since Lucas doesn't have any formal training. He figures using words will be easier for a beginner than trying to draw complex magic circles. Arthur watches from the background as Rowan tells Lucas to just repeat after him. The dean looks genuinely curious to see if Rowan can actually teach someone on the fly like this. Rowan gives the command, Ignis Vestigia Sperantis. Lucas tries his best to repeat it, but he's already stumbling over the words and looking completely lost. Rowan looks surprised and asks if this is Lucas's first time hearing the ancient language. Lucas just stares back with a blank, totally overwhelmed expression. Lucas looks super embarrassed, rubbing the back of his neck and admitting he doesn't know it. He starts to stammer, trying to recover a little bit of his dignity. Suddenly, Lucas lets out a loud yelp and jumps back because of the heat from the fireball. Rowan just watches, thinking to himself that his roommate's reaction is pretty cringe. The scene shifts over to Sophie, who's watching with a serious expression. She's thinking about clashing without hesitation, really taking the boy's struggle to heart. Another girl looks on, tilting her head in confusion and wondering what's happening. She mutters the words that appear before her eyes, trying to follow along. Rowan starts to look concerned, breaking a sweat as he wonders why this isn't working. He's hitting his first real roadblock as a teacher. The pressure is on as the two boys stand on the platform. Rowan can't figure out why no one is getting it and worries they'll get stuck right at the beginning. He looks down, a shadow crossing his face as he wonders what he should do now. He is desperate to help his friend succeed. Lucas leans in and whispers something to Rowan, looking totally panicked. He clearly wants to get off this stage as fast as humanly possible. Arthur steps in, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. He tells Rowan to take it easy, gently reminding him that this is Lucas's first ever magic class. Rowan looks at Arthur and says he understands. Then he asks a wild favor, wanting to know if Arthur could just teach him the formula directly. Suddenly, the air fills with the sound of writing as ancient runes begin to float in front of Rowan. He's using psychokinesis to write with pure mana in mid-air. The entire class is mesmerized, letting out a collective gasp of wonder as the glowing symbols appear. This kid is literally rewriting the textbook right in front of them. Arthur lets out a surprised chuckle. He's just now realizing that Rowan can use psychokinesis magic too, and he's seriously impressed by the kid's versatility.
Rowan finishes his work and announces that he's done. He looks back at what he's created with a sense of quiet pride.
We see the massive scale of the magical circle Rowan just created. It's an intricate masterpiece of magical theory, glowing with incredible intensity as blue energy ripples through the air. We get a vertical look at the intricate magical text. It's a masterpiece of magical theory, glowing with an incredible intensity. Arthur asks Rowan where he saw this formula. Rowan answers honestly, telling him he didn't copy it. He just saw what Arthur wrote and changed it to make it his own. Lazarus and Arthur study the new runes as Rowan explains his logic. He tells them that as he was working on it, he just felt like doing it this way would be better. Lazarus is completely floored, asking if Rowan is saying he created a whole new formula. Rowan just gives a confident nod, totally owning his invention. Arthur and Lazarus share a look of pure astonishment. They're realizing they aren't just looking at a talented kid. They're looking at a once-in-a-generation genius.
Daphne, the head of academic affairs, steps in. She realizes this conversation is going to get long and suggests they arrange a separate meeting to discuss it.
Lazarus gives Rowan a friendly pat on the shoulder, thanking him for showing them the formula and telling the boy they'll talk again soon. Arthur turns to the crowd and calls out a specific student. He asks the runner for her name, and she replies that she is Sienna of the Creed Guard. Sienna looks like she just got hit by a truck, letting out a shocked gasp. Her life just got a lot more complicated. Arthur asks Sienna if he can entrust the remaining classes to her. She can only manage a stunned agreement while the rest of the staff watches. Arthur tells Sienna to take care of his next class as well. Meanwhile, the senior in red gives a respectful confirmation in the background. Arthur walks away, his cloak billowing and a blue aura swirling around him. He looks excited to finally have a student who can actually challenge his theories. We see a long shot of the lecture hall as the staff leaves. The room is filled with murmurs as the students all try to process everything they just witnessed.
Arthur stops and asks Sienna if she is ready to go. She takes a quick step, preparing to follow the high-ranking members out of the hall.
The massive doors of the lecture hall swing shut with a loud creak. The stage is now set for a major shift in the school's power dynamics. We see a close-up of Sienna's face as she stares at the closing doors. She's taking a moment to steel herself for the task ahead. Sienna slams her hand on the desk, the loud thud getting everyone's attention. She's taking her new role as substitute teacher very seriously. She introduces herself again, her voice clear and commanding. She tells the class that she is Sienna, a Creed Guard runner, and that she is now in charge. Sienna stands at the front of the classroom, looking out over the students. The room goes quiet as she prepares to take charge. She informs everyone that they are all to participate in the class, without exception. She's trying her best to sound professional. We get a close-up of the podium as Sienna prepares to begin the lesson. The classroom is deathly quiet after all the chaos from the fireball demonstration. Sienna looks out over the class, a single drop of sweat on her face. She already looks tired and a little annoyed by this whole situation, clearly missing her regular duties. We open up on a wide shot of a very serious-looking boardroom. This is the emergency committee of the union, and judging by the fancy decor and the long table, these aren't just your average paper pushers. One of the members leans over, whispering that an emergency committee hasn't been called in several years. The younger guy next to him is clearly feeling the pressure, admitting that this is his very first time in a meeting of this level. The administration bureau chief, Lazarus, is sitting at the head of the table looking completely composed. He gets straight to the point, announcing that today's agenda is about the educational policy of the union school. But before they get into policy, Lazarus brings up the real reason they're all here. He wants to start with the story of Rowan, the kid who basically broke the school's power scale and triggered this whole meeting in the first place. Arthur, the dean of magic, listens intently as Lazarus explains that Rowan interpreted magical theory in a completely different way than anyone expected. It's clear the higher-ups are still trying to process what they witnessed in that classroom. We get a quick recap of Rowan's incredible fireball. The fact that he created a brand new spell formula on the fly is described as unprecedented. This kid isn't just talented, he's reinventing the wheel. One of the committee members, a woman in a black suit, looks absolutely stunned. She asks if that's possible, barely believing a child could pull off such a feat. Arthur confirms that he and others have confirmed it directly. No smoke and mirrors here. Lazarus gives a thoughtful nod, his tattoos visible as he rests his hands on the table. He notes that the Administration Bureau will need to analyze Rowan further, but for now, they have to consider a completely new approach to his education. A man in a blue vest with a very dapper mustache chimes in. He asks a fair question. Wouldn't a genius need education tailored to them? He's suggesting that the standard curriculum might just be holding a kid like Rowan back. Another committee member pushes back, asking if they should really be suggesting specialized education for just one person. He argues how that can be called public education. The room is officially divided on how to handle their little prodigy. The mustache guy isn't backing down, arguing that if they don't adapt, they might lose talented individuals like Rowan. He even suggests early admission to the union. Talk about skipping ahead several grades. A woman in a gray suit slams her hand on the table, calling the idea of early admission absurd. She asks if the union is a place that only looks at ability, clearly worried about Rowan's emotional and social development. Dean Arthur takes a moment to think, looking very regal in his white and gold robes. He agrees that a transition to proper practical education is necessary, but he wonders if there are any other peculiarities they should be worried about. We get a chilling close-up of Rowan, his eye glowing with an intense blue light. The narration warns there might be character issues. Even with all that power, there's a darkness in this kid that the union is starting to notice. Rowan is shown in a moody, half-shadowed shot. The higher-ups are clearly concerned about what's going on inside that 10-year-old's head.
Back at the table, someone notes that while Rowan is rumored to be a very polite child, he seems to have a hard time considering the feelings of his peers. He's so far ahead that he might be accidentally alienating the other kids. Arthur looks on with a grim expression. He knows that the Union is a group that strictly values ability and achievement, but they can't ignore the human element, especially in someone so young. Rowan is seen walking among other students, looking small and isolated. The narration explains that with his talent, he'll obviously stand out, and the real hurdle isn't the entrance exam. It's the final interview. A tall, blonde elf man watches Rowan from behind. He's also thinking about that final hurdle. The interview is where they'll decide if Rowan has the character to actually join the Union. A man in a high-collared black suit explains that while Rowan's intention to mobilize the other children was good, his overwhelming skill could potentially create a sense of alienation among his peers. Two women at the table discuss whether it's better for children to grow together in a developmental way. Right now, the gap between Rowan and the others is just too wide to bridge easily. They're debating the very nature of a 10-year-old's character. Lazarus, looking as cool as ever, suggests a simple solution. He asks how about having a conversation with him. Sometimes the direct approach is the best one. Arthur and Daphne give a solid nod in agreement. It's settled. They'll call Rowan in and hear exactly what he has to say for himself.
Rowan is led into the boardroom, looking tiny in a massive, ornate chair. Sienna stands right behind him like a silent guardian. The atmosphere is thick enough to cut with a knife.
Daphne is the first to speak, noting that Rowan's expression is quite dark. She asks if it's because his friend Lucas couldn't manifest magic earlier. She's really trying to read him. Rowan looks down at the table with a quiet yes. He admits it's frustrating not being able to gauge his friend's actual abilities. He's taking the failure of his lesson to heart. Arthur leans in, telling Rowan not to be disappointed because teaching magic is no easy task. Rowan replies that he's been thinking about various things and even forming some hypotheses about why it failed. This kid's brain never stops. A flashback shows Lucas looking completely stumped during the magic lesson. Rowan realizes that just as some friends treat magic class as a break, maybe Lucas just tends to give up on things he's not immediately keen on. Rowan continues, wondering if he asked Lucas to concentrate without properly considering his personal circumstances. He's being surprisingly self-critical for someone who just invented a new spell. Arthur watches him closely. Intrigued, he asks what else there is. Rowan hesitates, saying he hopes he's wrong, but Rowan looks genuinely distressed, clutching his chest. He admits he's worried that Lucas or other friends might be sick somewhere. He's worried about their health because they couldn't move their mana. Arthur and Lazarus share a bit of a laugh at that. They assure him he doesn't need to worry about that at all. A chibi Rowan looks back, asking if it's really true with those big, innocent eyes. Realizing his friends are fine, Rowan breaks into a huge, radiant smile. All that dark expression was just pure worry for his buddies. He's a good kid after all. Lazarus leans forward, asking the million-dollar question, why does Rowan want to teach magic to his friends so badly? Rowan looks down thoughtfully, clarifying that it doesn't necessarily have to be magic. He's got a much bigger goal in mind than just spellcasting. We see several shots of Rowan's face as he gathers his thoughts. He's about to drop his real ambition on these high-ranking officials. He looks them dead in the eye and declares his dream, for everyone in his class to become Union members together. He doesn't want to leave anyone behind. The committee members sit in silence, clearly moved by the boy's sincere wish. It's a level of camaraderie that's rare in a place that values achievement above all else. Daphne looks at him with a soft, proud expression. It seems Rowan's character issues were just a massive misunderstanding of how much he cares about his friends. Lazarus tells Rowan they've heard enough and assures him he wasn't there to be reprimanded. Rowan gives a polite nod, looking relieved that he's not in trouble. Rowan heads out, the massive boardroom doors groaning as they swing shut with a solid sound. He's handled his interview like a total pro. Back inside, someone is already drafting the new policy. It reads that the new educational direction to be applied to first-year students should first focus on balance. Rowan's words have already made an impact. We see the committee members hard at work, writing down the new guidelines. They want to balance the children's social and empathy aspects while still setting individual academic abilities. They're trying to build better humans, not just better soldiers. The dapper man from earlier gives a small smile. He notes that it seems the Union School will face a new transition centered on the first-year students. The Rowan effect is in full swing. Cut to a dark window at night. The voiceover says they'll start by analyzing the academic curriculum. The wheels of change are turning in the darkness. The next morning, the sun is shining over the school grounds. It's a brand new day and a brand new era for the first years. The students are all gathered outside, buzzing with excitement about some big announcement. The instructor, Diego, stands before the class with his arms crossed. He announces that from today, both swordsmanship and magic studies are mandatory subjects for everyone. No more choosing one or the other. Lucas is absolutely losing it, cheering in the background. Rowan watches him with a tiny smile, amazed that the school policy actually changed in just one day. He did it. Two staff members watch from a distance. One tells the students it's a valuable opportunity to hear about experiences from the field, so they better work hard. The kids are hyped. They shout in excitement as they gather around. Sophie and Lucas are right there with Rowan, ready for the new challenge. Lucas gets a mischievous look in his eye. He suggests the three of them face off against both him and Sophie. He's looking for some payback for being schooled in magic. Sophie is literally burning with excitement, a fiery aura surrounding her. She sees this as a chance to show off the results of all the hard training they've been doing. Lucas teases Rowan, asking if he's got a grudge against him or something. Rowan just gives a classic "no, I don't" with a blank stare. These two are a comedy duo in the making. Lucas points a finger at his buddy. He yells for Rowan to spar with him. Sophie isn't about to be left out, adding that it's her turn right after. We get a beautiful shot of the bright blue sky over the training field. It's the perfect day for a clash of talents. Action! Sophie lunges forward with an overhead strike, her wooden sword coming down hard, but Rowan is ready, blocking it perfectly with his own blade. The wood clacks as they clash. Sophie is panting, looking totally frustrated. She realized that once again, Rowan's movements showed he was reading her sword path before she even swung. He's just too good. The match ends with Rowan parrying Sophie's last move and holding his wooden blade right at her neck. He says calmly that it was a good match. She's still fired up, thinking she'll win next time. They shake hands like true professionals. Sophie replies likewise, showing she respects his skill even if she's competitive. Sophie looks at him seriously, asking if there's something fundamentally wrong with her swordsmanship. She's a member of a knight family, so she really cares about getting this right. Rowan, the ultimate magic nerd, explains that her flow of mana seems slightly misaligned. He suggests that if she changes the direction of her manipulation, she'll be way better than she is now. Lucas just looks confused in the back. Lucas tries to translate, saying Rowan is basically telling her not to swing clumsily and to be precise and definite. He's helping out his friend. But then Lucas goes too far, teasing her that it's probably because she lacks strength and her legs were wobbling. Oh man, big mistake. Sophie is absolutely fuming. A giant vein pops on her forehead as she yells at him. Rowan is stuck right in the middle of these two firecrackers. Lucas points back, saying, "See?" Rowan agrees with him. Sophie just screams for him to be quiet, and honestly, he probably should. Sophie turns back to Rowan, asking what she should do then. Rowan admits that Lucas's point has some truth to it, but it's not the whole story.
Rowan explains that right now she's distributing her mana equally between her upper and lower body. We see a ghostly silhouette showing how the energy is flowing through her.
He continues, suggesting that if she increases the proportion of mana in her lower body to make it more solid, her attacks will be way more stable. Sophie looks annoyed, but Lucas is just in the back laughing. Suddenly, Sophie snaps. She yells Lucas's name, rushing at him and knocking him flat on his back. He definitely didn't see that coming. Sophie stands over him, shouting that if he's so great, he should show it with his skills and not regret those words. She's officially done with his teasing. Their instructor, Diego, watches from the sidelines with a smirk. He asks if they are finally going to spar. This is exactly the kind of energy he likes to see. Diego gives a little wave, thinking about character issues as he watches Sophie and Lucas brawl in the background. At least they're getting their exercise. The chapter ends with a shot of the three of them together. Rowan looks as calm as ever while Sophie and Lucas are laughing after their scuffle. The text muses that maybe the adults were worried for nothing. These kids are doing just fine. Rowan is catching up with Daphne, telling her that school life is actually going pretty well and he's enjoying his classes. She asks if he's managed to clear his head of all those heavy burdens he was carrying, and he gives her a simple, solid yes. He explains that he's come to realize everyone has their own unique strengths and weaknesses, something he just didn't see before. Daphne is relieved, glad that he finally understands that everyone is fundamentally different. When she asks about his friends, Rowan lights up, saying they're all great and even share snacks with him. But then he gets a little awkward, mentioning that some of the girls have been making requests. He admits he finds these requests pretty hard to figure out. Daphne asks him for an example. Apparently, they keep asking him to go flower watching or shopping after class. To Rowan, it just seems totally unrelated to schoolwork, but Daphne knows it's just that age where kids get curious about each other. Rowan is a total heartbreaker without even knowing it. He tells them if they have time for flowers, they have time to study together. brutal. Daphne tries to dig a little deeper, asking if there's any girl he's actually interested in or even just curious about. He points out that Sophie is the exception. Her swordsmanship is top tier, and she's the only other first year who can manifest flames. Daphne asks if they're close, and Rowan admits that after learning about her background, he's started to look out for her more. Naturally, Daphne wants to know the details. It turns out Sophie is an illegitimate child of the famous Pobel family. Her father only sent her here to build connections with the Union, leaving her to face that pressure all on her own. Rowan realizes what a massive burden that must be for her, but he also sees her as a friend he can really learn from. He doesn't leave Lucas out either, noting that the guy's physical strength is something he can definitely learn from. Then he mentions he's been developing a bit of a theory about Lucas over the last couple of days. Rowan's hypothesis is basically that Lucas has trained so hard his brain has turned into actual muscle, which is why he hates studying. As a good friend, Rowan feels it's his duty to guide him back to the books. Look at that pure smile. He's acting like the perfect friend, showing what a proper character he really is. Daphne can only laugh nervously, agreeing it's a good mindset, while internally realizing this kid just has a very unique way of looking at things. Later, Arthur tells Rowan that he can't really feel sorry for his physical makeup, because with his level of talent, it's like he was born with 10 gifts, and is only missing a single one. He reiterates that Rowan is already blessed with incredible power, and missing one piece isn't the end of the world. But Rowan isn't satisfied. He wants even more power than he already has. Arthur wonders if there's a way to boost Rowan's constitution using special magical tools that can amplify power or store mana. Rowan is all in on both ideas, but Arthur warns him that if it were that easy, everyone would be a top-tier mage. Arthur points out that most tools would be too low quality to handle the kind of high-level magic Rowan throws around. Rowan pivots, asking about what kind of elixirs might be available to help him out. Arthur explains the world of elixirs. Some restore mana, others help with physical strain or even permanently boost your base constitution. But since they're super rare, the price is through the roof. Rowan makes a dark connection, realizing these elixirs are a lot like the fruit of Ratel he saw before. He goes quiet, likely thinking about the grim reality behind those powerful fruits. Arthur tells him not to get discouraged yet, noticing the boy's somber expression. He pulls out something he's been holding onto for a long time, a special gift from a high-ranking official. Arthur says maybe this thing was always meant for Rowan. Rowan can barely believe it, asking if it's really okay to take something so valuable. Arthur downplays its power, telling him to just take it. Rowan accepts it with deep gratitude. He takes it down in one go. Suddenly, mana starts swirling around him in a massive, glowing pillar. Rowan is absolutely stunned as he feels the surge of power flowing through his body. His eyes flare with an intense blue light as the transformation takes hold. He's completely wide-eyed, processing the sheer amount of energy he just absorbed. But after the light fades, he looks kind of underwhelmed. The room is quiet again as the magical energy dissipates. Arthur watches him closely, waiting to see if it actually worked. Rowan drops his head, admitting that it didn't seem to have any effect at all. He clenches his fist in frustration, feeling like he's hit a wall. Arthur is just as bummed, saying he didn't expect a miracle, but he definitely expected something more than zero results. Rowan just stares ahead, thinking to himself that this is exactly what he expected to happen. He decides to stop worrying about his base stats and focus on what he's good at, precision and math. He'll just use better formulas to bridge the gap. He thanks Arthur for trying to help. He gives him a big, confident smile, promising to just hit the books even harder from now on. 6 months fly by and winter has fully set in over the Union grounds. We're at the door of classroom 1-1 for something important. It's time for the first-year final exams in magic studies. Rowan is front and center, manifesting a massive, stable flame for his practical test. Even the high-ranking officials are back to watch him work. He's handling the mana with incredible precision, making it look effortless. Lazarus is blown away, saying that because Rowan moves mana directly, he's pulling off things that shouldn't be possible. He thinks the kid might even start merging different magics soon. Rowan is still being hard on himself, wondering if this weak magic will even be enough for a place like the Union. Arthur stops him right there, pointing out that casting this without any chanting puts him on the level of a 4th-class mage. He tells him everyone already sees him as a high-level magic user. Rowan asks for advice on his future studies. Arthur tells him not to worry about raw destructive power and to just keep refining his unique strengths. He tells Rowan to keep on his current path, deconstructing and rebuilding 4th-class formulas in his own way. He even offers him a golden ticket, free access to the restricted administration archives. Then Arthur gives him a serious warning. Keep his unusual physical makeup a secret between them. Rowan is a bit confused by that. Arthur notes that since it's just the two of them, they can keep this between themselves. Lazarus agrees it's a smart move. Rowan flashes back to that horrific ritual, the mana flowing through the air like a nightmare. He looks completely baffled, wondering why they're having this serious talk right in the middle of his final exam. Another entire year rolls by, and the seasons change once again. We're back in a high-level meeting. Someone is thanking the attendees for showing up on such short notice. Arthur tells the group that while he could have handled this himself, it's a big enough issue that everyone needs to be involved. Then they drop a bombshell. The school is officially stopping all mana-based physical and combat training for Rowan. The room feels heavy with the weight of that decision. One of the members is naturally confused, asking why they're suddenly cutting off Rowan's combat education. Diego explains that since Rowan is so dead set on joining the Union, and he's already in his third year, he should focus on the absolute basics. They agree that letting him focus purely on magic is the best path forward, especially since that's exactly what the kid wants for himself. Someone notes that Rowan is a student anyone would want to claim, but Arthur is being surprisingly selfless. Arthur says he's not in this for his own ego, and from here on, he'll only handle the physical side of things. Sienna asks the big question, how do they actually rank Rowan's current level of power? Lazarus is floored when he hears that the moment Rowan picks up a sword, he'd basically aced the first part of the Union entrance exam. He can't believe the kid is already that far ahead. They agree he's got pure natural talent. He might be light on raw power for now, but that's just a matter of time. Daphne then asks about his status as a magic user. Arthur pauses, looking like he's carefully choosing his words. The room waits in anticipation as Arthur prepares to give his final verdict. He drops the ultimate praise. There's officially nothing left for him to teach Rowan. The student has surpassed the master's curriculum. Arthur is sitting at the table, looking incredibly deep in thought as he ponders Rowan's progress. He notes to Daphne that for a 10-year-old, the kid is basically pushing the limits of what's considered possible. Daphne listens intently as Arthur explains that Rowan has already mastered Class 1 and 2 magic and is now busy deconstructing complex Class 3 formulas. He's clearly amazed by how quickly such a smart child is advancing through the ranks. Arthur continues his praise, noting that Rowan treats these high-level spell formulas like they're just toys. It's a rare talent that has the veteran magician both impressed and maybe a little intimidated. Fast forward a bit, and we see the legs of a student walking with purpose. The caption confirms it. Rowan is now officially a third-year student, and he's clearly grown into his role. The sound of rhythmic footsteps echoes through the hallway as Rowan moves through the school. You can feel the quiet confidence in every step he takes. As he passes by, a pair of younger students can't help but whisper and blush. They mutter about Senior Rowan, clearly seeing him as the big celebrity on campus. Rowan walks through the hall, looking every bit the school idol with literal flowers and sparkles framing his path. He's carrying his books and looking sharp in his third-year uniform, a total contrast to the orphan he used to be. Back in the lecture hall, Arthur wraps up the day's lesson with a professional tone. He tells everyone that's it for today, but warns them not to forget their assignments before the next class. Arthur calls out to Rowan, asking the star pupil to stay behind and see him for a moment. Rowan looks back with a calm, attentive expression, wondering what the dean has in mind. The student walks up to the main podium, the vast, empty lecture hall emphasizing just how much focus is now on him. Arthur is waiting with some potentially big news. Arthur gets right to the point, asking Rowan if he's heard the latest rumors circulating around the Union. He's looking a bit more serious than usual today. He drops the news. A magic academic exchange with Schwerin is being organized. For a school like this, that's a massive event that doesn't happen every day. Rowan looks a bit taken aback as Arthur tells him he'll be expected to participate. He's gone from a student to a representative of the whole school's reputation in one sentence. Rowan admits this is news to him and notes that these types of events don't seem to happen regularly. Arthur explains that they used to be common for the exchange of ideas but fell out of fashion. Arthur looks out over the lecture hall, explaining that the tradition naturally faded as the true age of magic began to wane. Rowan asks the obvious question, why bring it back suddenly, right now? Arthur turns to him with a very knowing look. He's not going to sugarcoat the answer for his best student. He declares that it is because of Rowan, catching the kid completely off guard. Rowan's reaction shows he really didn't expect to be the catalyst for an international conference. We get a flashback of Rowan's legendary fireball demonstration. It turns out word of a kid using Class 4 level magic at a school spread like wildfire, and everyone wants a piece of the action. Arthur gives a history lesson explaining that Schwerin is the only autonomous principality that focuses purely on developing magic as its core strength. They even have their own magic tower, making them the ultimate authority on the subject. He notes that since the Tower Master is also the leader, the place is pretty isolated and secretive. It's no exaggeration to say that almost all high-level information about magic eventually ends up in Schwerin. Rowan realizes Arthur might have a personal connection and asks if he's also from there. Arthur confirms he trained up to Class 3 high-level magic in Schwerin before deciding to join the Union. Arthur rubs his chin, guessing that Schwerin's main motivation is pure curiosity. They want to see if the rumors of a child prodigy at the Union are actually true. He assumes they probably know all the surface-level info, like a Class 4 magician appearing among the first years. Rowan listens silently, realizing his quiet school life is officially over. Rowan stands there processing the weight of international expectations on his small shoulders. He looks remarkably composed for someone who's just become a focal point of global magical interest. Chibi Rowan gets a bit bashful, muttering that he's not really Class 4 though. Arthur just gives a cheeky smile, clearly enjoying the kid's modesty despite his insane power. Arthur explains the real goal. They want to confirm Rowan's unprecedented talent in person. Schwerin wants him to appear as a representative, essentially putting him on a world stage. Rowan isn't immediately sold on the idea, asking what would happen if he just decides not to go. He's not a fan of being used as a political or academic pawn. Arthur thinks for a second, then mentions that the conditions might make it worth his while. He knows exactly how to motivate his curious student.
The dean looks a bit sly as he reveals the union only agreed on the condition that they provide the venue and control the schedule. He's playing his cards close to his chest.
Then comes the bombshell. They've offered an elixir. Rowan is shocked as a glowing pink bottle of legendary magic essence appears in his mind. That's a bribe that's almost impossible to ignore. Arthur explains that a real elixir can restore energy, magical power, and sometimes even permanently boost a person's physical abilities. Rowan wonders if Schwerin has already figured out his weak constitution and is targeting it. Rowan is still a bit suspicious, asking if they're really just giving away such a valuable prize. Arthur reassures him it's not a handout, it's more like a reward. He explains that since it's an academic conference, they'll likely have a contest of magic formulas and grant the elixir to whoever proves themselves most worthy. We see a vision of two mages at podiums engaged in an intellectual duel. Rowan clarifies the stakes. They'll give an elixir if he wins a battle of words. He's realizing his brain is being put to the test for a massive prize. He thinks about the elixir's potential to help his physical state. Arthur watches him, knowing the kid is already weighing the risks and rewards. Arthur gives a jolly laugh and tells Rowan that if he wins as a representative, the elixir is all his. Rowan smiles brightly, his resolve hardened. He says he'll gratefully accept, ready for the challenge. A few days later, we see the school's grand building as the day of the Magic Academic Exchange finally arrives. You can practically feel the tension in the air. The two sides are lined up at the entrance. The Union students on the right face off against the visiting Schwerin mages on the left. Rowan stands right at the front of his group, looking totally unfazed. Arthur greets the visitors with a polite invitation to come in, acting as the perfect host for this high-level meeting. He looks quite dignified in his robes today. He addresses the lead visitor, a mage named Bert, and notes it's been a very long time since they last saw each other. Bert is dressed in the distinctive purple robes of Schwerin. Bert looks a bit tired from the journey, and Arthur welcomes him warmly. Rowan watches the visitors with a neutral, analytical gaze. Rowan uses his mana vision to check out the visiting scholars. He notes that all 5 of them possess a considerable amount of magical power, and interestingly, none of them seem to be his age. Bert introduces his junior scholars who are eager to receive teachings from a master like Arthur. They all give a respectful bow, but you can feel their competitive spirit. Arthur is a bit surprised, noting the Union only expected Rowan to participate. Bert mentions these 3 young men specifically asked to join in on the exchange. The 3 Schwerin scholars look pretty confident and solid. They're clearly here to prove that Schwerin's magic is still the best in the world. Arthur gives a polite laugh, wondering what he could possibly teach mages from such a prestigious land. He thinks having more participants might actually make for a better exchange. Bert apologizes for the change in plans, asking if only one child from the Union is considered worthy of the occasion. Arthur tells him not to say that, but the underlying tension is clear. Bert says he has high expectations, since anyone learning from Arthur must be worth 100 average mages. Lucas is lurking in the back, looking his usual grumpy and annoyed self at all the formalities. Rowan stands there looking perfectly calm and collected despite the trash talk happening over his head. He's a pro at staying cool under pressure. He gives a sweet, flowery smile that's almost too polite. Senior Rowan is definitely playing the role of the humble student to perfection right now. The visiting scholars are caught off guard by his sudden charm. They're trying to reconcile his innocent look with the rumors of his insane power. Arthur tells everyone to rest up from their journey and that they'll meet in the conference hall in the afternoon. Bert agrees, and the two veterans shake hands on the deal. Several hours later, the conference hall is absolutely packed. The sound of the crowd shows that every student and staff member is buzzing with excitement. A wide shot shows the setup. Two podiums on a checkered floor with a massive green board for formulas. It's the perfect stage for a magical showdown. The student gallery is whispering up a storm. One girl asks if Rowan is really going to face all three scholars alone, worried he might get hurt in such a lopsided match. Lucas can't take the worrying anymore and lets out a massive shout. He screams for Senior Rowan to blow them away in one shot, startling the girls next to him. A fellow student tells Lucas to calm down, reminding him this isn't a brawl where people get physically hurt. It's an intellectual discussion between magicians, for crying out loud. Chibi Sophie and another girl aren't convinced, noting that even verbal battles are still battles. They're worried Rowan might get emotionally crushed if they use harsh words against him. Lucas is totally surprised that they even recognize him. He asks if they know him. The girl gives him a flat look and says, of course. She points out that he's always hanging around Senior Rowan like a lost puppy. Lucas just looks a bit sheepish as Rowan watches the exchange with a blank face. Sophie looks at Lucas and notes that it's unusual for him to be so fired up. She's starting to see just how much he respects Rowan's skill. Lucas tries to act cool, saying that since the juniors are anxious, someone has to step up and lead. Sophie just gives a very skeptical reply. She just stares at him with a look of pure disbelief. Lucas can be pretty full of it sometimes, and Sophie knows it better than anyone. The moderator, Daphne, walks to the podium to announce the start of the event. The sound of her heels brings the room to a hush. Daphne stands tall and officially declares the beginning of the magic academic exchange. The crowd's anticipation reaches its peak as a gong sounds. As the representatives enter, a group of girls let out a massive cheer and unfurl a huge Rowan banner with hearts on it. This guy has a literal fan club now. A wide view of the grand hall shows the roar of the crowd. The scale of this event is way bigger than Rowan probably expected. Rowan stands his ground as one of the Schwerin scholars stares him down with a look of intense rivalry. The intellectual duel is about to begin. Daphne looks over her notes and begins to explain the format for the discussion. Everyone is listening intently to the rules of the match. She explains that each representative will take turns presenting a topic and then engage in a Q&A while drawing magic formulas on the board in real time. It's a test of both knowledge and speed. She announces the first discussant from Schwerin, Ulrich Marko. The young man looks ready to defend his country's honor, followed by the Union School's Rowan. The match is officially set, and the energy in the room is electric. Daphne states that they will begin with Rowan presenting the first topic. He's taking the lead, and you can tell he's already focused on winning that elixir. Rowan steps up to the board and introduces himself with perfect poise. He says he is Rowan, a third-year student at the Union School, looking like a total pro. He begins his presentation, stating the first topic he'd like to discuss. The visiting scholars listen with sharp, critical expressions. We get an intense close-up of Rowan's eye as he prepares to dive into the deep theory. He's about to show them exactly why the rumors of his talent are true. Rowan kicks off the discussion by proposing a topic that absolutely nobody expected: telekinesis. He looks completely focused, ready to prove that even the most basic magic has hidden depths. The visiting scholars from Schwerin are caught completely off guard, looking at him like he's lost his mind. You can practically see the look of disbelief on Ulrich's face as his friends share his confusion. They exchange glances, wondering if this is some kind of joke or a trap. They came here for high-level magical theory, and they're being presented with a spell most kids learn on day one. Ulrich starts rubbing his chin, his brain working overtime to figure out Rowan's angle. He knows he needs to establish dominance for his school, but this bizarre topic has him totally thrown off his game. He finally speaks up, asking why Rowan would deliberately choose a Class 1 magic like telekinesis for a senior-level exchange. To him, this feels less like a discussion and more like a personal insult. The crowd in the gallery starts murmuring as the visitors call the whole situation absurd. Even the teachers, Arthur and Lazarus, look a bit concerned about how this tense atmosphere is developing. Ulrich doubles down on his frustration, stating that telekinesis is way beneath the standard of a serious academic discussion. He's clearly losing his patience, and his pride is starting to take a massive hit. He throws his hands up in the air, wondering aloud if Rowan is just trying to mock them in front of the entire school. This dude is getting worked up over nothing, and it's honestly kind of embarrassing. Rowan maintains that perfectly polite poker face, assuring his seniors that he wouldn't dream of mocking them. He's being so respectful it's actually starting to feel a little bit terrifying for the visitors. Rowan asks a deep question. Isn't it natural to devote time to exploring the fundamental principles of the world? He's basically telling these guys they're too obsessed with Flash and not enough with the actual math of magic. The scholars aren't buying it, asking what possible aspect of such a useless spell they should even bother to explore. They're still convinced they're being pranked by a 10-year-old. Rowan tilts his head with a confused look and asks what topic Ulrich prepared for the exchange instead. He's giving the guy a chance to speak, which is basically an invitation for Ulrich to embarrass himself even more. Ulrich perks up immediately and suggests Fireball, thinking he's finally back on solid ground. He looks so smug and confident. Poor guy has no idea what's coming next. He adds a little patronizing jab, saying that while it's a standard topic, it might still be too difficult for young Rowan. This guy is literally begging for a reality check at this point. Arthur watches the scene with a knowing look, realizing that the rumors of Rowan's previous Fireball stunt must have leaked to the visitors. They think they found a way to catch the kid off guard, but they couldn't be more wrong. Rowan throws them a massive curveball, suggesting they address both telekinesis and Fireball together. The entire hall goes dead silent as he proposes something that should be theoretically impossible. Ulrich just smirks, clearly not understanding what Rowan is even hinting at. He tells the kid he doesn't understand what he means by combining them, thinking it's just nonsense talk. Time for a little show and tell. Rowan raises his hand, and a piece of chalk begins to float and glow with an intense, bright blue mana. Ulrich's eyes go wide in total shock when he realizes there was no incantation. The kid is manipulating mana and performing complex telekinesis without saying a single word. We get a close-up of his sheer terror as he realizes he's dealing with a literal monster. That surprised expression perfectly captures the moment his confidence completely shatters. He tries to act like it's no big deal, shouting that he can do telekinesis too while he starts chanting his own spell. It's a desperate attempt to save some face in front of the crowd. Rowan isn't listening, as he's already writing a massive, complex formula on the board at super speed. The scratching sound of the chalk is the only thing echoing through the silent room. The visitors are huddled together, looking at the board like they're trying to decode an alien language. They have never seen a spell formula structured this way in their entire lives. One of the scholars is sweating buckets, muttering that what Rowan is doing should be absolutely impossible. Their entire world of magic theory is being rewritten by a third-year student. A wide shot of the grand hall shows everyone leaning forward in their seats, totally mesmerized by the demonstration. Rowan has completely taken control of the event, turning an exchange into a masterclass. He points to the board, explaining the logic behind his new spell formulas. He's talking about high-level mana composition like he's explaining how to tie a pair of shoes. Sophie and the other students are stunned, realizing Rowan has created a magic with no room for further combination. He's basically reached the final evolution of these spells on his own. The rhythmic sound of Rowan's footsteps echoes through the hall as he paces back and forth. He's got the entire room in the palm of his hand right now. He stands firmly at the podium, looking like a pint-sized professor in a sharp black suit. The kid is just built different, and everyone knows it now. Rowan casually mentions that telekinesis is just a basic magic that anyone who handles mana can implement. Talk about a brutal flex on the guys who were complaining about the topic earlier. He explains that the real problem with modern magic is that it relies too much on raw power instead of efficiency. He's basically telling the visitors that their entire way of casting is outdated. Ulrich can only stare blankly, his mind clearly unable to process the scale of what Rowan is saying. He's gone from the aggressor to a background character in record time. The kid reveals the big secret. By combining telekinesis and Fireball, he's written two entirely new spell formulas that change everything. The formulas on the board behind him glow with a haunting green light. He starts his demo, showing off controlling Fireball with telekinesis. A massive swirling vortex of flame appears, and he's moving it around with surgical precision using his mind. Rowan mutters about the other one as the air starts to ripple around the floating objects. The tension in the room is through the roof as he prepares his final move. He successfully converts a telekinetically controlled object directly into a fireball. The cracking of the magic is deafening as he lights up the entire hall with his discovery. Rowan calmly lowers his hand, finishing with a simple, "That's it." He just changed the history of magic, and he's acting like it was just another day at school. Ulrich lets out a massive shout of terror, his eyes practically bulging out of his head. He is absolutely losing what's left of his mind. The other scholars from Schwerin are equally broken, looking at Rowan like they're seeing a god in human form. Their pride is gone, replaced by pure, unadulterated fear. Arthur and Lazarus share a look of pure, impressed shock.
Even for them, seeing a child demonstrate magic of this caliber is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Rowan stands there among the falling sparkles of mana, looking perfectly calm and collected. He's the undisputed king of the academy, and he didn't even break a sweat. He explains that he broke the process down and replaced it with individual magic to maximize efficiency. Ulrich is just standing there with a blank expression, his brain officially short-circuiting. Ulrich stares at the board, sweating buckets as he realizes he can't find a single flaw in Rowan's work. The question marks floating around him show he is completely and utterly lost. Rowan gives a tiny smile and asks if his senior has any different views on the topic. It's the ultimate checkmate, and Ulrich knows it. Ulrich is sweating so hard he might pass out, staring at the complex runes on the board. He's searching for any way to save face, but the genius level of the formula is just too high for him. He realizes that as a representative, he has to at least understand what's happening, but he's totally failing. He screams internally that he can't be humiliated by a mere child like this. He decides he can't yield and tries to force his brain to process the complex mana flow. The dark, ominous aura around him shows he's pushing himself way past his limits. The guy lets out a guttural roar, his face twisting in a mask of pure agony. He's overexerting his mana circuits, and it's about to get very messy. Suddenly, a massive spray of blood hits the floor. The violent impact shows his body literally gives out under the mental strain. He coughs up a huge spray of blood, his face a mask of shock as his vision starts to fade. He really tried to compete with a monster and paid the price. Ulrich collapses onto the podium with a weak sound of pain as his friends scream his name in total panic. The academic exchange has officially turned into a medical emergency. Even Rowan looks surprised, his wide, teal eyes showing that he really didn't expect the guy to actually break himself trying to understand the lesson. A wide shot of the dark hall shows the total chaos in the room as everyone starts whispering and murmuring about the scene. It's the most dramatic final exam in the school's history. The scene shifts as the prize is finally revealed. A beautiful, glowing pink elixir in an ornate golden bottle. Rowan has officially secured his reward for dominating the exchange. One of the visiting mages hands the box to Rowan, offering a sincere congratulations. He admits it was refreshing to see someone so young master such high-level magic. Rowan accepts the heavy box with a polite thank you. He finally has the medicine he needs to overcome his physical constitution and reach his full potential. The mage warns him that since he's still so young, he should wait a bit longer to consume it to avoid dangerous side effects. He's looking out for the kid's safety after seeing what happened to Ulrich. Rowan thinks it over and agrees that graduation would be a good time to drink it. He's more than happy to play the long game. We get a close-up of his determined teal eye. He's already planning his next 2 years of growth, knowing he has a literal level-up waiting in a box. The panel focuses on the elixir bottle, pulsing with magical energy. The countdown to Rowan becoming unstoppable has officially begun. Spring has finally arrived at the Union, and the cherry blossoms are in full bloom under a bright blue sky. It's a peaceful day for once, far away from the stress of magic duels. A soft hello echoes through the garden as a girl with long orange hair enters the frame. The flowery background makes the scene look like something out of a shoujo manga. This is Rita, a third-year student at the school. She looks incredibly nervous, but has a look of quiet determination on her face. She's clutching a love letter with a red heart sticker, her fingers trembling. She's had a crush on Rowan for a while. Yeah, we all know where this is going. We see Rowan walking with Lucas and a few other girls, looking like the ultimate school idol. The narration notes that he's basically loved by everyone in the school now. Rita is hiding behind a pillar, watching the group pass by. She's struggling with her feelings, thinking that she's not the kind of girl who suits Rowan. She's been content just watching him from afar for 3 years, but now the clock is ticking. Her heart is pounding in her chest as she watches him. Rowan suddenly turns and spots her, giving her a curious look. Rita lets out a startled sound as she's caught red-handed. Today is the last day of their 3rd year, and Rita has decided to finally be brave. She's going to confess her feelings once and for all. Rowan hits her with some cold, hard truth, saying that for him, love is about keeping those who have left in his heart. The sound effect highlights how much this logic kills the romantic mood. In a cute chibi moment, Rowan stands there with a blank expression while Rita starts to cry and sweat. He asks her if we can call that feeling true love. He continues his lecture, stating that people who are truly in love usually show symptoms similar to mental illness. This kid is absolutely ruthless with his rejection. He lists off a series of symptoms like excessive joy, euphoria, and jealousy. Poor Rita is just staring at him, her entire romantic worldview being dismantled by science. Rowan gives a polite little smile and says it could be possible, while still sounding like he's describing a laboratory experiment. He is the ultimate ice king. Rita is floating in a void of confusion, letting out a big sound of surprise. Rowan explains that she's just experiencing physical changes like tension or excitement. He asks her directly if we should call that love. He's basically friend-zoning her using psychology and biology. Rowan gives a wink and says he thinks her feelings are actually closer to admiration. He's literally telling her she doesn't actually like him like that. He turns to walk away, telling her a constructive conversation is always welcome. Rita is just left standing there in the wind, completely stunned. Rita stares after him as he disappears, the silence of the garden feeling very heavy. She thinks to herself, probably wondering what just happened to her heart. She walks away alone, the narration explaining that she was rejected by her crush of 3 years, but surprisingly she doesn't look sad at all. She looks up at the sky, realizing she has no regrets. She finally got her feelings out, even if she got a lecture on mental health instead of a boyfriend. Rita thinks about how confessing is such a courageous and meaningful act. She's moving on with her head held high. A final beautiful shot of a blossoming flower in the spring breeze. She muses that her first love and 3rd year have passed as a new chapter of her life begins. Daphne is addressing a room full of students, announcing that Director Lazarus of the Administration Bureau has made time in his busy schedule to give them a special career lecture. You can tell this is a big deal just by the formal atmosphere. She tells the soon-to-be graduates that Lazarus will provide them with valuable advanced information, so they better listen carefully. The students are all ears, leaning in to catch every word from the high-ranking official. The lecture hall erupts into applause as Lazarus prepares to speak. Rowan, Lucas, and Sophie are all in the front row, looking sharp and ready for their final days of school. Lazarus stands at the podium with a professional smile, his tattooed arms on display as he waits for the clapping to die down. He's about to drop some serious knowledge on these future union members. Lazarus gives a little smirk, wrapping up his prepared lecture. He looks quite satisfied with himself, probably enjoying the chance to inspire the next generation. He opens the floor for questions, telling the students to feel free to ask anything. He promises to answer them sincerely, which is a rare chance for these kids to get direct info from the top brass. A student's hand shoots up in the air. Lazarus points to him with a "Yes, go ahead." The Q&A session is officially in session. The student asks a very practical question. Every year, countless people apply for the entrance exam, so why does the union always experience a shortage of personnel? It's a mystery that's clearly on a lot of students' minds. Lazarus explains that even if you have the level of skill needed to enter, that same skill could establish you in a life of wealth and honor elsewhere. Choosing the difficult path of peace and public welfare is just not something everyone is willing to do. Another student raises her hand, eager to keep the conversation going. Lazarus gives a polite "Yes, next student." She asks the tough question about salary, benefits, and reputation. Lazarus doesn't dodge it, saying the salary is sufficient to focus solely on missions and that the overall support will be more than adequate. We get a shot of a legendary black sword. Lazarus notes that they've probably heard the Union is called the Sword and Book of the Kingdom. It's a title that carries a massive amount of weight. He explains that their authority is directly granted by the king himself, allowing members to exercise appropriate authority over local officials and even prestigious families in the 6 principalities. Talk about a power trip! A back view of Lazarus shows him standing tall and confident. He reminds the students that their will is equivalent to the will of His Majesty the King. No pressure, right? The students are buzzing with excitement. One whispers that it's more impressive than they thought. The prestige of joining the Union is starting to really sink in. Rowan raises his hand, looking as serious as ever. He's not interested in money or power. He has a much deeper question for the director. He notes that while the Union recruits people with exceptional talent, he wants to know one thing. He asks if one can become stronger after becoming a Union member. With graduation approaching, Rowan is obsessed with pushing his own limits. He thinks about all the years he's spent studying magic exclusively, following his teacher's advice. But deep down, he's still not satisfied with his progress. Rowan clenches his fist under the table, his mind racing. He's already thinking about his next steps, refusing to settle for just being talented. Lazarus looks Rowan dead in the eye with a piercing gaze. He declares that he certainly will join, his voice filled with absolute certainty. Rowan is totally floored by the director's answer. The surprise shows just how much that validation means to him coming from someone like Lazarus. He gives a firm nod, his teal eyes shining with newfound resolve. The director's words have cleared any lingering doubts from his mind. Rowan goes back to his studies, feeling totally reassured by Lazarus's answer. He devotes himself to magic as usual, but this time with a much clearer sense of purpose. He remembers Senior Sienna saying his ability was like that of the ancient elves. He's determined to find out exactly what that means. He flips through a dusty old book, looking at an illustration of a celestial-looking spirit. The text explains that these spirits were specialized in controlling pure mana, rather than just the elements.
Rowan's eyes snap wide as he finds a promising lead. He thinks the answer is here, his fingers tracing the ancient script.
We get a close-up of a complex magic circle in the book. This is the path to the kind of power Rowan is searching for. The book tells the story of the elves who split into two factions after the death of the World Tree. They lost their ability to use spirits, and their power began to fade. It explains how humans eventually became the central race of the world, while elves were reduced to one of many rare non-human races. It's a tragic bit of history that Rowan finds fascinating. He muses that it's an interesting story, resting his chin on his hand. But he's frustrated because there are still no specific clues about his own power. He flips another page and notes that the light clusters he sees are definitely mana, not spirits. He's narrowing down the possibilities, one by one. Rowan stares at a specific magic circle, his analytical brain working at 100%. He's trying to find the connection between ancient elven magic and his own unique mana vision. A thought pops into his head. What is black magic? He realizes he needs to understand the dark side if he wants to see the whole picture. Arthur approaches him in the library, looking a bit surprised by the topic. Rowan admits he tried to research it himself, but could only find basic information. Arthur explains that's to be expected, because the grave groups that use black magic have only recently become public enemies of the Union. It's sensitive info that isn't just sitting on a public shelf. Rowan mentions he's seen RTL's spell formula before, and it seemed to use ancient language, but he doesn't understand how they achieved such dark results. Arthur thinks for a moment, then suggests that the difference might be in the mana itself. Rowan asks if the mana is different, looking intrigued. Arthur admits that since he can't see mana like Rowan can, it's hard for him to say exactly what the difference is. Rowan just gives a quiet yes while his mind starts connecting the dots. The Dean adds that dark alliances like RTEL use what they call dark mana, which is fundamentally different from the regular mana they use. Rowan asks what exactly dark mana is. He's thinking back to the murky, twisted energy he saw at the shelter. Arthur uses a deep philosophical argument. If mana constitutes everything in the world, then dark mana must constitute the world of evil. Rowan asks if he knows anything about the demon realm. Arthur gives a serious yes, confirming that's where this whole conversation is headed. A chilling image of a red moon and a dark crow appears. Arthur explains that dark mana is the power that demons use. It's literally energy from another dimension of evil. He adds that the grave are using this demonic power to fuel their twisted rituals. We see a hand surrounded by shadowy purple flames, the signature of black magic. Rowan tilts his head, mentioning that he sometimes sees ordinary people's mana becoming murky too. Arthur explains that dark emotions can often make someone easily exposed to dark mana. Rowan asks the logical next question. Then what are groups that use black magic trying to do with it? Arthur just rubs his head and calls it a premature question. We get a close-up of Arthur's focused eyes. He knows more than he's letting on, but he's not ready to tell a student the full truth about the Union's shadow war. A massive dark tower looms over a city, bathed in an eerie red light. This is the source of the demonic threat the Union is secretly fighting. Fast forward a few months. The sunlight streams through a window, and everything looks peaceful again. But for Rowan, things are about to get very busy. Lucas and Sophie are outside his room, shouting for Rowan to come to the salon. Today is their graduation, and everyone is getting ready for the big ceremony. Rowan just gives a simple "I'm fine" from inside. He's always been the type to skip the social fluff in favor of his own training. Sophie scoffs, telling Lucas that of course he's fine. She knows Rowan's "I'm fine" actually means he's better than everyone else combined. Lucas gives a cheeky "much better than some people," and Sophie responds with a sharp look. These two still have that classic bickering sibling dynamic. Rowan finally steps out of his room, looking as cool and collected as ever. Lucas teases him about staring at his own face in the mirror, but Rowan just calmly replies that he just turned his head. Sophie and Lucas start to walk away, shouting for him to take his time thinking about it and come later. Lucas is complaining about Sophie's grip, screaming in pain. Rowan gives a little wave and a soft smile. He tells them to go ahead. He notes to himself that those two have really gotten much closer over the years. Left alone, Rowan looks around his room. He muses how time has flown. He's officially done with school, but his real journey is just beginning. He walks over to a heavy wooden box sitting on his table. It's been sitting there for 2 years, waiting for this exact moment. He opens the lid, and the box is filled with an intense, glowing red light. The prize he won at the academic exchange is finally ready to be used. He stares at the elixir bottle, remembering the mage's advice to drink it at graduation.
This is his final power-up before he enters the real world. Lucas is outside, wondering if his dad is coming to the ceremony. He's worried about meeting the head of his family after spending most of school being a slacker. Rowan just shakes his head with a dismissive look. He knows Lucas is just being dramatic as usual. Sophie and Lucas look at each other, their bickering replaced by a moment of genuine friendship. Rowan thinks they are his family now, realizing he has a new group of people he must protect. He remembers Pauline Mom's final lesson, that true loneliness comes when the heart is empty. If you keep holding those who have left in your heart, you're never alone. He places his hand over his heart, feeling the warmth of all the people who have supported him. Helen, Pauline, and now Lucas and Sophie, he carries them all with him. He vows he's never alone, taking a final, determined gulp of the elixir. He's ready to face whatever the Union throws at him. The empty elixir bottle sits on the table, its magic spent. The room is quiet, but you can feel the energy in the air has shifted. Rowan stands in a swirling vortex of blue mana. He notes that there's no change in his constitution, but he can see mana much more precisely than ever before. He lets out a long breath, cooling down after the intense rush. He looks more mature, more powerful. He's officially a man now.
His eyes land on a small, dark object on his shelf. He notes that years have passed, but that stone remains the same.
He picks up the black egg-shaped Gidia stone, sensing the muddled mana coming from within. It's the last mystery from his past that he hasn't solved yet. He wonders if it's really thanks to the elixir. He realizes he can see the mana structure inside the stone in incredible detail now. He's finally strong enough to break the spell formula. Intricate magic circles erupt from the stone, glowing with an intense blue light. Rowan is literally cracking the code of an ancient artifact. Sparks of mana fly everywhere as the stone begins to shatter. Rowan's face is illuminated by the power he's finally unleashed. He stares in awe as the shell of the stone breaks apart, revealing something incredible inside. He whispers that it worked. Rowan gasps as a brilliant, glowing orb of pure mana emerges from the stone. The final secret is out, and it's more powerful than anything he could have imagined. The real story begins now. The final secret is finally out, and the Gidia stone is literally cracking under the pressure. The cracking sound of the shell breaking shows that whatever is inside is way too powerful to be contained anymore. Blue mana starts leaking through the cracks, glowing with an intense light. Rowan is holding on tight, witnessing the birth of something incredible right in his own hands. With a massive burst of energy, the stone completely shatters in a pillar of brilliant blue light. Rowan is caught in the middle of a magical supernova, his hair blowing back from the sheer force of the release. The light begins to settle, and Rowan can't even look away. He gasps, his eyes reflecting the magical glow of the creature emerging from the fragments. Suddenly, a tiny, scaly bird claw pokes out from the light. The heart sound effect tells you right away that this isn't some terrifying monster, but something surprisingly cute. A feathered wing pops out next, followed by a flurry of black and yellow feathers. The fluttering motion shows this little guy is eager to see the world for the first time in years. The creature fully emerges, and it's a tiny, chubby owl with a sharp yellow crest on its head. It's fluttering its wings, looking around with big, glowing yellow eyes that are full of life. The little owl flies right into Rowan's waiting hands, surrounded by a swirling vortex of blue mana. It's like it already knows exactly who its new master is. It settles into his palms and lets out a soft, curious sound. Looking at that face, it's hard to believe this little guy was sealed away in a muddled mana stone for centuries. Rowan just stares at it with a totally blank expression for a long moment. He asks if it's an owl, probably wondering where the legendary world-destroying weapon he was expecting went. The owl doesn't care about his confusion and lets out an energetic sound while fluttering its wings. It's got a lot of personality for something so small, and it's clearly happy to be out of that stone. Rowan muses that maybe it's an owl watching the little bird glow with sparkles. It lets out another cute sound, and you can tell Rowan is already starting to cave to the cuteness. He gives the little guy a gentle pet, and it leans right into his touch. He notes that it follows people well, giving a rare soft look as he tells it that it's a good boy. Rowan realizes the murky, twisted mana that used to surround the stone has completely vanished. The owl nuzzles against his hand with a happy sound, looking perfectly content. Rowan decides that from now on, his name is All, keeping it simple as usual. He gives a small, genuine smile, finally accepting his new magical companion. The scene shifts to the Grand Union School main gate. It's graduation day, and the entire campus is buzzing with chatter as families and dignitaries arrive. A tall man with a beard and a sword on his back walks through the crowd, looking around with a serious expression. People are whispering as he passes, clearly recognizing a high-ranking officer. It's Lucas's dad, Oscar. He notes that it's been 5 whole years since he was last at the Union, and he looks a lot more rugged than before. Oscar is carrying a gift bag thinking about his troublemaker son. He was honestly worried if Lucas would even be able to graduate safely, let alone on time. He goes quiet for a second, his face cast in shadow. You can tell he's feeling a mix of fatherly pride and a little bit of guilt for being away so long.
He peeks into the bag at the colorful presents he brought. He mutters to himself, wondering if these are enough to make up for 5 years of missed birthdays.
We get a quick flashback of Oscar and Rowan on horseback. He remembers entrusting the kid to the Union, knowing he was a child with a very special destiny. Oscar walks through the crowded plaza, still scanning the faces. He wonders where he should go, looking for a sign of his son or his old allies. He spots a group of familiar faces and stops. It's the Union school staff, and they're already in the middle of a very heated conversation. Daphne is going off, claiming she's the one who should be Rowan's guardian because of their deep conversations during counseling sessions. She's really laying it on thick. She strikes a dramatic pose, looking ready to fight anyone who disagrees. The Rowan-Guardian wars have officially begun. Arthur isn't having any of it, looking at her with a sharp gaze. He argues that Rowan is a child who will open new horizons in magic, so obviously his future lies with the magic department. The rest of the staff, including Sienna and Diego, are all bickering in the background with fighting effects. Everyone is trying to claim a piece of the star pupil's future. Oscar just stands there, sweating buckets. He asks if they are all seriously claiming to be his guardian, his face full of pure disbelief at the chaos. He looks down at his gift bag, realizing that Rowan has grown into a child with such massive influence that the Union's top brass are fighting over him like siblings. Oscar lets out a small chuckle. He thinks he worried for nothing, feeling a wave of relief that the boy he rescued found such a dedicated, if slightly crazy, family. Inside the Union School auditorium, the ceremony reaches its peak. The announcer calls out for valedictorian Rowan to come up to the platform for his big moment. Rowan walks down the center aisle with a series of rhythmic footsteps. He looks tall, mature, and completely unfazed by the hundreds of eyes fixed on him. He stands at the podium while the crowd erupts into applause. Applause sounds fill the room, and Rowan looks out at his peers with perfect poise. Principal Gregor hands him a special graduation gift with a congratulations. Rowan takes it with a polite thank you and a smile that probably broke a few hearts in the audience. One random student in the back is clapping but looking super skeptical. He mutters, wondering if they chose the valedictorian based on looks. Some people just can't handle a genius who's also a model. Rowan begins his speech, looking every bit like the leader the Union needs. He's got that main character energy turned up to 11 right now. A wide shot from behind Rowan shows him addressing the silent, respectful crowd. The breeze adds a touch of drama to the moment as he prepares to get real with his story. He takes a deep breath and starts from the beginning. He tells everyone he grew up begging at Dongtun shelter since he was about 3 years old. He describes the nightmare of being almost sacrificed to the RTEL Dark Order before the Union saved him. We see a haunting flashback of the human tree ritual, reminding everyone of the rot Rowan escaped. Rowan explains that while learning at the school, he pledged his life to protecting others from grave organizations like RTEL. The students are hanging on every word, completely moved by his conviction. He continues his speech, his voice ringing through the hall. He's about to lay down his ultimate vow for the future. He declares that his abilities and his heart will move only for peace and public welfare. He's making it clear that he isn't just a powerful mage, but a righteous one. Rowan turns to the faculty, thanking the principal, his teachers, and the entire staff for guiding him. He even gives a shout-out to his fellow classmates who shared this journey with him. He finishes by dedicating the honor to the Union and the school that embraced them all. He looks absolutely radiant, framed by a flowery aura. Lucas and Sophie are in the front row, watching with a round of applause. Lucas looks proud but is trying to act cool, while Sophie is genuinely moved by the speech. Lazarus lets out a heavy sigh. He looks at Rowan and thinks to himself that maybe this kid never actually needed protection from the beginning. He watches with a smirk, realizing that the small child he met 5 years ago is now someone capable of leading an entire generation. The applause continues with a deafening sound. Everyone agrees that was an excellent graduation speech, and Rowan has officially set the bar for every valedictorian to come. The scene transitions to a bright, clear blue sky with a few bird sounds. Graduation is over, and the real world is finally calling. The city is bustling with activity, filled with crowd noises. It's a beautiful day, but the tension is high for our trio as they head toward the registration office. Lucas, Rowan, and Sophie are walking through the streets with determined steps. They've traded their school uniforms for adventure gear, and they look ready for anything. Lucas is losing it, asking how Rowan can even think about taking the union entrance exam right after graduation. He's exhausted just thinking about more tests. Rowan gives a smile and reminds Lucas that it was the same for both him and Sophie. He's not the only one who's been grinding for this moment. Lucas admits with a chibi face that he's only running to the exam because he wants to avoid his father's nagging. We all know Oscar is probably waiting at home with a 10-hour lecture ready. Rowan mentions that Oscar was actually looking for him at the school earlier. Lucas looks totally busted, realized he can't dodge his old man forever. Rowan says he'll greet Oscar after they've all taken the exam together. He shoots a sideways glance at Sophie, sensing she's unusually quiet. He asks if Sophie is okay. She's clutching her sleeves with a tight grip, looking like she's about to have a nervous breakdown. She gives a sharp look and sarcastically says, "Of course not," with a playful attitude. She's worried about being scolded if she messes up in front of so many people. As they walk, Sophie wonders if she'll actually do well on the exam. Lucas is shaking his head in the back with a dismissive look, probably thinking she's overreacting. Rowan stops and gives her a smile, placing a gentle pat on her shoulder. He tells her it's okay, and that they'll just go further together after they both enter the union. Sophie blushes slightly and gives a determined nod. Rowan adds that he knows her skills best, and she can trust him, being the absolute best friend possible. Rowan stops in his tracks as they reach the registration building. It's huge, and even the air around it feels more professional and intense. The entrance is packed with applicants from all over the kingdom. Rowan takes a deep breath and says, "Let's register first." Rowan walks up to the counter and slides his papers across with a smooth sound. He says he's Rowan, a Union School graduate, looking like he owns the place. As soon as the words Union School graduate leave his mouth, everyone nearby starts whispering. They all know that the school only produces the absolute best. The crowd is buzzing, shocked to see such young kids taking the exam. They note that at 15 they barely even meet the minimum age requirement. The registrar looks at the papers and his eyes go wide. He confirms that Rowan, the Union School valedictorian, is registered. He hands back a slip and tells him to go to Examination Hall 1. The other applicants are staring, whispering about the valedictorian and the rumors that he uses magic. Rowan is already a celebrity before the exam even starts. Lucas and Sophie finish their registration with a confident pose. They say yes, let's go, looking ready to show everyone what their class is capable of. They arrive at the heavy wooden doors of the Examination Hall 1 waiting room. This is where the real pressure begins. Lucas checks the rules, noting the first round is a free demonstration. Rowan confirms, telling them to just show their best skills in front of the examiner. Rowan gives one last smile to his team. He says to just do as usual, and let's meet after they pass, radiating calm confidence. Lucas and Sophie give a solid nod. They've trained 5 years for this moment, and they aren't about to let it slip away. Inside the hall, an examiner calls out the next name. Applicant Rowan, Union School valedictorian. He's told to come up when he's ready. It's showtime for our boy. Rowan walks toward the center of the arena with slow, deliberate footsteps. He looks tiny in the massive hall, but his mana is already starting to hum. He enters the main training ground, looking up at the high ceiling. It's an intimidating place, but Rowan has faced way worse things in his life. With a solid step, he reaches the center. Standing in front of him is his opponent, a massive stone golem with glowing red eyes. The golem has ancient breathe symbols carved into its rock skin. It lets out a low, rumbling groan as it activates, the green mana around its feet showing its power. A heavy sound effect emphasizes the size difference between the boy and the monster. The golem is huge, but Rowan just stands there looking bored. Rowan raises his hand with a series of quick motions. He's muttering an incantation under his breath, and a blue magical circle starts to form at his feet. The mana begins to swirl in a massive vortex around Rowan's hand. He's manifesting complex magical formulas in midair, and the density is insane. Lucas and Sophie watch from the stands, their eyes wide with shock. They knew he was good, but the scale of the magic he's using right now is just terrifying. The golem raises a massive rock fist as stones fall off its body. It's about to launch a crushing blow, but Rowan is already one step ahead. Rowan unleashes a blinding blast of blue mana directly at the construct. The force of the impact is so great it creates a localized storm in the middle of the hall. A close-up shows the massive red crystal core of the golem shattering with a cracking sound. Rowan's magic hit the weak point with surgical precision. The entire training ground is rocked by a series of explosions as the golem is reduced to rubble. Rowan stands in the center of the destruction, looking totally unfazed as he effortlessly passes the first round. Rowan is standing in the middle of a massive dust cloud after absolutely nuking that golem. The arena is filled with debris and swirling mana, showing just how much power he just unleashed in a single move. As the dust starts to settle, Rowan's silhouette emerges, looking completely unbothered by the destruction. He's just standing there like he didn't just break the laws of physics for a basic entrance exam. The examiner is frozen in shock, his face completely blank as he tries to process what he just saw. He was expecting standard attack magic like ice arrows, but Rowan gave him a front row seat to a masterclass in raw power. The entire hall is buzzing with whispers as the other applicants realize they're in the same room as a literal monster. The sound of the crowd shows just how unsettled everyone is by that display. Rowan looks over with a calm, peaceful expression, his mana slowly dissipating around him. The crowd is starting to realize that the rumors about the school's valedictorian weren't exaggerated in the slightest. Lucas comes sprinting into the frame, yelling Rowan's name with a huge grin on his face. He's absolutely loving the show his buddy just put on for everyone and gives him a celebratory congratulations. Lucas can't stop gushing about how amazing that performance was, but Rowan just gives a humble thanks. He tells Lucas to save the cheers because it was only the first round, but Lucas isn't hearing it. A pass is a pass. Lucas leans in and asks Rowan if he can see that over there. He's got a mischievous look in his eye, clearly about to point out something funny. He points toward the guys who were whispering and acting suspicious at the registration desk earlier. They definitely aren't looking so tough anymore after seeing what Rowan is capable of.
Look at these guys. They've turned completely pale and look like they've seen a ghost. They're absolutely dumbfounded, wondering how they're supposed to follow up and act like that.
Lucas leans on Rowan's shoulder, joking about how nervous the remaining applicants must be now. He's having a great time at their expense, while Rowan just stands there looking slightly embarrassed by his friend.
Lucas lets out a massive laugh, feeling sorry for the poor souls who have to go next. But then he catches himself, remembering that the great Lucas still has his own performance to show off.
Rowan shoots a sideways glance, his teal eyes glowing with a bit of intensity. He's not paying attention to Lucas's bragging anymore because he's sensed something else. He spots Sophie standing nearby, her hands clenched tight at her sides. She's looking down, clearly trying to manage her own nerves before her turn. Rowan calls out her name, which makes her jump with a startled flinch. She looks up at him, her eyes wide and full of anxiety. Rowan gives her a smile, telling her he's looking forward to her performance too. He's trying to be the supportive friend she needs right now.
Rowan tells her with total confidence to go to the Union together. It's a powerful moment of friendship that leaves Sophie momentarily stunned.
Sophie finally relaxes, a soft smile playing on her lips as she thanks him. She's got her game face back on thanks to Rowan's pep talk. Suddenly, the examiner's voice rings through the hall, calling for the next applicant, Sophie Poble. The time has finally come for her to prove herself. Sophie takes a deep breath and grips the hilt of her sword with a tight sound. She's locking in her focus, ready to show everyone exactly what she's made of. She walks toward the arena with a determined stride as Rowan and Lucas watch her from the sidelines. Lucas shouts out one last cheer for her. Lucas tells her not to get discouraged and to just do it like she usually does. He's being the loudest hype man in the building, making sure she knows they've got her back. Sophie stands alone in the center of the arena, looking calm and lethal. The sound effect shows her shifting into her combat stance as the spotlight hits her. The massive golem rumbles to life with a heavy sound, its heavy stone body shaking the floor. It's an intimidating sight, but Sophie doesn't even flinch. With a sharp sound, Sophie draws her blade in a single fluid motion. She looks up at the monster with eyes full of fire, ready to begin the hunt. Up in the observation balcony, a group of noble-looking scholars are watching her every move. They're analyzing her form with sharp, critical gazes. One of the guys comments that her stance is wrong from the very start, assuming she's just an illegitimate child who lacks proper training. Talk about being judgmental before the fight even starts. Another scholar chimes in, noting that while her consecutive attacks are troublesome, they lack the depth expected of the Poble family's swordsmanship. They're basically calling her an amateur. The first guy wonders aloud if she even knows why the Poble family's sword is said to be heavy. He's clearly a fan of hearing his own voice. He answers himself that it's because of depth, while Sophie stands firm below, unaffected by the criticism she can't even hear. She's a study in quiet intensity. We get a close-up of Sophie's eye, looking sharp and incredibly focused. She's blocked out all the noise and is only seeing the target in front of her. The noble upstairs keeps talking, saying she needs to relearn even the basics of her grip. He's completely underestimating the girl standing in that arena. Rowan watches from the balcony, thinking to himself that while the guy's basic theory might be correct, he's being way too harsh.
He knows Sophie's true potential better than anyone. Rowan thinks for her to show them, staring down at his friend. He's waiting for her to silence the doubters with her own skills. He thinks of her true worth. Sophie takes a final, steady breath, her aura starting to flare as she prepares to launch her attack.
She explodes into motion with a blur. She's moving so fast the eye can barely follow her as she closes the gap with the golem.
Sophie leaps high into the air with a powerful grunt. She's positioned herself perfectly for a devastating overhead strike.
She slashes down with incredible speed, her blade leaving trails of golden mana and sparks in the air. This isn't just a swing, it's a surgical strike. A massive cross-slash appears on the golem as Sophie executes 6 consecutive strikes in a heartbeat. The impacts show just how fast and precise she really is.
The critics in the balcony are absolutely silenced. Their face is a mask of shock. They can't believe the illegitimate child just pulled off a high-level combination they couldn't even track.
The golem literally falls apart, its stone body crumbling into pieces with a heavy sound. Sophie landed the killing blow before the monster could even raise a hand.
As the dust settles, Sophie sheathes her sword with a confident slide. She stands tall in the wreckage, looking like a total pro. She waits calmly while the last bits of the golem fall with a metallic sound. She's passed the test, and she did it in style.
The examiner is completely stunned, stammering out a pass for Sophie Pobel. He tells her to get her slip confirmed and return to the waiting area.
The crowd is in an absolute frenzy, whispering about how they couldn't even see her move. They're realizing that the applicants from the Union School are on a completely different level. Lucas and Rowan are waiting for her, Rowan giving a polite round of applause. They're both genuinely impressed by how much she's improved.
Lucas admits that she's truly got the talent of the Pobel family, even if he still likes to tease her. Rowan just gives a knowing smile.
Sophie walks back to the group, looking relieved. Rowan and Lucas both give her a sincere "good job, Sophie," making her feel like part of the team. Lucas immediately starts his routine, teasing her that her sword was a bit slower than usual. He asks if she's still tense, which earns him a very annoyed look from Sophie. Lucas strikes a cool pose and announces that it's his turn next. He tells them to watch and learn well, acting like he's already won the whole thing. Up at the desk, the examiner flips through his book with a quick sound. He mutters to himself, reaching the next name on the list. It's Lucas! Lucas walks into the darkened arena entrance with a confident sound as he starts to draw his massive sword. He's hyped up and ready to smash some rocks. The examiner tells him to begin when he's ready. Lucas is already letting out a guttural yell as he readies his weapon for a massive overhead swing. Lucas lunges forward with a deafening yell. He's putting every ounce of his legendary physical strength into this single, explosive move. A massive vertical beam of white energy blasts through the arena with a loud sound. The impact is so violent it shakes the entire building and completely vaporizes the golem's core. Lucas stands in the middle of the debris, looking back at the examiner with a casual, "Well now." He's making the whole test look like child's play. He rests his huge blade on his shoulder, admitting with a grin that he might have put a little too much spirit into that swing. Typical Lucas. The examiner is absolutely dumbfounded, his eyes popping out in a look of total disbelief. He wonders if this is the third student today who's going to keep breaking his golems. With a heavy sigh, the examiner signs the pass for Lucas von Passau. He's seen enough talent for one day and just wants to go home. Cut to a beautiful house in the city at sunset. The warm orange light makes everything look peaceful after a long day of exams. Lucas opens the door with a creak and invites Rowan in. He says to think of this as his home and make himself comfortable, being a surprisingly good host. Rowan gives a sincere thanks. He was genuinely worried about where to stay after graduation, so he's lucky to have a friend like Lucas with a spare room. Lucas mentions that his father said dinner is ready, so they should just unpack and come right down. He looks pretty hungry after all that golem smashing. They look down at the dinner table with an ominous effect. There's a big bowl of stew, but it looks like it's almost 100% carrots. Rowan takes his seat and gives a polite thank you to Lucas's dad. He's always the well-mannered guest, even if the menu looks a bit disappointing. Lucas starts complaining immediately, yelling that he can't eat without meat. His dad, Oscar, hits him on the head with a solid sound and calls him a picky brat. Lucas holds his head, screaming about why he was hit, while Rowan just calmly starts eating his carrots in the background, ignoring the family drama. Rowan takes a bite and his face goes a bit pale. He thinks to himself that it really doesn't taste that good, but he's too polite to say anything out loud. Oscar asks Rowan if he liked the gift he sent. Rowan coughs a bit and says it was exactly what he needed, thanking him sincerely.
Oscar looks relieved. Oscar notes that he knew Rowan was different from the first time they met, but he didn't expect that level of magic in the first exam.
Rowan just modestly replies that he only did what he was told to do best.
Oscar gives a thoughtful silence before telling Rowan he'll be looking forward to the second exam as well. The pressure is still on for our boy. Rowan gives a radiant smile and says yes, for him to please watch over him. He's ready to face the next challenge with his new family by his side. He looks incredibly peaceful and refined in the warm evening light. The valedictorian persona is back in full force as he prepares for the next round. A title card appears. 1 week later, the time for rest is over, and the second phase of the union exam is finally here. We see two applicants facing each other in the arena, the tension building as the crowd watches from the stands. The final panel announces the second exam day with a dramatic effect. The real competition is about to start. A couple of members chat on the balcony, noting that way more people passed the second exam than they expected. It looks like the exam period had to be extended just to handle the sudden influx of talent. They continue their conversation, realizing it's been a while since this many applicants made the cut. They're calling this group the Shining Generation because of how many high-quality graduates are currently applying. Rowan stands by the railing, looking cool and collected in his blue vest. He's thinking to himself that the best among all those successful applicants is definitely his own group of friends. We get a side profile of a guy with short blonde hair and glasses, looking quite smug. He seems like he's got a plan or is just really satisfied with how things are going. Rowan is back in the training arena, looking small but determined against the massive stone walls. Someone calls out to him, asking if he's Rowan as he prepares for his next match. Rowan looks up, his expression unreadable as he thinks about the tournament structure. He's just relieved that for now he's managed to avoid having to fight Sophie or Lucas in the brackets. Rhythmic footsteps echo through the hall as Rowan's opponent approaches. The kid is just standing his ground, waiting to see who's coming out of the shadows. Rowan stares ahead with those piercing teal eyes as he recognizes the man. He asks if it's him, looking a bit surprised by his opponent's identity. The man stands there with his arms crossed, looking incredibly unimpressed by the 10-year-old. He's got that "I'm way too experienced for this" vibe written all over his face. The man seems caught off guard, asking if Rowan actually knows who he is. He's clearly not used to being recognized by the younger generation of students. Rowan explains that he heard the man confidently analyzing Sophie's swordsmanship during the first exam. The kid doesn't miss a thing, even when he's busy with his own tests. Rowan gives a polite little smile, telling the man his opinions on sword unity and grip technique were actually quite impressive. He adds that he'd like to learn a thing or two from him during their fight. The man just looks skeptical, like he can't tell if this kid is being genuinely polite or just incredibly arrogant. Either way, he's not going to take it easy on him. He decides he's heard enough talk and starts to draw his sword with a sharp sound. He tells Rowan to be grateful that he even gets a chance to face a seasoned pro like him. The two face off in the center of the massive stone arena, looking like a total mismatch in size. The man is ready for a real battle, while Rowan just stands there looking completely relaxed. With a metallic sound, the man fully draws his blade. He's clearly not messing around, planning to teach this brat a lesson he won't forget. Rowan's eye glows with an intense blue light as he activates his mana vision. He's already reading the flow of energy before the first strike even lands. A massive vortex of blue mana erupts around Rowan as he prepares his first move. The kid isn't just a swordsman, he's a walking magical powerhouse. The man lunges forward, but Rowan's telekinesis is way too fast. He literally snatches the sword right out of the man's hands with a series of mana bursts. The man's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated shock as he realizes his weapon is gone. He can only stare at his empty palm in disbelief. Rowan casually floats the man's own sword in the air between them. The guy is totally humiliated, stuttering out in disbelief as he points an accusing finger. The man has been knocked flat on his back while Rowan just stands over him with his hands on his hips. Rowan asks if he will continue, looking way more like the teacher than the student right now. The man is absolutely fuming, his face turning red with rage. He can't believe he's being toyed with by that green young brat, and his pride is taking a serious beating. He charges forward again with a roar, calling Rowan an insolent brat. He's completely lost his cool and is attacking with pure, desperate anger. Rowan doesn't even flinch as the man swings wildly at him. He's just floating there in a pillar of wind, making the guy look like he's fighting a ghost. The action gets blurry as the man tries every trick in the book to land a hit, but Rowan is just too fast, his movements underlined by the sound of his mana manipulation. With the final sound, Rowan delivers a devastating blow that sends the man flying. He's ended the fight in a single, perfectly timed strike. The man's sword clatters to the stone floor with a sharp sound. It's a total defeat for the seasoned pro, and he knows it. The guy is out cold on the ground, letting out a weak sound of pain as the dust settles.
He really shouldn't have underestimated the kid from the Shining generation. The examiner stands by the wall, looking completely stunned as he marks his clipboard. He takes a deep breath, trying to regain his composure after witnessing that absolute slaughter. The examiner tells Rowan to go down and prepare for the next battle. Rowan just gives a smile, looking like he didn't even break a sweat.
Rowan looks back at his fallen opponent with a genuinely kind smile. He says it was a good match, proving he's got class to match his insane power.
The scene shifts to a lush green forest under a bright sky. A few days later, we're getting closer and closer to the final stages of the entrance process. Rowan is sitting on a bench, carefully reviewing a document about his upcoming interview. He's taking this last hurdle just as seriously as the physical exams. He walks through the woods with a quiet sound as he folds up his papers. Finally, it's the day of the final interview, and you can feel the weight of the moment. Rowan stands tall in his green interview suit, looking mature and determined. He thinks there's really not much left until entering the Union, checking his appearance. He flashes back to his match with the swordsman, realizing his own attack patterns were too fixed. He's already analyzing his flaws, so he can get even stronger for the real missions. Rowan remembers how he used to just react to his opponent's moves. He was too stubborn about counterattacking instead of taking the lead himself. A massive blast of fire and mana shows the kind of power he wants to be able to control. He knows he needs to be more versatile in the future. He vows he should be able to freely take both the initiative and counterattack, standing alone in the field. He knows that once he enters the Union, he'll need to learn entirely new ways of fighting. Rowan clenches his fist tight with a firm grip. He tells himself to stop overthinking and just be happy about passing for now. It's a rare moment of him letting himself relax. Suddenly, a rustling sound in the bushes catches his attention. He asks if it's All, wondering if his feathered friend is back to check on him. Sure enough, All the owl flies right down to him with a happy sound. The little guy looks just as excited about Rowan's success as he is. Rowan catches the owl and asks if he's congratulating him too. It's a cute moment showing that even a cold prodigy needs a loyal companion. Suddenly, All begins to glow with blue light and leaves a trail of footprints before vanishing into thin air. He always appears and disappears when Rowan is all alone. In a cute chibi moment, Rowan wonders where All actually comes from or if he's always secretly by his side. The owl is a complete mystery that even Rowan can't solve yet. Rowan gives a soft smile, thinking about his silent guardian. He promises All that once he officially becomes a Union member, he'll find a way to actually talk with him. All flies in front of a pink, flowery background, looking more like a magical spirit than a regular bird. He's definitely got some secrets of his own. Rowan asks what's wrong, looking into the bushes with a surprised expression. He's still trying to figure out the owl's strange behavior. The owl disappears in a swirl of mana petals, leaving Rowan totally confused. He wonders if he disappeared again, staring at the empty space. Sophie calls out to him from the path, telling him it's time to go. They've got a big date with the interview board and she doesn't want him to be late. They arrive at the Union main building, a massive, imposing stone tower that reaches high into the clouds. This is the heart of the entire organization. Inside, the hall is filled with chatter as the remaining applicants wait for their turn. The atmosphere is thick with nerves and anticipation. Rowan and Sophie look over the group, noting that the number of people has decreased significantly. Only about 50 people made it to the final interview stage. Sophie notes that more than half of them are familiar faces from their school, all thanks to Rowan's training. He's basically built a whole squad of future Union members. She points out Lucas in the crowd, and Rowan notices his friend is visibly shaking with nerves. It's a rare sight for the usually loud and confident swordsman. Lucas is sweating bullets and letting out a shaky breath. He looks like he's about to pass out, and he mutters that he's definitely not doing fine right now. Sophie teases him, asking why he's sweating so much just for a simple interview. She's got her arms crossed, looking much more composed than he is. Rowan thinks to himself that Lucas is usually much tougher than this. He suspects that Deputy Commander Oscar's influence is the real reason his friend is so rattled. The door to the interview room opens, and an applicant walks out looking completely drained of life. It's clear that whoever is inside is giving them a serious grilling. The poor guy mutters that some people take a long time, while others give up halfway through. Lucas watches him go, looking like he's just seen his own future. Lucas is getting annoyed with Rowan's helpful advice, an anger vein popping on his face. He tells him he attended school for 2 more years, so he should be more supportive. Rowan tries to be the voice of reason, saying that as friends, he should help. He explains that this interview is specifically about seeing if they have a righteous character. Lucas shouts, asking if he's saying he's not righteous, grabbing Rowan by the shoulders with a tight grip. Sophie is just watching them from the background, looking embarrassed by the scene. Suddenly, the announcer calls for the next interviewee, Rowan.
Lucas finally lets go, looking a bit sheepish as he tells Rowan to just go up. Rowan walks toward the massive doors with steady footsteps. The weight of all his years of training is leading up to this one final moment. Rowan walks toward the massive doors with steady footsteps. The weight of all his years of training is leading up to this one final moment. Rowan observes the ornate swirling patterns on the door. He wonders if the magic circle is designed to respond directly to a visitor's magical power, noting that it's quite sophisticated magic. He enters a massive empty hall with high arched ceilings and golden decorations everywhere. Rowan looks tiny in the middle of such a grand space. He walks down the center with quiet footsteps, wondering aloud if this is actually the right way. The place is eerily quiet for such an important interview. He stops under a massive, glowing chandelier and looks around. The hall is empty, which is definitely not what he was expecting for a board of commanders. He wonders if the commanders aren't conducting the interview, tilting his head with a look of confusion. Maybe they're fashionably late. Suddenly, Rowan turns around with a sharp movement, sensing something behind him. He's on high alert, his teal eyes scanning the room. He stands in the middle of the hall, the silence broken only by the rustle of the wind through the high windows. Someone or something is definitely watching him. Rhythmic footsteps sound from the top of the stairs. Someone is walking toward the balcony overlooking the hall. Rowan looks up, his eyes narrowing as he senses a massive pressure of mana descending from above. The heavy inner doors of the balcony groaning open with a loud sound. The real interview is finally about to start. Light floods out from the opening doors, casting a long shadow across the floor. Rowan stands his ground, waiting to see who's coming out of the light. He looks up with a look of pure surprise, his mouth slightly open. He sensed an enormous amount of mana coming from the figure above. A calm, commanding voice calls out for him to come in. Rowan is absolutely floored by the sheer scale of the power he's sensing. We get a close-up of a large, beautiful green eye looking down at him. The voice repeats for him to come in, drawing him deeper into the heart of the Union. Standing on the balcony is a blindfolded elf woman with long, flowing blonde hair. She looks incredibly powerful and ethereal as she speaks his name, Rowan. Rowan is called into a massive, sunlit room that looks more like a palace than an office. At the end of the hall, a mysterious woman is waiting for him at a small table. As he approaches, Rowan realizes this woman is the owner of the powerful voice he heard earlier. He's completely stunned by the sheer density of pure mana radiating off her. It's like nothing he's ever felt before. The woman turns around and we see she's a beautiful elf wearing a blindfold. This is the Union's governor, and her aura is so intense it's practically illuminating the entire room. The governor politely gestures for him to take a seat, acting as the perfect hostess. Rowan gives a formal thank you, trying to keep his cool in front of the most powerful being he's ever met. Tea is poured with a gentle sound as they begin their private meeting. The atmosphere is quiet and incredibly refined, a total contrast to the chaotic exams he just finished. Rowan sits across from the governor, still wrapping his head around the fact that he's having tea with the top boss. He wonders to himself if he'll ever be strong enough to reach a position like hers. Rowan takes a slow sip, his analytical brain already working overtime. He's still power scaling the governor, realizing the gap between them is wider than he imagined. Suddenly his mana vision spikes. He lets out a sharp sound of surprise as he realizes she can see right through his unique constitution where mana doesn't accumulate. Talk about a power move! The governor gives a soft smile, noting that the tea seems to be to his taste. Rowan just gives a polite yes, adding that it's hot, but very refreshing. Rowan is internally reeling, realizing he has zero secrets from this woman. She knows his body's limitations perfectly, which is honestly a bit terrifying. The governor speaks again, her voice as gentle as the flowers framing the scene. She tells him that his journey to this point must have been incredibly difficult. She looks right at him, blindfold and all, and says he must have been lonely. It's a heavy line that hits Rowan right in the feels. Rowan goes quiet, unable to find the words to respond. He's not used to people acknowledging the emotional toll of his past. He flashes back to his younger self standing alone in the snow. He realizes he never really thought about being lonely because he was always too busy running forward without rest. The governor looks at him with a motherly warmth, telling him that he has grown up incredibly well despite his circumstances. It's the kind of validation he didn't even know he needed. Rowan is genuinely stunned. He's been praised for his talent 1,000 times, but this is the first time anyone has actually recognized the weight of his past. They sit together in the peaceful silence of the grand hall. For the first time in years, Rowan feels like he can actually take a breath and just exist. Suddenly, a single tear rolls down his face with a small sound. Rowan is caught off guard, letting out a confused sound as his emotions finally boil over. Rowan wonders why he's suddenly crying. He tries to rationalize it as a reaction to her intense mana, but deep down he knows it's because she saw the real him. The governor gives a smile, telling him that while his body may be weak, his heart is vast and pure. She sees a strength in him that goes way beyond mana levels. She adds that there's a mysterious child with him as well. Rowan looks confused until a familiar wisp of blue mana starts swirling nearby. With a massive burst of energy, the little owl suddenly teleports right onto the tea table. Rowan is totally shocked, but the governor doesn't even flinch. All is just sitting there with its eyes closed, looking incredibly peaceful. Rowan notes that this is the first time he's ever seen the energetic bird act so quiet. Rowan introduces his companion, saying his name is All. The governor calls him a wonderful child and promises she'll keep an eye on him too. Rowan is left staring at the governor, his mind racing. He's realizing this person is basically omniscient, knowing everything from his past to the owl he keeps hidden. He thinks about how she seems to know every detail of his life. It's as if she's been watching his entire journey from the shadows. A dark flashback of a burning city fills his mind. Rowan wonders if he can finally ask about the terrifying future vision he saw and get some real answers. Rowan looks down at his cup, finally deciding to speak up about his biggest fear. The governor gives him the green light, telling him to ask away. He looks her dead in the eye and asks the million-dollar question, was what he saw really the future? The tension in the room is through the roof. The governor goes silent for a moment, her expression unreadable. She's carefully choosing her words for the answer that will define Rowan's next move. She gives him a powerful piece of advice, telling him that everything changes according to his own will. She wants him to believe in the future he wants to create. Rowan grips his cup, the weight of her words sinking in. He's realizing that he's not just a passenger on a sinking ship, but the one who can steer it away from the ice. A vision of a glowing blue city appears as Rowan realizes the truth. What he saw wasn't a set destiny, but just one of many possibilities that he now has the power to stop. He stares at his own hand, watching the blue mana flow. He's finally accepting that his future is in his own hands, not some fixed prophecy. Rowan looks out at the bright sky through the window. He vows to work as hard as possible to make sure that dark future never actually happens. The governor sits in a halo of light, looking like a literal goddess. The text calls her a signpost given by the absolute being, which is a hell of a title. Rowan gives a determined nod, thanking her for the guidance. He promises to engrave her advice into his very heart. The scene shifts to the next day at Oscar's house. The big man has prepared a massive feast, telling the kids to eat up so they can grow strong for their new jobs. Oscar gives a smirk, bragging about how much effort he put into the meal. Lucas is already whining about the lack of meat, while Sophie and Rowan just thank him politely. Sophie asks the big question, where exactly are they going to be assigned? The mystery of their new roles is finally about to be revealed. Oscar explains that the governor has already finished the arrangements. He notes that including their group, only 10 people managed to pass the brutal exam this year. He adds that placing all 3 of them in the same division would be beyond common sense. It sounds like our favorite trio might be getting split up. Rowan eats silently, chewing as he thinks. He's still trying to decode the governor's real intentions for their group. Oscar stands up and gets serious, reminding them that inside this house he's a father and uncle, but outside they are all high-ranking union members. He's establishing the professional boundaries of their new lives. He tells them he's heading out and will see them at headquarters. The heavy door shuts, leaving the 3 graduates alone to finish their meal.
Lucas is totally slumped over, letting out a miserable sound. He tells Sophie he doesn't care where he goes as long as it isn't his dad's faith division.
Lucas shrugs, explaining that he and his father have just always been distant. Sophie gives him a sympathetic look, realizing the pressure he's under. Rowan watches the exchange quietly. Sophie notes to herself that even though Lucas is complaining, he's actually grown up a lot over the last few years. In a cute chibi panel, Rowan teases Lucas, saying that anywhere is fine since they aren't close anyway. Lucas gives a sarcastic reply in return. The vibe turns professional again as Oscar calls for them to get moving. He tells them it's time to establish their hierarchy and make the line between public and private crystal clear. The trio stands before the grand gates of the Union Administration Bureau. They've been officially confirmed and are ready to start their first day on the job. The massive iron gates creak open. Rowan, Sophie, and Lucas walk through, officially leaving their student days behind. Rowan notices that even the senior members are treating him with serious respect now. He thinks to himself that his position in the world has finally changed for real. The 3 of them walk down a long hallway with steady steps. Lucas asks the obvious first question. What will they prepare first? They walk into a massive forge-like room filled with heat and the sound of iron. This is where the real power is crafted. Lucas and Sophie look around in surprise, seeing the scale of the facility. Rowan is right in the middle, looking as calm as ever. The sound of hammers and heavy machinery show that this is a top-tier forge. The air is thick with the scent of hot steel and mana. A rack of legendary-looking swords is on display. Oscar tells them that to be the Union's sword and book, they'll need some weapons that can actually handle their power. The group approaches the master of the forge with rhythmic footsteps. Someone calls out to Alric to take care of the new recruits. Meet Alric, the Union's blacksmith dwarf. He's got a massive red beard and arms as thick as tree trunks. This guy definitely knows his way around a furnace. Alric tells them to choose a weapon they're comfortable with from the display. Lucas is already reaching for a massive claymore, thinking it looks not bad at all. Rowan stands back with a neutral expression. He doesn't look like he's in any hurry to grab a sword, which has Alric looking a bit suspicious. Lucas steps forward with the giant blade, looking totally confident. Alric tells him to come out and give it a confident swing to see if he can actually handle the weight. Lucas puts his back into it, his feet skidding as he readies the blow. He's putting every ounce of his Passau strength to the test. He delivers a powerful overhead slash, sending a gust of wind through the forge. The kid is a natural with heavy weapons, and it shows. Alric rubs his chin thoughtfully. He's already planning how to customize the weapon to better suit Lucas's insane destructive potential. Alric decides to increase the length of the blade to give it more balance. Lucas is absolutely sparkling with joy, looking like he just won the lottery. Next up is Sophie, who has chosen a sleek longsword. She and Rowan watch as Alric prepares to test her skills. Sophie launches into a flurry of lightning-fast slashes. The effects show just how precise and quick her swordsmanship really is. Alric notes that while her family's style lacks raw power, her balance and lower body stability are excellent. He can tell she's been training hard. He suggests that she might want to try using a shield along with her sword. Sophie goes into deep thought, muttering that she'll think about it. Sophie is caught completely off guard when Alric offers to craft them personally for her. She just stands there with an adorable, wide-eyed look of shock. Finally, it's Rowan's turn. He's just standing there blankly, which has Alric wondering what kind of soldier he actually is.
Alric walks up and stares him down. The silence between the master smith and the young prodigy is pretty intense.
Alric crosses his arms and asks the big question, "Are you a magician?" He's sensing that Rowan's true strength isn't in his muscles. Rowan looks back with a calm gaze as a low hum of mana starts to build around him. He's about to show the blacksmith exactly what he can do. Alric looks Rowan dead in the eye and asks if he's really a magician. Rowan doesn't blink, giving him a cool yes while the rest of the squad watches from the background. Alric is a bit skeptical, but definitely intrigued by this kid's confidence. Rowan drops a bomb, saying he'd actually like to request something else instead of a standard weapon. Rowan explains that he never really wanted a weapon to hold in his hands, which is a bold choice for a Union member. He shows off his telekinesis, casually floating a sharp-looking sword fragment between his palms. He asks the master blacksmith if it's possible to repair this specific sword fragment for him. He's got the metal piece spinning like a top in mid-air, making Alric lean in for a closer look. Alric realizes this was once a magic sword that had its dark mana cleansed, and he's genuinely impressed. He calls Rowan an interesting one, realizing this kid isn't your typical rookie. Alric warns Rowan that even though it sounds simple in theory, breaking a fragment while keeping its magical power intact is a nightmare of a process. He's trying to make sure the kid knows what he's getting into. He explains that each piece needs to have the exact same amount of power, or the whole thing will be useless. Rowan just watches the fragment float, absorbing the technical details. Rowan asks if Class 4 level magic would be enough to get the job done. He's holding a glowing, razor-sharp piece of the blade, looking ready to start right now. Alric is literally frozen in shock, unable to believe a school graduate just casually mentioned Class 4 magic. Rowan isn't waiting around, telling the smith that he'll just try it himself. Alric is internally screaming, thinking there's no way a mere valedictorian can pull off a master-level task like this. He wonders if it's just pure overconfidence, or if Rowan is actually that cracked. We get a close-up of Rowan's determined face, and man, the kid looks serious. He's about to prove every single doubter in this room wrong. Alric finally caves, telling Rowan it's on his own head if he ruins the fragment. He just tells them to keep the noise down while they work. Rowan starts channeling his mana, his hands glowing with that familiar blue light. The air in the forge starts to ripple as he focuses all his energy. The fragment begins to hum and glow intensely,
responding to Rowan's overwhelming power. It's a make-or-break moment for his new weapon. The metal starts to vibrate violently as Rowan pushes his mana control to the absolute limit. You can practically feel the tension in the room. Rowan closes his eyes, blocking out the world to focus on the microscopic mana streams within the metal. The sound of his focus shows he's deep in the zone. He remembers Mother Pauline's lesson about enlightenment, using that warm memory to stabilize his turbulent energy. He's found his center. He visualizes tens of thousands of tiny mana veins branching out through the fragment. It's a level of detail that would make most master mages pass out. He decides to apply Director Lazarus's unique magic technique to the metal, weaving the energy together in a complex pattern. He's literally rewriting the weapon's DNA. Rowan is sweating and struggling, muttering not yet to himself. He's refusing to settle for anything less than perfection. Success. He manages to distribute and lock the mana into 12 perfect identical pieces. The glow from the metal is absolutely blinding now. Rowan stands back as a massive vortex of mana erupts behind him, declaring the process finally complete. Talk about a flashy finish. Alric's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. He's staring at Rowan like he's just seen a ghost, stammering out his disbelief. The examiner is also standing there with his jaw on the floor, wondering if a mere student really just performed Class 4 magic like it was nothing. The power scaling in this room just went through the roof. The original fragment has shattered into a dozen identical glowing shards. Each one is humming with a lethal amount of mana. The shards float in a perfect formation, glowing with a brilliant blue light. It's a masterpiece of magical engineering, created by a 15-year-old. A massive pulse of mana clears the air as Rowan stands triumphantly among his new weapons. He's officially leveled up. The blades slowly drift down, landing perfectly in Rowan's open hand as the excess energy fades away into the floor. Alric just starts laughing his head off, completely blown away by what he just witnessed. He's never seen anything like this kid before. The Master Smith looks at the shards in Rowan's palm, still chuckling. He's officially a fan of the new rookie. Rowan holds up the 12 shards, which are now small, incredibly sharp throwing knives. These things look like they could cut through anything. Alric's expression turns serious for a second as he realizes just how dangerous Rowan has become. The kid is a walking armory now. The scene shifts to a grand lecture hall where the new recruits are gathered for their first day of preliminary education. It's finally time for them to start their real Union duties. The instructor explains that the Union is split into 7 divisions: faith, harmony, honor, stability, practicality, responsibility, and freedom. Each one has its own specific role in the kingdom. He tells the group they'll be assigned to one of these divisions based on their individual skills and achievements. Rowan looks focused, already knowing exactly where he belongs. The pink-haired girl listens intently as the instructor warns them that the world won't be kind. Being a Union member makes you a target for some very bad people. Rowan, Lucas, and Sophie stand together, absorbing the harsh truth of their new reality. Even the people they protect might end up criticizing them as the kingdom's dogs. Lazarus tells them their only goal is to contribute to peace and safety. He looks dignified and proud of this new shining generation. Lazarus gives a warm smile and wraps things up, wishing them all the best of luck. The first day of the rest of their lives is officially over. Someone hands Rowan a heavy brown sack, telling him to take it and that he'll like it. Rowan gives a polite thank you, wondering what's inside. A week flies by, and it's finally admission day. This is the moment they've all been grinding for. Back in the forge, Alric reminds Rowan that his new shards can combine with magic power. He tells the kid to name the weapon Cheville. Rowan finds Lucas, who looks like he's heading to his own execution. The poor guy ended up assigned to the Faith Division right under his own father. Lucas lets out a massive sigh as they walk toward their new post. Rowan teases him, asking why he's acting like his life is over already. The duo enters the grand headquarters of the Faith Division. Lucas is dreading every single step of this journey. They walk into a massive training hall where the sounds of clashing steel fill the air. The veterans here clearly aren't playing around. 2 senior members are engaged in an intense spar, their swords ringing with every impact. The atmosphere is thick with competitive spirit. Lucas notes that those must be the seniors of the Faith Division. They look like absolute units compared to the fresh graduates. The seniors stop what they're doing and look over, sizing up the newcomers. The glances show they're already assessing the new competition. A blond man with glasses approaches, saying they've been waiting for the new members to arrive. He carries a huge amount of authority in just his walk. Rowan notices the man's badge and realizes he's looking at someone very important. That symbol is only held by the best of the best. The man is revealed as Faith Division Commander Adrian, an expert rank holder. This guy is one of the pillars of the entire union. Adrian gives a polite smile and introduces himself. He's the one in charge of this entire division, which is a lot of power for one person. Rowan is genuinely impressed, realizing he's standing in front of a living legend. He's finally in the big leagues now. Suddenly, a voice booms from behind, welcoming them to the Oz Squad. Rowan and Lucas turn around, caught completely off guard. Lucas is totally confused, asking what's going on as the voice mentions testing their skills. He's got that I'm in danger look on his face. A brown-haired man steps out of the shadows, identifying himself as their first opponent. He looks ready to scrap right here and now. Lucas is in a total panic, screaming his greetings while sweating bullets. The poor guy is failing the vibe check miserably. Deputy Commander Oscar makes a dramatic entrance. He's here to oversee the newcomer's very first field test. Lucas is losing it, asking how they can just start a duel without any warning. Oscar just laughs, asking if there's ever a proper time to fight a monster. A wide shot of the massive hall shows Rowan and his opponent squaring off. The crowd shows everyone is hyped for this. Oscar reminds Rowan that he saw him using telekinesis with a sword once before. He's genuinely curious to see how much the prodigy has grown. Rowan doesn't back down, saying he's also curious to see how much he can improve in this environment. He's already locking in. Oscar gives a smirk, noting that the kid's spirit is still as strong as ever. He's clearly enjoying this. Oscar tells Rowan to show off whatever he's most confident in as he draws his own massive gold-hilted sword with a smooth sound. Rowan raises his hand, blue mana beginning to swirl around him. He calmly states that magic is what he's most confident in. A dozen Cheville blades imbued with magical power burst out and hover around Rowan. It's an incredible display of telekinetic control that has everyone staring. Oscar is impressed, noting that the number of blades has increased since their last meeting. He's ready to see what these things can actually do. Rowan explains that this was a special gift from Alric himself. Even Oscar has to admit the work is top tier just by looking at the quality. Rowan tells him the name Alric gave the weapon was Cheville. He looks cool and focused standing among his floating arsenal. Oscar wonders if the name means a knight protecting his master. He notes the blades look a bit dull but asks if their power will match Rowan's legendary ability. Rowan asks for one favor before they begin. Oscar is surprised but tells the kid to speak his mind. Rowan asks if Oscar could let him have the first attack. Lucas is in the back, sweating and thinking the whole situation is exciting. Oscar takes a heavy stance, ready to receive Rowan's opening move. He's making it clear that he isn't going to hold back. He warns Rowan that he won't forgive a sloppy imitation. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly turns incredibly cold and intense. Oscar readies the Passau family's signature swordsmanship, his aura flaring red around his massive claymore. It's a terrifying display of raw power. Rowan remembers all those years spent crossing swords with Lucas. He studied this specific style to a sickening degree, and he knows every single weakness. He thinks to himself that he's learned the Passau style through sheer repetition. He's ready to turn his friend's family style against the master himself. We get a close-up of Oscar's glowing eyes as he readies his strike. He's about to show this rookie what real swordsmanship looks like. The sound of the shards spinning fills the room as Rowan prepares his first move. He's moving his hands with incredible precision. Rowan stays focused, his eyes tracking Oscar's every muscle twitch. He's waiting for the perfect microsecond to launch his counter. Extreme close-up of Rowan's eye, glowing with an intense blue mana. He's processing everything at super speed right now. The Cheville knives launch forward in a blinding blue blur. The impacts show the insane speed Rowan is throwing them at. Rowan flips over Oscar in midair, raining down shards from above. He notes that the blades still feel a bit crude to him, but they're getting the job done. Oscar grips his sword, realizing that once Rowan masters this weapon, he'll be an absolute monster on the battlefield. Rowan continues his aerial barrage, shards zipping through the air. He's frustrated, feeling his current skill isn't enough to keep up with his new body strength. He lands and lets out a shocked sound as Oscar suddenly counters with a massive force. The chapter ends with Rowan caught completely off guard. Oscar isn't holding anything back, bringing down his massive sword with an overhead strike that looks like it could split a mountain. Rowan stands his ground, but the sheer speed of the attack is terrifying. Rowan's eyes go wide as the realization hits him. He's about to get smashed. This isn't just a friendly spar anymore, it's a test of survival. The kid's hand starts to glow with a brilliant blue light as he prepares a last-second defense. He knows that facing a sword moving at that speed is impossible with physical strength alone. Rowan commands internally to slow down the sword's speed, activating his magic. His Cheville shards swarm around the blade, attempting to create a drag and disrupt the strike's power. A massive sound echoes through the hall as the heavy blade hits an invisible resistance. Oscar looks stunned as his unstoppable force suddenly grinds to a halt. Rowan slides back, leaving deep ruts in the stone floor as he escapes the impact zone. He's breathing hard, but he managed to dodge what should have been a finishing blow. Watching from the stands, Lucas and Adrian are totally gripped by the action. Lucas mutters in surprise as he realizes Rowan is pulling off something way beyond standard magical theory. The sword is literally vibrating in midair, looking like it's caught in an invisible web of mana. The audience can't believe their eyes as the massive weapon is held back by nothing but a few tiny shards. Rowan is doing some intense mental math, manipulating weight, friction, and surface tension all at once to keep that blade pinned. It takes an insane amount of concentration to hold a commander's strength at bay. He begins to shift his focus, calculating how to correct the trajectory and use the airflow to his advantage. He's not just defending now, he's trying to seize control of the entire battle space. Oscar gives a small impressed smirk, admitting that Rowan's skills have definitely improved since their last meeting. But you can tell he's still got a lot more up his sleeve. The commander warns him that trying to block his sword with simple tricks won't be enough to win. He's about to show the rookie the difference between a student and a veteran. Oscar's sword begins to glow with a dangerous, crackling energy as he prepares to power through Rowan's defense. The air around him is humming with the threat of what's coming next. The panel screams that it is insufficient as Oscar shatters Rowan's mana web with pure, raw strength. The kid's tricks aren't going to save him this time. The commander launches himself into the air, looking like a literal god of war as he prepares a massive diving strike. Rowan can only look up in horror from the arena floor. A deafening sound rocks the entire building as Oscar's sword hits the ground with the force of a falling meteor. The shockwave alone is enough to send rubble flying everywhere. Rowan's Cheville shards are scattered across the floor like broken glass, their glowing blue mana fading as the impact overwhelms them. The kid's primary weapon has been dismantled.
Oscar stands in the dust, muttering indeed under his breath. He's finally seen enough to know that Rowan isn't just a prodigy, he's a legitimate threat.
He points his blade directly at the kid, noting that despite its strange appearance, Rowan's sword is actually quite a useful tool. He's giving credit where it's due. The arena is a total mess of dust and broken stone as the two combatants catch their breath. The sheer scale of the destruction shows just how high the stakes are in this spar. Rowan wipes the sweat from his brow, realizing that his current magical power is just too weak to completely hold down someone of Oscar's level. He needs a new plan, and he needs it fast. He starts mentally reorganizing his scattered Cheville shards, trying to pull them back into formation. But he knows that simply repeating the same strategy won't work twice. Oscar presses the advantage, driving Rowan back until he's pinned against the wall. He warns that there's nowhere left to retreat, ready to end the match. Rowan's feet skid across the floor as he tries to find a way out. He lets out a quiet sound as he prepares to play his final card. Suddenly, a small but intense fireball ignites in Rowan's palm with a loud sound. He's switching gears from defense to pure, concentrated offense. He stands his ground, the fireball growing in size and intensity until it's a roaring sphere of destruction. Rowan looks like he's ready to burn the whole place down. Oscar's eyes go wide with genuine surprise. He didn't expect the kid to be able to manifest that level of elemental magic in the middle of a physical brawl. Rowan unleashes a massive pillar of fire directly at the commander. The heat is so intense that the air itself seems to be warping around the blast. Oscar barely gets his sword up in time to block the inferno, the metal glowing white-hot from the impact. He's holding it back, but the raw power of the blast is nearly pushing him off his feet. The applicants in the audience look absolutely terrified. Their faces a mask of worry as they watch the arena get consumed by flames. This is way more intense than any entrance exam they've ever seen. After the fire dissipates, Oscar stands there panting, covered in sweat and soot. He looks like he just went through a war zone, and his composed mask is finally cracking. Rowan stares back, looking just as shocked as everyone else by what he just did. He lets out a weak sound of surprise as he sees the results of his blast. The dust clears to reveal Oscar looking a bit different. Rowan's fire managed to burn off half of his legendary mustache. Rowan can only stutter out an apology as he sees the damage. Adrian absolutely loses it, letting out a massive laugh as he sees the commander's lopsided face. Even in this serious situation, he can't stop laughing at Oscar's misfortune. Adrian keeps clapping and laughing, pointing out that Rowan managed to burn off a commander's mustache on his very first day. Lucas is just in the back, covering his face in pure secondhand embarrassment. The crowd starts buzzing with excitement, realizing that the rumors about the new kid were 100% true. They whisper that the new Oz kid is pretty good, as Rowan's reputation skyrockets. Adrian calls Rowan over for a private talk, gesturing for him to come closer.
You can tell the division leader is already planning how to utilize the kid's unique talents.
Adrian rubs his chin thoughtfully, his glasses catching the light. He's taking a long, hard look at the boy who just survived a clash with a deputy commander. As Rowan walks up, Adrian calls his handling of both magic and the sword interesting. It's high praise from someone who's seen it all. Adrian asks him directly how he felt about Oscar's swordsmanship. He's looking for Rowan's analytical take on the veteran's style.
Rowan admits that he felt rushed and was actually pretty disappointed in his own performance. He's always his own harshest critic, even after such an impressive display.
Adrian notes that it seems Rowan really did realize something important during that fight. He's impressed by the kid's self-awareness. The division leader gives Rowan a friendly pat on the head, telling him he'll fit in perfectly with the Faith Division's need for improvisation. Rowan just looks up with those big, innocent chibi eyes. Rowan clenches his fist with newfound resolve as Adrian tells him not to be impatient. He points out that the kid's foundation is already incredibly well polished for his age. Adrian turns and calls for Sienna, gesturing her forward. He's about to set up a new training dynamic for our protagonist.
The order is given. Sienna is to teach Rowan so he can develop his skills even further. Sienna gives a stoic understood while Lucas and Oscar watch from the sidelines.
Lucas is totally confused, letting out a questioning sound as he watches the arrangements. Adrian just gives a knowing look over his shoulder, clearly having a plan.
Adrian looks like he just remembered something. He claims he happens to know the perfect person to help Rowan with his combat issues.
He presents Deputy Commander Oscar again. The sound effect shows Oscar standing tall, though he's looking a bit grumpy about his missing facial hair.
Lucas is absolutely floored, his jaw hitting the floor with a shocked sound. He can't believe his dad is getting involved in the training this directly.
Rowan and Sienna face off in a quiet training hall. The atmosphere is intense as they prepare to begin their first real session.
Sienna starts by addressing the recent duel, her back turned to Rowan. She's getting right into the technical flaws he showed against Oscar.
She tells him that while his magic is excellent, he's dangerously vulnerable in close combat. She's being brutally honest with her evaluation. We get a quick flashback of the duel, showing just how easily Oscar was able to close the distance and pressure Rowan. It's a clear illustration of his biggest weakness. Rowan looks down at the floor, simply stating that Senior is right. He's not going to argue with the truth when his life could depend on it later.
Sienna explains that in a real fight against a powerful opponent, giving up your personal space like he did is essentially a death sentence. She tells him to watch her movements carefully with his eyes. She's about to show him the true meaning of footwork and spacing. A close-up of Sienna's feet shows her shifting her weight with perfect grace. This is the foundation of the movement technique she's about to demonstrate. In a blur of motion, Sienna is suddenly behind him. Rowan is completely stunned, his head snapping around with a confused look as he tries to track her. The kid is breathing hard, his eyes wide in shock. He can't believe someone can move that fast while still maintaining perfect control over their breathing and speed.
Sienna's light footsteps are shown as glowing trails of mana on the ground. She explains that even going against the natural flow of mana can be a natural part of high-level movement.
A close-up of a sharp blade underlines her point. This isn't a skill trained overnight. She's making sure he understands the level of dedication required to master this.
She tells him not to be impatient, even if his eyes can track the move, but his body can't follow yet. She's being a surprisingly patient teacher.
Extreme close-up of Sienna's cold blue eye as she stares him down. She's waiting to see if he's actually absorbing the lesson. Sienna stands before him, her daggers ready. She tells him to stay focused until the skill becomes his own.
Rowan closes his eyes, deciding to use his mental visualization. He mutters for her to let him imagine, preparing to run a simulation in his head. He summons the mental image of Oscar from their duel, recalling every single twitch and muscle movement the commander made.
The narration notes the deputy commander's movements he saw in the duel as Rowan reconstructs the entire fight in his mind's eye. He visualizes the massive trajectory of the claymore, figuring out the exact microsecond he needs to gauge the distance and dodge. He focuses on the footwork, realizing that even the angle of the toes can determine the direction of a thrust.
He's breaking down high-level combat into pure data. In his mental simulation, Rowan manages to dodge a lethal strike by a hair's breadth. He's realizing that these small details literally determine life or death. He notes that up to this point, it isn't much different from what he's been doing. He's already a master of theory, but he needs to find the how for the practice. He thinks about controlling his opponent's movement with long-range magic, realizing that victory is often determined by the difference in raw mana power. A shot of Rowan's glowing hand shows his frustration.
He knows his own magical power is still at a childish level compared to the heavy hitters of the Union. Rowan clenches his fist, realizing that simply copying his senior is meaningless. He doesn't have the base stats to pull off her moves the same way she does. Sienna watches him, noting that he seems to have realized something important. Rowan admits aloud that this isn't something he can do.
He says he can't go beyond this, that he can't become like her, looking down at his feet. It sounds like he's admitting defeat, but knowing Rowan, he's just pivoting his strategy.
Sienna looks at him with a sharp gaze, asking if he's giving up already. She's clearly disappointed by what she thinks is a lack of spirit. She tells him that he's already a magician who has overcome time, so right now his words just sound like whining. She's not going to let him off that easily. Rowan stands in silence as her words sink in. He's not giving up. He's just processing the magician label in a way he never had before. Extreme close-up of Rowan's focused teal eye. He's had a breakthrough. He mutters to himself that he's a magician. He stares at his open palm, blue sparks of mana dancing across his skin. He decides that instead of blaming his weak power, he'll find what he can do with what he has.
A thought strikes him. What if he manipulates the airflow in advance to enable the movements he wants? He's looking for a magical shortcut to high-level agility.
More sparks fly as he begins to experiment with this new theory. He's trying to build a bridge between his magical talent and his physical limitations. He imagines creating a virtual barrier around himself, one that prevents an opponent from even entering his space. It's a revolutionary way to think about defense. He whispers about a virtual barrier, his lips set in a look of grim determination. He's officially entered the realm of combat innovation. The final panel shows Rowan standing ready, a blue flame igniting on his fingertip. He's found his own path to power, and he's ready to show the Faith Division what a real magician can do. Rowan gives a subtle smirk, his teal eyes glowing with a calm but dangerous focus. He's about to put his new theory into practice, and he looks ready to change the rules of combat. He begins his chant, muttering about the azure flame barrier as blue mana starts to flicker and dance around his open palm. He's building up a serious amount of magical energy. The vision of Teacher Arthur's spell appears in his mind. He's manifesting an intricate blue mana circle surrounding a swirling core of fire. It's a perfect copy of the Dean's high-level spell. Rowan commands the mana, realizing he can only replicate it to a limited degree with his current reserves. He's trying to find a way to stop an opponent from entering his personal space without needing a massive power dump. A brilliant flash of blue light erupts. The sound effect shows the mana barrier solidifying in midair, a perfect dome of magical protection. Rowan stands beneath the massive glowing blue orb, his hand raised as if he's holding up the sky itself. The scale of his azure flame barrier is absolutely breathtaking. He muses about what this could be as the barrier hums with a powerful frequency. He's realized that if he can compensate the trajectory, he can neutralize any attack and increase the efficiency of his own counter. A side shot shows Rowan standing firmly on the arena floor, the blue light illuminating the entire hall. He's found his closest answer to the puzzle of close-quarters combat. Rowan takes a quick, light step forward. He's testing his new movement speed within the localized gravity of his own mana barrier. He clenches his fist, realizing that since he adjusted the speed and friction within the dome, the force behind every move he makes has been radically transformed. He slides into a combat stance, a sharp Cheville shard already beginning to orbit his hand. He's realizing that the sword's path itself will shift because of the altered physics he's created. Rowan is moving with blurs of speed. He looks like a ghost in the blue light, dancing through the air with an agility that defies common sense. He watches his own shards fly through the air in slow motion, noting the trails they leave behind. Everything is clicking into place for him. Close-up of Rowan's focused eye, tracking a single movement. He's seeing the battle space in a way no one else can. The panel screams that he can see it clearly. His mind has finally caught up to the speed of his new technique, and the results are going to be devastating for anyone who faces him. Rowan is flipping and dodging through the arena at blinding speeds. He's a blue blur of lethal precision, mastering the airflow to boost his every movement. He parries an imaginary attack with a single shard, his posture perfect. Sienna is watching from the shadows, her expression completely unreadable as she witnesses the birth of a new fighting style. Sienna is silent as Rowan finishes his demo. She looks genuinely impressed, but she's not going to give him a win that easily. Rowan lands gracefully as Sienna's feet hit the floor nearby. The master and the student are about to get serious. Sienna leaps high into the air, her silhouette framed against the high windows of the training hall. She's coming down like a lightning bolt, ready to test the limits of Rowan's new barrier. Rowan catches her attack on a single shard with a loud sound. He realizes he needs to get this breathing and speed embedded into his actual body, not just his magic. A massive shockwave rocks the arena floor as their powers clash.
Rowan is sliding back, but he's holding his ground, refusing to let the master break his defense. Rowan counters with a flurry of shards, his hair blowing in the mana wind. He looks incredibly cool and composed for someone in the middle of a high-speed duel. Rowan is spinning and slashing with sparks everywhere. He's using his entire arsenal, proving that he's finally overcome the common weak spot mages usually have. Suddenly, Rowan stops with a surprised look. He sensed something change in the flow of the battle. Sienna stands among her own aura, looking at Rowan with a grin. She asks if he's been doing all of this by himself, calling his approach interesting. Rowan thanks her for the senior guidance, but Sienna just gives a dismissive huff. She teases him, saying his talent for running his mouth is as good as ever. Sienna drops into a low stance, her eyes narrowing. She challenges him to show her what he's really learned. Ready to kick things up a notch, Sienna lunges forward with a dagger, her speed absolutely insane. Rowan is barely keeping up with those surprised reactions. They clash in a massive explosion of mana. Sienna's speed is terrifying, and Rowan is having to use every trick in his book just to stay alive. Sienna notes to herself how heavy the air feels, wondering what kind of magic Rowan is actually using. She's starting to realize this isn't just a simple barrier. Rowan tells her it's just the first step of his new style. He gives her a cheeky warning that he might have twisted it slightly to make things harder for her. They trade a flurry of blows, the sound of steel on mana ringing through the hall. Rowan is holding his own against one of the Union's top fighters. Rowan manages to land a glancing blow, but he's breathing hard. He admits to himself that he's still not close to catching up to Sienna's pure skill level. Sienna gives a small smile, telling him that true understanding comes from knowing your own weaknesses. She's actually being a pretty great mentor right now. Rowan gets knocked back by a massive slash. Sienna tells him that's how true realization happens, by getting his butt kicked. Sienna sheathes her weapon, telling Rowan he should be more patient with himself. She notes that he looked way too tense during that last move. Rowan just looks confused, still catching his breath, trying to process the master's advice. Rowan asks Sienna to show him one more move before they finish. He's an absolute glutton for training, and Sienna looks like she's starting to respect that. Sienna gives a confident smirk. She's clearly enjoying this role as the big sister and teacher. Someone knocks on a heavy door. The scene shifts to the high-level offices of the Union. Sienna walks into the room, looking a bit more professional than she did in the training hall. A voice calls for her to come in. Sienna is meeting with the top brass, Commander Adrian and Deputy Commander Oscar. The atmosphere here is thick with authority and expensive tea. Adrian notes that there's been a lot of praise about Rowan going around the Union recently. Sienna just gives a curious look, wondering where this conversation is going. Adrian notes that Rowan seems to have overcome the common weak spot mages have. He gives Sienna credit, asking if she's trained him well. Oscar sits there with his arms crossed, looking his usual grumpy self. He asks Sienna if she'd agree that Rowan's natural talent blossomed under the right guidance. In a cute chibi moment, a tiny Sienna tries to act modest, muttering that she didn't really do much, while the commanders just look at her with knowing smiles. Adrian mentions that Sienna has been watching over him and training him the whole time. He asks if it's finally time to leave Rowan's future training completely in her hands. Adrian rubs his chin, thinking it might be good to teach Rowan a few things too, for appearance's sake. He's definitely got a bigger plan in mind for our prodigy. Sienna is totally shocked when Adrian suggests taking Rowan on the next mission. She can't believe they're sending a rookie out so soon. Adrian takes a sip of tea and plays it down, calling it nothing major, just a light recon mission. Sienna is still skeptical, repeating his words. Adrian stares into his cup, mentioning that ever since the RTL Dark Alliance was cleared out, some mercenaries in Orlan have started gathering to handle things quietly. His expression turns serious, his glasses catching the light. He wants Sienna and Rowan to poke around a bit and get a feel for the situation before things get out of hand. Sienna looks a bit worried, muttering about doing things very lightly, while Adrian just tells her to think of it as a casual field trip. Yeah, right. A field trip with mercenaries. The meeting wraps up, leaving Rowan in a neutral state. He's going on his first official mission, and you can tell he's processing the gravity of it. The scene transitions to a beautiful shot of a tree under a bright sky. The breeze shows a peaceful moment before the coming storm. Rowan finds Lucas outside, and the big guy is already complaining about Rowan getting to go on a mission while he's stuck training. Rowan mentions that Sophie also got placed solo in the 4th unit under the honor guard. Lucas is even more salty now,
muttering about his friend's luck. The narration explains that the Honor Guard is a combat unit made primarily of mages and magic swordsmen, whose main job is protecting higher-level mages. A close-up of a shield shows that Sophie didn't really like the assignment at first, but everyone realized it actually suits her defensive skills much better than pure offense. Lucas is going off on Sophie, telling her she's not even fully used to that weapon yet, so she shouldn't be talking about missions. Sophie is fuming, shouting that she's trying her best. Rowan steps in to calm things down, suggesting that Sophie should ask the senior Honor Guard members for help if she's struggling with the new gear. Rowan gives a soft smile, saying that all the seniors he's met seemed really kind. He's being so genuine, it's almost painful. Lucas and Sophie share a look of total disbelief. They ask him if the Creed Guard members are really that nice, and Lucas just gives a flat no way they are. Chibi Lucas is internally screaming, wondering if Rowan is seriously unaware that people are only nice to him because he's a prodigy. He suggests Rowan should try sparring with the seniors themselves to see the truth. Lucas strikes a cool pose, bragging that every time he asks for a spar, the seniors just call him an arrogant punk. Sophie mutters that his attitude might be part of the problem. Lucas gives a cheeky reply to Sophie, saying he's not so confident about giving feedback. She's absolutely losing it, shouting at the top of her lungs about who said she wanted his feedback. Sophie grips her sword hilt with enough force to turn her knuckles white. She's officially reached her limit with Lucas's teasing. Sophie shouts, charging forward with a burst of speed. She's finally going to take her frustration out on her friend. They clash with a deafening ring of steel. Sophie is attacking with a level of ferocity she's never shown before. Lucas barely blocks a flurry of strikes from Sophie. He looks genuinely surprised by how much her strength has increased. They trade high-speed slashes across the arena. The two of them are a blur of motion, looking more like real combatants than students. Sophie lands a powerful blow on Lucas's shield. She lets out a defiant huff, looking completely in her element. Rowan is watching them while writing in a notebook. He's taking notes on how Sophie can improve her shield work instead of just relying on pure dodging. Rowan calls out to his friends, getting their attention after their intense sparring session. Sienna is standing in the distance, gesturing for Rowan to come over. It's time for them to head out on their mission. Rowan shouts one last goodbye to his team. Sophie lets out a surprised sound as she sees the two Creed Guard members prepare to depart. Rowan hands Sophie a book with a polite gesture. She's completely confused by the sudden gift. Rowan gives a pat on the book, telling her he wrote down some notes about what she could improve. He's the ultimate supportive teammate. Sophie takes the book with a soft thanks. She tells him he didn't have to go out of his way, but Rowan just gives a warm smile and says they're friends, aren't they? Rowan gives a final radiant smile as he walks away. He promises to help her even more once he returns from the mission. Sophie waves goodbye, a look of genuine affection and determination on her face. She tells him she'll be counting on him. A long shot of Rowan and Sienna walking toward the city gate as Lucas and Sophie watch them go. Someone calls out for everyone to come back safe as the first real journey for our heroes begins. The team finally makes it to their destination, with the sound of horse hooves on the pavement signaling their arrival. It looks like they've finally reached the city of Orlin after a long trek. We get a stunning vertical shot of the city, showing just how sprawling and dense this place is. It's a complete maze of rooftops and towering stone buildings, hiding plenty of dark secrets. Sienna, Rowan, and Lucas are still mounted as they take in the view. Sienna takes the lead, deciding it's best to leave the horses behind and proceed into the city on foot to keep a low profile. Poor Lucas is looking absolutely green after that ride, looking like he's about to lose his lunch. Rowan doesn't miss a chance to tease him, reminding him that he should have actually paid attention during those riding lessons. Sienna isn't exactly feeling sympathetic, telling Lucas he better practice the second they get back. She coldly reminds him that they don't have any room for a team member who's just going to be dead weight. Sienna lays down the law, reminding everyone that they're currently posing as mercenaries who've crossed paths before. She warns them to be extra careful with their titles. One slip-up could blow their entire cover. She pulls her hood up with a sharp motion, hiding her face as they transition into stealth mode. She reiterates that the mission objective is strictly infiltration and reconnaissance, so no getting into unnecessary fights. Orlin is described as a small city in the Grafton Kingdom that functions as a transit hub, but it's fallen into neglect for political reasons. It looks impressive, but you can tell the city's infrastructure is starting to crumble. A chilling red background shows dark silhouettes with glowing eyes, representing the residential areas on the outskirts.
These slums were formed by immigrants from all over the continent, creating a perfect breeding ground for trouble. Naturally, these neglected areas became hotbeds for criminal activity. The grimy, dark streets of the outskirts look like a complete nightmare compared to the bright and vibrant centers of the Union.
Orland's solution wasn't to help, but to build high walls to isolate the immigrant district entirely. We see the shadowy figures of armed guards patrolling the barriers, keeping the problem contained. The city authorities didn't care what happened behind those walls until the danger started leaking out into the city itself. Now that things are spiraling out of control, they can't afford to ignore it any longer.
Even worse, Orland isn't exactly a fan of the Union, which makes the team's mission even more delicate. They can't just waltz in with Union badges and expect a warm welcome.
That's why the team is disguising themselves as common mercenaries to gather intel. It's a classic undercover job, and any mistake could turn the entire city against them. Sienna decides they'll have the best chance if they split up to gather more information. Rowan and Lucas share a look, knowing that working separately means they'll have to rely entirely on their own wits. Sienna gets a grave look as she mentions that ghouls, presumably created by the Littell organization, are running rampant in the quarantine zone. She's clearly worried about the scale of the threat hiding behind those walls. Lucas asks if they're going to pose as a subjugation squad just to get past the quarantine. Sienna confirms it, noting that once they're inside, they can act according to their own judgment. Rowan asks the one question on everyone's mind. Is there any way to turn the ghouls back into humans? Sienna gives him a grim nod, stating that there's no other way besides putting them down for good. Rowan looks down, his expression heavy as he absorbs that harsh reality. Sienna asks if he's okay with that, and he just gives a quiet, determined yes. Sienna reminds them that this is just a recon mission, so they shouldn't go too wild in there. Lucas gives a thumbs up, jokingly telling Sis that he's got everything under control. In a funny chibi-style moment, Sienna corrects Lucas, reminding him that he shouldn't be calling her senior or Sis while they're undercover. Lucas just gives a cheeky grin while Rowan looks on, confused. Sienna lets out a heavy sigh, wondering if she's really okay with these two. She's definitely got her hands full with this shining generation rookie squad. The sound of their boots on the stone floor signals the start of the mission as they head toward the city gate. It's finally time to see what's really going on in Orland. The chatter of the city fills the air as they enter a grimy tavern or registration area. The atmosphere is thick with the smell of cheap ale and the whispers of dangerous people. Rowan keeps his hood low as he walks past some massive, scarred mercenaries. These guys look like they've survived 100 battles, and they're definitely eyeing the new scrawny recruits. Rowan's mana vision picks up how diverse the people are here and, more importantly, how murky their mana is. It's a dark and rough environment that's a world away from the purity of the Union. Rowan thinks so. These are the mercenaries, observing the rough characters surrounding him. He's taking a mental note of everyone's power levels as he tries to stay under the radar. We get a close-up of Rowan's striking teal eyes peeking out from his hood. He looks stoic, but you can tell his brain is working at 100% to analyze every potential threat in the room. Sienna steps up to the counter and announces that they're here to register for the Ghoul Subjugation Squad. She's playing the part of a battle-hardened merc perfectly. The registrar doesn't even look up at first, just flatly asking for their mercenary certificates. Sienna slides hers across the counter with a quick sound, keeping the interaction short and professional. The registrar, who's casually cleaning his teeth, asks if they're a team of 3 or 4. Sienna quickly answers 3, wanting to get the formalities over with as fast as possible. The guy points a lazy finger toward the right, telling them to go join one of the teams already waiting there. It's clear this is just a routine job for him, showing just how common ghoul hunting has become. He adds a gruesome reminder, telling them he'll pay for every ghoul torso they bring back. Sienna turns away with a sharp motion, clearly disgusted by the man's casual attitude toward death. As they walk away, some of the other mercenaries start laughing and mocking them. They clearly think these pretty kids are just going to end up as ghoul snacks in the quarantine zone. The registrar stops to look at Rowan's registration paper with a slow sound. He's noticed something interesting about the youngest member of the group. He looks Rowan up and down, guessing that he must be a fresh recruit from the Mage Tower. Rowan just gives a polite but distant yes, maintaining his cover as a novice mage. The registrar scribbles on the paper, telling Rowan to join as a 4th member of a team. He claims that nothing beats mercenary work for gaining real-world experience, though his tone is pretty dismissive. Rowan walks away, relieved that they didn't seem too suspicious of his young age. He's used to being underestimated, and he's planning to use that to his advantage. Rowan's heart is pounding with a mix of nerves and excitement. He sees this as a huge opportunity to learn from veterans, even if they are just rough mercenaries. He approaches his assigned team, 3 gruff, armed men sitting around some barrels. The lighting effect shows he's finally meeting the people who will be his partners for this mission. The scarred leader of the mercs scoffs that a mage of Rowan's age has probably barely mastered basic class 1 spells. They're already viewing him as a liability before the mission even starts. He complains that Rowan is just going to be dead weight who'll end up splitting their reward for doing nothing. It's clear these guys only care about the paycheck.
The mercs decide to just ignore him, telling each other they should just head in and pretend the kid isn't even there. Rowan just stands there silently, absorbing all the trash talk with a blank face.
We get a close-up of the scarred mercenary's eyes as he mutters, "Who knows?" He seems like the most dangerous and cynical one of the bunch. He lets out a laugh, saying that maybe the kid will be nice enough to die early for them. Rowan's expression is unreadable as he hears the casual threat. Rowan thinks just my luck with a heavy sigh, realizing he's stuck with the rudest people in the city. He's definitely starting this mission on the wrong foot. The merc leader tells the kid to stop dawdling and follow them. Rowan falls in line, a small figure following 3 large armored men through the grimy streets. They walk through the bustling market district of Orlan, which looks surprisingly normal on the surface. But you can feel the underlying tension in the crowd. Street vendors are screaming about fresh fruit and delicious bread, creating a noisy background. It's a weirdly domestic scene right next to a quarantined ghoul zone.
Rowan walks through the crowd, thinking about how this outer area looks like any other normal marketplace. He's keeping his guard up, knowing that Littell could be hiding anywhere.
From high above, the marketplace looks like a chaotic sea of people and stalls. Rowan realizes that the high foot traffic makes it the perfect place for an enemy to hide in plain sight. He figures that this area is relatively safe, meaning he probably won't run into any high-level Littell agents right here. It's a small comfort in a dangerous city. Rowan starts to subtly channel his mana, a faint blue glow surrounding his hand. He's preparing himself for the moment things inevitably go south. The sound of his mana movement shows he's getting ready to use his special vision. He needs to start hunting for any traces of black magic or demonic mana. We see a top-down view of the market as Rowan moves through the crowd. He's naturally starting to distance himself from his rude mercenary partners. The narration explains that Rowan is using the crowd to his advantage, slipping away from the group without them even noticing. He's always worked better on his own anyway. Rowan ducks into an alley with a quick motion, deciding that moving alone will be much better for reconnaissance. He's officially gone rogue from his mercenary squad. He lets out a breath, wondering how he ended up stuck with such rude people. But his annoyance is quickly replaced by a sharp sense of focus. Suddenly, his eye catches something. He lets out a surprised sound as he senses a familiar presence nearby. Rowan looks up with a sharp glance, his teal eyes scanning the rooftops above. He knows exactly who is watching him. A cloak flutters in the wind high above the street. Sienna is still following him from a distance, acting as his silent guardian angel. Rowan recognizes Sienna's mana immediately. It's a much warmer and more stable energy than the grimy mana he's been sensing in the marketplace. We see Sienna's silhouette standing on the edge of a high roof, overlooking the entire district. She's making sure Rowan stays safe while he does the dirty work. Rowan watches her for a second, feeling a bit better knowing she's watching over him. He gives a small, respectful hand gesture to let her know he spotted her. Rowan remembers Sienna's briefing about the ghouls rampant in the quarantine zone. Her warning about his safety being the top priority echoes in his mind as he heads deeper into the city. Rowan gives a polite bow in Sienna's direction before moving on. He's finally ready to start the real investigation. His footsteps lead him further into the grimy heart of the immigrant district. He knows he needs to find a physical trace of the ghouls to understand Littell's plan. Rowan gives a polite bow in Sienna's direction before moving on. He's finally ready to start the real investigation. He thinks about the dark priests and black magicians who craft these monsters. We see a vision of hooded figures performing a dark ritual around a glowing red magic circle. The ghouls possess monstrous physical strength and have sharp, long teeth and claws. They are literal killing machines designed by Littell to spread chaos. We get a full look at a ghoul, showing its elongated limbs and a tongue that extends like a whip. These things are pure nightmare fuel. The final chilling detail: they are said to eat human flesh. Rowan's resolve hardens as he realizes just how depraved the enemy he's fighting really is. Rowan continues his walk through the slums, the atmosphere getting darker and more oppressive with every step. He hears a gulp from somewhere in the shadows. He's entering the most desperate part of the district where people have lost all hope. The atmosphere here is definitely different. He sees grimy people huddling in the dirt, their eyes blank and hollow as they watch him pass. The district is filled with sick and starving people, while others are just passed out from drinking to forget their misery. It's a scene of total human devastation. Rowan's eye reflects the sadness of the scene. He thinks it's as if he's seen this before, seeing a familiar pattern in the suffering. He sees a ghostly image of a girl reaching out a desperate hand. It's a memory that triggers a dark flashback for him. He remembers the horror of the shelter, a girl screaming as she was turned into a human tree, her body pierced by a magical sword. The trauma is still fresh in his mind. Rowan walks past a courtyard littered with dead bodies. He realizes that Littell sees all these people as nothing more than potential sacrifices to become ghouls. We get a close-up of Rowan's pained and angry eye. He vows that he can't just let this happen, his sense of justice finally boiling over.
He connects the dots between the shelter's fruit and the ghouls here. It's the same evil under a different name, and it all leads back to Littell.
He visualizes the 3 hooded Littell members he saw in his future vision. He knows they are the ones pulling the strings of all this misery. He declares that for the sake of peace and the people's livelihood, he has to stop it. He's finally found his true mission in the Union. He dreams of a world not rampant with unjust deaths, but one filled with happy smiles. It's a beautiful, sunlit vision of what could be. He imagines Rowan and a young girl running through a field of flowers, free from fear and pain. This is the world he's fighting for. A memory of him with Pauline Mom appears. He thinks about her for that ideal world, remembering the woman who gave him his original sense of hope. Rowan clenches his fist with a tight grip. He's done being a passive observer. It's time to take action. Rowan walks through the sunlit alley with newfound purpose. He says it's time to make his resolution a reality, ready to face whatever monsters are hiding in the dark. Rowan is moving through a desolate alleyway, keeping his guard up. He notes to himself that he's managed to make it pretty far from the city entrance without being spotted. Suddenly, a loud clanging and a shout break the silence. Rowan stops dead in his tracks, looking totally confused. He peeks around a corner and sees a full-blown battle happening in the streets. He thinks he recognizes who it is, his eyes widening as he spots a group of monsters attacking someone. We get a terrifying look at the enemies. They're ghouls with glowing red eyes and sharp claws. The caption confirms that it's a ghoul. Rowan watches the monsters move with a grim expression, analyzing their nature. He realizes they must have been created through dark magic, which explains their unnatural movements. Suddenly, he hears a shout that sounds way too familiar. He realizes he knows that voice, his heart jumping into his throat. It's Lucas. The mad lad is leaping into the fray with his massive sword glowing blue. He's about to turn that ghoul into a rock pile. Rowan just watches from the side, totally unimpressed by his friend's lack of stealth. He mutters that Lucas is noisy as ever, and wonders if he completely forgot this was supposed to be a recon mission. He sighs and follows along from the shadows. He thinks that still, he can't just leave his noisy buddy to handle everything alone. Lucas stands over a fallen ghoul, but he's already being surrounded by more of them. He notes that the scrape he just took hurt way more than he expected. The ghouls are closing in on Lucas, moving with a creepy sound. They've got him cornered, and the situation is starting to look pretty grim. The monsters are absolutely relentless, their eyes fixed on their next meal. Lucas looks ready to fight, but he's clearly outnumbered. A mysterious hooded figure with a scarred face smirks in the shadows. This guy looks like the definition of final boss energy. A group of ghouls are standing at attention, their red eyes glowing in the dark. They're clearly waiting for a command from their master. Rowan catches up to the lead ghoul and yells for it to stop right there, but the monster just stares back with a terrifying blank look. Rowan is in a full sprint, chasing the creatures through the dark city streets. He's determined to find out where they're heading, no matter what. We get a close-up of Rowan's legs as he pushes his limits. The narration notes that even these prisoners of dark magic have some level of reasoning left. The ghoul leads him into a narrow, dark corner of the city. Rowan realizes too late that he might be being led straight into an ambush. The narration explains that after seeing Lucas tear through one of them with that kind of power, the monsters actually have second thoughts. Looks like even brainless ghouls know when they're outmatched. From the ghoul's point of view, Lucas looks like an absolute demon. It decides that running away is the only way it's surviving this encounter. The monster takes off, leaping across rooftops with a frantic sound. Lucas is left in the dust, totally caught off guard by the tactical retreat. Rowan doesn't waste a second, bolting after the fleeing monster. He's a white blur as he kicks off the ground, determined not to let it lead him into a trap. He's pushing himself hard, but the ghoul is making some serious distance. He realizes that with his current mana levels, he's already at his top speed. He readies a Cheville shard, knowing he has to end this now. He thinks he has to act before it disappears completely from sight, locking onto his target. The ghoul leaps away, but it's leaving a trail of dark blood. Rowan knows he can still track it as long as there's a physical trail. A spray of dark blood hits the pavement. The trail is fresh and gruesome, making it impossible to lose the monster now. Rowan reaches a crossroads and stops for a second to catch his breath. The silence of the city is starting to feel incredibly heavy. He peeks around a wall,
his teal eyes glowing with focus. He's trying to sense any nearby mana before he makes his next move.
He finds a massive smear of blood on a wall. He's relieved to find no sign of their mana now, meaning his stealth approach is actually working. He thinks the trail continues this way, following the rhythmic sound of his own footsteps. He's getting closer to the source of all this madness.
Rowan takes a final step and pauses, thinking about his lack of agility training. He really regrets not asking Mr. Diego to teach him some movement magic back at the academy.
He has a flashback to his younger self being lectured by a teacher. He realizes now that he was being way too short-sighted about his own development.
He remembers Sienna's movement magic, how it was all about subtlety and grace. It's the exact opposite of the explosive, raw power he's used to. Rowan stops and stands in the middle of the street, looking alert. He senses someone watching him from above. He looks up and sees Sienna standing on a roof, her cloak fluttering in the breeze. He notes that she's still nearby, feeling a wave of relief.
He wonders if the commander paired him with Sienna on purpose. A little smirk plays on his lips as he realizes she's been his silent protector this whole time. Rowan thinks that learning magic for tracking and espionage is likely the real purpose of this mission. He visualizes Adrian sitting regally in his office, pulling the strings.
He remembers the first time he saw Sienna's movement magic. She didn't just run, she felt like a gentle breeze brushing past him.
A vision of Sienna shows her moving like liquid wind. She's incredibly free-flowing and impossible to pin down. Instead of using explosive force, she slides over the mana she releases. It's a level of control that Rowan is desperate to learn for himself.
Rowan takes a deep breath and prepares to move. He mutters that if he can make use of this, he's ready to try a new trick.
We get a close-up of Rowan's eyes as he blocks out the world. He's locked in, ready to put his theories into practice.
Rowan reaches a large, open courtyard and pauses. He tells himself to focus on exactly what's right in front of him.
He looks into the center of the area and gasps. He wonders if this is the ghouls' hideout, seeing several people tied up and thrown on the ground.
The prisoners are crying and begging for help, looking absolutely terrified. It's a scene of pure human misery that hits Rowan hard.
He observes that some of them are being held prisoner while others are already being transformed. He looks on with a grim, pained expression.
He sees a Cheville shard fly past, noting that while many have been mutilated, some are still alive. He realizes he has a chance to save them. He resolves that he has to save them, his teal eyes glowing with power. Shadows of monsters and mercenaries battle in the background as the situation explodes.
A massive burst of dark energy fills the screen.
It looks like the enemy has finally noticed him and is launching a counterattack.
A mysterious hooded figure stands in the center of the dark smoke. This looks like the main villain we've been waiting for.
A group of ghouls creep forward, their eyes glowing red in the dark. They're ready to tear anything to pieces that gets in their way.
Rowan's shards swarm around him as he prepares his attack.
He's moving with a level of intensity that's totally new.
He holds out his hand and charges a massive blue mana orb. The energy hums as it builds up to a breaking point. Boom!
Rowan unleashes his azure flame barrier, trapping the entire courtyard inside a massive blue dome. He's literally rewritten the laws of the battlefield.
Massive flames ignite within the barrier. It's a literal hellscape for anything caught inside that blue dome.
A ghoul is completely consumed by the inferno, letting out a horrific scream. Rowan's attack is leaving nothing but ash behind.
The mercenaries Rowan was traveling with are watching from the outside, looking completely horrified.
They finally realize they've been hanging out with a living weapon.
2 ghouls, one frozen and one burning, are trapped within the domain.
Rowan stands in the center, looking like an absolute god of destruction.
Rowan explains that the best part about this domain magic is that it slows down time for his enemies. He's basically a living cheat code right now.
Plus, the domain is so sturdy it doubles as a sealed-off mana lab. He's literally experimenting on the monsters while he kills them.
Rowan looks at his hand, considering his final move. He's thinking about trying that spell now, which sounds like a rap for the bad guys. He charges his mana one last time. He declares it his first spell as blue energy crackles around his fingertips.
A massive beam of energy blasts through the arena. He's boosting the heat exchange within the domain to create an absolute annihilation.
The smoke clears with a soft sound, revealing the complete destruction of the area. The ghouls didn't stand a single chance.
Rowan looks up as a few stray shards fly past his face. He lets out a soft sound of acknowledgement as the dust finally settles.
He stands over the charred remains of his enemies with a cold look. He mutters that he told them to cut the torso clean, already critiquing his own execution. Rowan uses a sharp piece of debris to cut through some thick ropes. He's finally moving in to free the survivors of the raid.
The mercenaries are lying on the ground, looking absolutely wrecked. They gasp in relief as Rowan finally reaches them.
The merc leader is sweating bullets,
asking Rowan why he's looking at them like that. He's desperately trying to remind Rowan that they're all on the same team. The mercs are tied up as Rowan walks past them with rhythmic footsteps. They admit they talked some trash earlier but complain that he shouldn't have just disappeared on them. They admit they had no idea he was such a powerful mage. Rowan just gives a quiet sound of understanding as he continues freeing people. In a cute chibi moment, one of the mercs asks why the tongue while Rowan just stares back. He calls it a joke, but nobody is laughing. Rowan slashes through the final ropes with a quick motion. The prisoners are finally free to go. The merc leader lets out a sound of relief, saying they're alive, while another notes that a few more seconds and they'd all be toast. They're scrambling to their feet in a hurry. Rowan looks at a piece of rope, realizing that they could have handled the ghouls alone, but a dark priest was among them. That's the real threat. Rowan gets a dark, intense look in his eyes. He's sensing that there are more dark priests nearby, and he's not done yet. One of the mercs points a finger toward the hills. He says that beyond the hill is where the rest of the dark priests headed. The mercenaries start running off toward the hill with a loud sound. Rowan stays behind for a second, looking totally composed. Rowan watches the mercs leave from a distance, the sunlight hitting the scene. It looks peaceful, but the real fight is just beginning. He turns his head with a sharp glance. He knows someone is standing right behind him. It's Sienna. She's standing under her hood, looking as cool as ever. Rowan gives her a sincere thank you. He looks toward the town, noting that if there's one dark priest, there must be more. He realizes Lucas is already causing enough of a scene to keep them occupied. Sienna takes a small step and tells him they should go right away. They're ready to head into the heart of the enemy territory. Rowan takes off running, his feet surrounded by a blue mana vortex. He's moving with a speed that's absolutely insane. We see a side profile of Rowan with a look of pure determination. He's thinking to himself that it's time to finally try that high-level movement magic. He leaps into the air, flipping upside down as he glides over the landscape. He yells that this is his chance, finally going all out.